Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 576. Kill them. What's that over there? Knobby Rich looked at the dark clouds in the sky and whispered, why haven't our reinforcement arrived yet? Didn't Auras get a salary increase at the end of last year? Up. Isn't it enough? Enough, enough, the Aura said, swallowing. Reinforcement will be here soon. Is that so? Rich was silent for a moment, then picked up a bedbug that had strayed into the battlefield from his leg, twisted his fingers, and gently crushed it, then suddenly raised his eyes and asked, actually, we don't have any reinforcement? No, no, yes, yes, the Aura responded immediately, and replied, we have just sent a team of Auras to break out. Don't worry, Minister, we will definitely protect you. They won't be able to get out. Rich shook his head pessimistically. These people, they are siege and don't attack. Obviously they are consuming us, and their siege will be tighter and tighter, until we become the turtle in the urn. I will let people organize another breakout. Minister, we will definitely protect you. Don't worry, what's your name? Rich spread his hands, showing a helpless expression. Forget it, let's not say it. It sounds like a fucking last word, which is not a good sign. Minister, they escaped from prison at 7 in the morning. Damn it. Rich lowered his head despondently. What kind of rotten is our Ministry of Magic, that there can be such a ridiculous scene, where the minister only knows about such a major event as a prison escape after 8 hours. We are loyal, I swear. I know, but can you guarantee that, even if the breakout is successful, the news of our attack won't reach the Aura office 8 hours later? The transfer order from the Aura office will not reach the transferred Aura until another 8 hours later. Is it in your ears? Rich curled his lips. 8 hours. Our department with the worst efficiency won't be silent for 8 hours, right? For such a big explosion in Slanted Side Alley, the Aura reinforcement should be there sooner rather than later. It's just there, unless someone doesn't want the street to continue in London. Maybe they were just delayed on the road. Minister. Delay. Do you believe it yourself? Rich shook his head. They actually want to learn from Grindelwald's method to intensify some conflicts between us and the Muggles, and let London, which does not have the Secrecy Act as a fig leaf, completely caught in suspicion and doubt. Don't worry, Minister, even if you let Muggles develop for another 100 years, they won't be able to find us. What nonsense are you talking about? Richie was about to vomit blood from this simple Aura, and the gauze on his chest was soaked with blood again. He stopped the Aura who was about to change a bandage for him, and said, we are not worried about the possible war between wizards and Muggles. Except for magic, we are the same people as them. Could it be that Muggles plus magic can't defeat Muggles? What is magic? Yeah, what is magic? Damn it, Rich said, turning his head to one side so as not to look at the Aura's face. He closed his eyes and muttered, the better the situation in Slopeside Alley, the better it is for us, but it's also dangerous. Those swings uncertain people will see the advancement of Muggles after their exposure to magic, and their erosion of our culture, our lives, our production. As Grindelwald told his followers 18 years ago, they show the weapons that Muggles are about to invent to arouse the fear of wizards. They don't need Muggles to do anything to us. They just want us to be afraid of Muggles. As long as someone is afraid, someone will support the closure. If there are old rules, some people will use this as an excuse to expand their forces. Isn't it, Minister? Williams from the Department of Mysteries told me that when the Hogwarts Express was attacked, what the attackers wanted was a weapon in their possession. Rich said through gritted teeth. It's a good thing they didn't succeed. But this time we are stuck here. They must have gone to the Department of Mysteries to find that thing. Why? It has been in Paris for so long and no one has touched it. Instead, they are here, and they are all excited. Magic, the building of the ministry is probably already in flames, and they are more helpless than we are, because the attackers are even among them. What is it? Aura tensed up. Minister, are you deaf? Rich raised his eyebrows. Department of Mysteries. Mystery. Fuck, mystery. He roared suddenly, his eyes filled with black bloodshot eyes. Seeing this, the aura rushed to him, and he grabbed Rich's hand, right at the position where the beetle had just been strangled. The blood vessels in his fingers and even the entire palm turned black and quickly spread upwards. Poison. It's poison. Aura tore off the bandage that had just wrapped his head and slapped Rich on the upper arm tightly, tightening it hard and using magic to strengthen it. Hold on, Minister. There was a tooth-piercing rustling sound, and the aura turned his head in horror. All directions, or the entire stage, was covered by a layer of black carpet. There were layers of poisonous insects that gnawed on each other. He waved his magic wand, and raging flames gushed out from the tip of the wand, spread out on the stage, enveloping the two of them. The surrounding auras were caught in a struggle, and they could only look helplessly at the minister, surrounded by poisonous insects and the victim. Seriously injured colleague. Your head is oozing blood. Richie looked at the aura's unbandaged head. His cheeks and chest were reddened by the flames, and there were dense scalp-numbing bugs around him that were roasted by the flames' exploding voice. Go to the hospital quickly. You said why don't we apparate and run? This is Mr. Malfoy's suggestion, Minister, said the aura, bowing his head. In order to prevent dark wizards from attacking the muggles in Bevel Lane through collective apparition, we just added an anti-apparition here last week. The shape spell was set up at the same time as the second batch of Knight's Order buses. Damn, this old thing has a lot of gossip. Rich's eyes burst into anger. They know it. They all know it. What do you know? They will know that we are weak, Rich said with his hand gripping the knot of the bandage, and gritted his teeth. As mentioned above, every time we change ahead of the changes, our interior is also full of suspicion and cracks, and for a giant a strong appearance, serious organ injuries are the most fatal. They will see the British Ministry of Magic trapped in a street that he himself built, and even laid the first shovel of soil for the foundation laying ceremony. The minister was crushed by a mob that was too much to resist. Minister, reinforcement will definitely come. This is also my second fear. Rich shook his head in pain, pulled the knot, and pulled it hard. I think those auras who broke through may have been captured, or even encountered accidents long ago. If they really arrive at the Ministry of Magic, for me, the auras will definitely come out, and the already precarious building will be easier to breach. Now I can only hope that the people who signed up for the Department of Mysteries today have not left. I can also think of cutting off the connection between that floor and the Ministry. Minister, help me up. Richie grabbed his wand from the ground, put his back against the stage behind him, and kicked his legs hard on the ground. I can't lie here. Damn it. I'm not afraid of Shafik. I'm afraid of you? Minister, what are you doing? The aura noticed that Rich's face was starting to turn blue, and then he realized that the bandage he had tied on the minister's body to prevent the spread of the toxin had been untied by Rich at some point. He was like a drunk man at the moment, seeing everything was upside down. The world turned upside down, and he couldn't get up. After holding his injured hand on the ground several times, aura pressed him nervously. Lie down, my lord. I will bandage you. It's not a deadly toxin, Rich said, holding his dizzy head with one hand, while the other climbed up on the aura's shoulder. Seeing this, the aura had to help him. They won't kill you. Save me. I'm useful. They'll keep me alive. The flames lacking flammable materials are much smaller, and the surrounding poisonous insects are also much less. They are taking chaotic steps to get under the stage, as if they are closing the team after the task is completed, or fleeing when facing natural enemies. Listen, there is food in the surrounding shops. If someone captures me later, take the rest of you, find enough supplies, and hide in those Knight's buses. Don't open the door from the inside. We must wait until someone opens the car door from the outside to rescue you. Rich, with a flushed face, raised his wand, pressed it against his throat, and said hastily, my biggest mistake was to let Williams himself leave the UK. He must know what. I should give him full trust. It's a pity. Don't say too much. I have to finish the speech. Damn it. Is it going to expose that the politician I admire most is Grindelwald? Of course, I just want to finish my speech. There is nothing inevitable between the two. Contact. You will not tell others, right? The main problem is my head, so when Williams opens the car door to rescue you, you must remember to tell him, let him come and save me. I need to eliminate this speech, the impact of the words being tampered with. Let me think about it. How about throwing away the blame on Grindelwald? This is all a no-menged conspiracy. Rich interrupted him with a quick 10-second monologue. The toxin had already started to make him talk nonsense. He clenched his wand tightly and chanted the spell in a deep voice, loud. He opened his arms with a happy smile, imitating the appearance of Grindelwald's speech, and walking towards the scorched microphone. Strange things happened. Auras and attackers were silent. No one knew what happened to Nobby Rich. The aura who was protecting Ridge jumped up from the ground, rushed to the minister, and pointed at Ridge's neck tremblingly. Did I not shave? Don't you think a little mustache is more manly? To tell you the truth, Darl's Umbridge, who just joined the Ministry of Magic, was overwhelmed by my temperament. Well, Richie looked down in the direction of the aura's finger, and saw his green wand. Huh. Why is it so soft? A small green snake was being pricked by his fingertips. It was biting Rich's neck with pain from its tail, and it hadn't let go until now. The dark green quickly spread from his neck upwards, and the black poison was impacted. He was completely defeated, and even Rick's hot blood flushed away, and within a few seconds, his face changed like that of the wizard from the east who could breathe fire and change his face, which he performed in the alley not long ago. It became a pale green mixed with pale. Rich got more drunk, let go of the little snake, and took a step forward. Under the watchful eyes of the auras, a thick black shadow protruded from the bottom of the stage, and swallowed Rich instantly. Assassination. Watching Ricky, engulfed by the shadow, the aura fell backwards from the shaking of the stage. He sat down on the ground, pointed at the wastewater gushing out along with the shadow, and roared heartbreakingly. He was the closest, so he could better see what happened at the moment just now. It was a ferocious beast with a diameter of almost 50 feet. The exposed fangs were taller than a person, and it was covered with cold black scales. His own figure was reflected in the huge green vertical pupils, and the reflection in his eyes showed a mocking smile at the deity. He wrapped the letter tightly around the minister and swallowed Ridge, and he could even see the rise and fall of Ridge across the snake's throat. The aura was almost scared out of his wits, but his duty still drove him to raise his wand and yell at his colleagues who gathered in a chaotic resistance, wanting to fight desperately to rescue the minister. But the giant snake has disappeared without a trace. That's it, lost. Aura couldn't believe what he saw. How many brothers fought to death and persisted until now? Is this the end? Cough cough. The coughing sound from the flying sawdust made the eyes of the auras light up. Like the wind blew by, Ricky stood by the hole made by the giant snake, his wand raised above his head, like a lightning rod, attracting lightning accumulated in the dark clouds. His demeanor seemed to be different. Aura stared at Rich for a long time, unable to see why. The fugitive doesn't need to be captured alive, Richie said loudly, and lightly passed the hand holding the wand forward. What are you waiting for? The small silver ball just thrown by Tom crossed the last obstacle and fell into the coin box set outside the door of a Knight's Order bus. Boom! The crisp sound spread throughout the entire diagonal alley. This Rich's wand fell, and the lightning attracted by him condensed into roaring thunder pillars, which slammed onto the street like a cascading waterfall, and scattered into a pool of thunderpool brewing murderous intent. He looked down at the torn assailants. The prison uniforms inside were exposed. The giant snake that had just swallowed Ridge appeared behind him again. With his wand raised, the magic light splashed and reflected countless twisted snake shadows. He raised his chin and gave an order. Aura didn't know what snake venom could make people change so much, but Rich's next words made his blood emerge, and he picked up his wand and rushed out. Kill them. Chapter 577. Listen, Nobby Rich, I want to ask you a few questions. Hey, who are you? Don't move around. Tom held him down, peeked away his eyelids, and shook his head. Damn, how much has been poured? The potion of confusion will last at least 2 days. What are you doing? Why are you plucking my hair? Ricky muttered and lowered his head, touched the piece of his scalp that was bald by Tom, and shrank in the esophagus of the giant snake like a molested maid. Why are you so rude? After receiving Rich who fell into the snake's mouth, Tom opened his jacket and found a bottle of Veritaserum in the lining medicine bag. His mouth opened, and he stuffed the opened bottle into it. As the Veritaserum slid down Rich's throat and into his body, his twitching limbs stopped moving, and he seemed to be asleep. I don't want that either, Tom asked, shaking his head, lifting Rich's face. Who are you, and what do you do? Nobby Rich. The corner of Rich's mouth was drooling, and he said in a daze, Minister of Magic. It's me, Tom asked again, checking the whites of his eyes that were covered by the eyelids, and asked very quickly, whose plan is it this time? Myself. You messed up more important plans? Nah told me someone would protect you while he was gone, but what about people? I think those opponents, they are gone, and Diagonal Lane is thriving. There has never been such a gratifying event in Britain since ancient times, Rich said with a happy smile on his face. Our lovely muggles are also thriving. I feeling that it could be sped up. Some better policies were enacted, and even the most recalcitrant people supported. Okay, next question. Tom interrupted him, doing a quick question and answer like a quick answer show. Your real allies, do they know? I don't know. Rich gave the answer without hesitation. I think we all have our own plans, but our purpose is the same. You are such an idiot. Your allies didn't protect you to make you a megalomaniac. Tom's eyes showed disgust. The effect of Veritaserum potion had come to an end. He asked in a deep voice, Chaos, the medicine cannot detoxify immediately. I have a very cruel method to keep you awake for a moment. Are you willing to use this method to atone for your sin? Do not. Very well. You are willing. This is your own choice. Tom lowered his head. A small black snake came out from his neckline and bit Nobby Rich's neck fiercely. I love you. Only one request, Rich, as your ally. The venom squeezed out from the fang seed emitted green light enough to illuminate the expressions of the two of them in the dark snake belly. The moment he entered Rich's blood vessels, his heart began to beat wildly and his body arched uncontrollably, but he didn't know why. Where did the snakes come from? And nailed the minister here like a cross. Tom pulled his collar and pulled Rich's face in front of him. In the narrow space of the snake's belly, the two of them looked at each other almost face to face. Tom's scalded eyes were like two will-o'-the-wisps, piercing deeply. Deep in Rich's heart, a sudden colic in his chest caused his back to arch instinctively, like a boiled shrimp, and like sleeping in his mother's belly. Rich waved his hand indiscriminately, trying to cover his chest, but in the belly of the giant snake, there was no room for him to use it. Listen. Tom bent his knee slightly and slammed into Rich's abdomen fiercely. Blood mixed with stomach acid choked out from his mouth and dripped down the corner of his mouth onto the stomach wall of the giant snake. The mixed venom gave off a stench, making the snake the smell, and the space was even worse, and Tom's detoxification method was extremely brutal. Since the beetle's toxin can make people lose their minds, it would be fine as long as they were found. So, he used another potion, a potion that the ancient black wizards were keen to keep the captives awake when they were tortured. This potion was so cruel because of its cruelty and all the horrors it brought. Even the name has not been passed down, but at this moment, its overbearing medicinal power is the most suitable for it. Although it is painful, it can wake up. The double pain caused Rich's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. His well-maintained face was now covered with dense, cobweb-like ravines, which were blood vessels that swelled to protrude from the skin. The black and green venom, like the colors that are always difficult to blend on the palate. A protracted tug-of-war is launched on Rich's body. After waiting for a few seconds, Rich's struggle weakened, replaced by trembling of muscles all over his body. Are you awake? Tom slapped Rich on the face with a backhand, causing his right cheek to become red and swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. The potion Tom used made Rich perceive pain far more than usual at the moment, but the young minister did not overdo it. The reaction, because the pain of alternating venom in the blood vessels has already made him numb. He shook his neck stiffly and nodded. You know what? You've been a joke since 7 o'clock this morning. Tom stared at him and sneered, but the way you agreed to my medication just now, you still look like a man. Who are you? Rich's voice was extremely weak, and even a simple speech would bring him enough pain to faint, but sadly, he could only stay awake, which was even worse than the combined decades of his previous life. Much more superb. You can take me for Nelson. You're not him. He wouldn't be like this. Rich's eye sockets were swollen, so he couldn't see the dark surroundings clearly. There is no difference, Tom said. My actions are no different from my thoughts, but I don't care about more things, and I won't accommodate a fool like you. I'm a person who has no bottom line. If you talk more, I don't mind playing your role forever in the future. Okay, Your auras are sacrificing for you. In order not to let their efforts be in vain, I will teach those people a lesson in blood. Tom said, your patience makes me sick. You heard those muggles crying, did you shout? During the boring process of gathering aid, those people's entertainment is to torture them, and your attempts to convert the stubborn enemies will only hurt more people who support you. You can't. Listen. Tom covered Rich's mouth and smiled. I'm not arguing with you, understand? Some people will never know the pain if you don't beat them, Tom said in a low voice. They will even know your kindness, and they will make further progress. Red is the color that is most likely to leave memory, especially blood. They are just tools. Yes, the tools bleed, and those who use them will be afraid. The suppressed madness in Tom's eyes made Rich, who could only see two red lights, shudder. Don't you worship Grindelwald? Grindelwald gains strength from fear, and those who can spread fear are more powerful. Fear and grace are the cornerstones of supporting human coupling. You only have grace, and I will spread fear for you. Are you scared? Tom let go of Rich, patted the folds of his collar, and said softly, did you feel it? Rich agreed hard. Do you have the confidence to maintain the next fear at a level just enough for you to use? You have. Tom continued to straighten Rich's tie. Think about how Shafik did it. You know better than anyone else. As long as you follow their logic, barking wolves will also become pet dogs shaking their heads. I have. Yes, that's it. Tom rubbed his hair and pulled it out. You have to adapt to the changes after waking up, understand? Go to sleep. Richie slowly closed his eyes amidst Tom's words. The pain seemed to be leaving his body and gradually seeing into his soul. His expression quickly became serene, surrounded by snakes down, falling deep. You useless pig teammates. After Nobby Rich fell into the depths, Tom sighed, took out a pumpkin-shaped bottle containing a transparent liquid from his pocket, pointed at the depths of the snake's belly, and said, when you wake up, remember that no matter what happens today, whatever you did. Even if you kill Grindelwald? A faint question came from under his feet. Grindelwald is not here. Tom held his forehead. Yes, even if Grindelwald died here today, you still have to say that you did it. He waited for a while, and there was no more response from his feet. In the glass bottle in Tom's hand, the originally transparent potion had turned a sticky and dull grey color. Tom pricked his nose and drank the liquid in the bottle. Casually threw the bottle down. Boom. Hey, who hit me? Rich's voice came from a distance. Huh? Where's my hair? Kill them. Looking at Rich, who gave the order, the auras looked at each other. They looked at the wand in their hands and at the enemies surrounding them. The minister may be crazy, and he can't even tell the difference between simple and simple. I allow you to use more powerful spells when your life is threatened. Any spell you cast today will not be used as evidence to question you in the future. After being hit by the small silver ball, the still standing knight's buses heard the roar of the engine starting. The ground shook, and the smoke and dust dispersed. When the vision became clear again, the knights had long since disappeared, replaced by shuttles in the enemy's formation. There are a few tall silver shadows in the middle. Seeing the enemy's disorganized formation due to the attack of the buses, the scattered auras were stunned. They haven't waited for reinforcement, but reliable reinforcement have always been by their side. Paul, what are you thinking? The minister turned around and smiled at the aura who had been protecting him. How could I not know your name? Minister. Paul stared blankly at the minister, who was still in a state of madness just now. Although he seemed to have calmed down now, it gave him a crazier feeling. The minister's roll call pierced his heart, making he felt his aching body full of strength. Will Farley know his name? Will Shafik know? The director of the Aura office may not be able to call everyone by their first names, right? He stood up from the ground, held his wand, and walked towards the changed minister step by step. Whoosh! A spell flew from a distance, but was blocked by Tom's spell. When it was about to hit the aura, Nobby Rich looked at the aura who was protecting him with a smile, and acknowledged, protect yourself. The aura named Paul only felt a fire in his chest being ignited. He picked up his wand, let out an incomprehensible roar, and rushed across the street. Nobby Rich pointed his wand at the self-absorbed jailbreakers. Behind him, auras got up from the ground one after another, and rushed towards the opposite side. Go, my soldiers. What's that? Tom saw a familiar figure on a stretcher not far away, narrowed his eyes, pointed at the person and asked, "Why is he here?" "We haven't found out his identity yet, Minister," Paul said, standing nervously aside, flipping through the brochure in his hand. "A house in the middle of Diagonal Lane, you know, to show that we the property owner of the dilapidated house that values muggles and the spirit of the contract is Mr. Richard Jewell next to him. We found him, and we also found traces of fighting, and 2 seriously injured fugitives at the scene. We speculate that he may have fought against the Dark Wizard by relying on the terrain brought by the special glass that sealed the house to protect the muggles who have not yet evacuated. A variety of dangerous large-scale destructive spells including explosions, but the street was not too damaged," Paul explained, "but it may be because he is inexperienced." Good results. Continue. According to the testimony of the witness, Paul continued, he first attacked a fugitive, and after he succeeded, he confronted another, and then I see. Tom waved his hand and interrupted the explanation. "Send it directly to Abo's house." "Is this from the Abo family?" Paul asked in surprise. "Okay, I'll go and order someone to do it." "Wait," Tom called to him. "Send Saint Mungo first." "What about the fugitives?" "Those who were seriously injured were sent back to Azkaban, and those who were not seriously injured were taken back to the ministry for interrogation." Are you saying the wrong thing?" "Okay, I see, Minister Rich." Paul lowered his head, not daring to look at the minister in his eye. "Ha, Rich, I'm relieved to see that you're fine." After Paul left, hearty laughter came from not far away. Tom raised his eyelids and saw a fat figure wriggling slowly come over. "Fortunately, you persisted, otherwise we almost missed it. It's really timely." Tom sneered, bowed his head, and ignored him. Chapter 578 Allegiance. "Nobby, you know what? We are so worried about you." The fat man stretched out his stomach and walked quickly to Tom's side. At this moment, Tom was sitting on a broken stone pier, holding a roster and flipping through it, not noticing the man's approach at all. There was an undisguised joy in the fat man's tone. Looking at the dilapidated streets, the heavy casualties of the auras, and the desolate ministers, it seemed that the sweetest wine in the world was flowing between his lips and teeth. "I bought Shafik's stool for him. I hardened it for so many years, and finally it was my turn to sit." Paul, who had already walked away, saw the minister suddenly surrounded by a group of well-dressed people, and suddenly thought of the speculation that Rich had mentioned to him about someone in the Ministry of Magic deliberately delaying the news, and suddenly became nervous. Grabbing the wand, he was about to approach the minister. "Paul, what are you still doing?" Tom turned to the next page of the roster and said without looking up, "When you come back, go around the East Street and get me a can of automatic refills Coke, the red one, more ice." Paul hesitated for a moment, and after being glared at by the fat man's entourage, he lowered his head and left quickly. "Haha, Nobby, a young man is a young man." The fat on the fat man's stomach could show the texture of the waves even through the shirt. He squatted beside Tom cheerfully and glanced at the name on it. After confirming that no one above was known to me, he said happily, "If I were an old man here, I'm afraid they would all be dead. So, it's good to be young." Tom ignored him, but took a pen from his breast pocket and ticked off a few names in the booklet. "Nobby, does it hurt?" the fat man asked Tom, like he was coaxing a child. "Don't worry, we will give you an explanation, as long as you act honestly under our protection in the future. Don't have this kind of pain again. It happened on a whim, you see. How many people you have dragged down by running around so confidently." He wanted to reach out and touch Tom's head, just like Justice Shafik once did to Rich, but unfortunately he is not Shafik, and this is not Rich sitting here. Tom is motionless, but the hand was empty. The fat man raised his palm and looked at it in surprise, muttered a few words, and stretched out his hand again. "Hey, what's the situation?" After several times like this, his movements froze, and the eyes he looked at Tom also tore off the docile camouflage and became icy cold. "Are you kidding me?" The fat man raised his hand and moved his fingers lightly. The people who came with him took a step forward and surrounded Tom. It was impossible to see the Minister of Magic sitting here from the outside. "Do you dare to play me? Excuse me, move a little to the side." Tom raised his head from the roster, pointed to a witch behind the fat man, and twitched his fingers. "You're blocking my light." The fat man squinted his eyes and looked behind him murderously, but saw the loyal witch walking aside as if drunk, letting the sun shine on Tom's book again. He stretched out his hand angrily, thinking he wanted to block Tom's sunlight, but the moment his finger touched the light, he felt a sharp pain, as if he had been stung by a wasp, and he immediately retracted his hand in pain. "You are crazy." He flicked his rapidly swollen hand like crazy, stretched out his wand, and pointed it at Tom. A red light flashed, and his face showed the same contented smile as parents who have physically punished their children. But then, go first, the witch who made her debut fell to the ground. TSK. Tom still ignored him and continued to turn the roster back to a page. He saw a funny name on the roster and couldn't help but make a sound, but the soft tut sounded like a mockery to the fat man, which was extremely ear-piercing. "Rich, don't be petty. We understand your dissatisfaction, but you know it." The fat man changed his face and said sternly close to Tom's ear. "The spittle was wet and dry under the flames ground. Since you came to power, the efficiency of the department has been low. It's not that the auras don't want to save you, but the low motivation makes everyone lose the motivation to work hard." "Russell." Tom seemed to be sitting in the study, putting the roster on Erlang's knees and sketching on it. "Rich, your petty temper has reduced your already pitiful number of supporters. You let these muggles you care about see the cruelty of magic, and you made Slantside Alley flat." Fatty the man danced with all his strength and made the smallest sound. "Go to the fuck slope." "What a shoddy fake name. Slantside Lane sounds ugly. Come up with a new name." A somewhat abstract sketch emerged on the blank page of the roster, and Tom looked at a red marked area in the center of the sketch. "Rich, do you think that without Judge Shafik, you can keep your word? The Ministry of Magic needs to collect taxes from us every year, and our alone bear 13.00% of the annual expenses." Fat man trying to reason with this minister who has suddenly become apathetic. "We are MPs, officials, taxpayers, and the last to benefit from your services. Do you think you came to power by yourself? You are just elected by us. Without you, we can still find a new obedient minister on our own, and we can even elect a Muggle minister, but without us, you can't even support yourself. Why is there something calling all the time? Rich, are you deaf? Hold your goddamn head up. Listen to me. Who is this?" Tom raised his head, pointed to the chattering fat man beside him, and asked Paul, who had just run back. Paul stopped, looked at the man pointed out by the minister, and then looked behind the man, and was stunned. The minister can remember the name of an unknown person like himself. How could he even remember the name of Mr. Malfoy? Can't live? Could it be that he bumped his head in the battle just now? He half knelt beside Tom, stood a glance at the back of the minister's intact head, lowered his head, and whispered in Tom's ear, "This is you." The fat man put on a domineering attitude, puffed out his chest, and looked at Paul. "Tell this idiot who I am. This is Mr. Malfoy." Paul lowered his head and whispered, "The director of the Commerce Department, the biggest entrepreneur since the Magic Factory appeared." "Oh." Tom agreed. "I thought it was a sick man who ran away from St. Mungo's. You know, this man may have passed his dragon plague syphilis to his family. His son seems to be called Abulaxis Malfoy. Babies can still be cured after taking medicine for 10 years, but now, TSK, this disease has a maximum incubation period of 60 years. If it is not treated as soon as possible, the consequences will be very serious. Paul, you must keep yourselves clean. This is a bloody lesson." If it is said that Tom's indifferent attitude before he may be expressing his dissatisfaction for this attack, then this passage is pointing at his nose and yelling. How could old Malfoy feel that Tom didn't know him? He felt that he really had dragon plague and syphilis, which in his view was a provocation and a declaration of war. Teach him a lesson. He waved his hand, and the dissatisfaction in his heart reached the extreme. If he hadn't been worried, he might have been lynched and served. "I have hardened it for so long, studying the model of the Magic Factory every day, pinching his nose, and dealing with those disgusting muggles every day, isn't it? To make a cucumber scold him." But after waiting for a few seconds, the stage with only 3 actors was silent. Old Malfoy turned his head in horror and saw layers of entourages who had been built into walls. He felt a chill down his spine and subconsciously spun cum. His neck made a stiff sound like clockwork. He turned his head and looked back. The stone pier that Nobby Rich was sitting on disappeared at some point, replaced by a few people who were standing behind him just now. They were neatly arranged, stacked together like a comfy sofa. Who suggested the anti-apparition spell in inclined side lane? Tom threw the roster into Paul's hand, took out a small silver ball, and taped it on the plinth under his buttocks, and a nail clipper appeared on the in his hands. He trimmed his nails and asked, "Paul, I forgot. It's Mr. Malfoy." Paul caught the roster in a panic and said, "Oh, Rich, you bloody old Malfoy." Realized that the unflappable minister had been hearing his voice all the time, and he raised his wand, ready to teach the idiot minister a lesson with his own hands. "I warn you, don't act rashly." The blow came from the back of the head, and old Malfoy fell down with eyes staring at him, and as he hit his head hard on the ground, he saw Paul picking up his wand, and he muttered, "How dare you!" In the next second Paul's foot had already stepped on his head. As a minister's confidant, how could he be afraid of such a vicious pure-blooded noble? He looked at Tom and asked respectfully, "My lord, I have taken this disrespectful man down. Dragon plague syphilis is a terrible disease." Tom cut his nails and waved away the auras who surrounded him. "It can not only erode the health of the sick person, but also reduce his intelligence. This Malfoy is, did he graduate from Gryffindor? Has he always been this brave?" "What? Can you hear something barking?" asked Tom curiously. "I can't hear you, minister," Paul replied. He knew that the big man under his feet might be one of the murderers who caused them to be alone and helpless, which made him, who was betrayed, feel an unprecedented joy. "Maybe it's the dog barking." "Well," Tom agreed, "I just did some calculations. The wealth of some families can keep the Ministry of Magic running for many years. Rich, minister, I might be able to steal their homes. Anyway, for wizards, there is magic, and they can make a comeback at any time, can't they, minister?" Old Malfoy's wailing became weaker and weaker. He realized that Rich might be the most hidden one of all his imaginary enemies, and there was a huge mistake in his judgment. "What do you think of the conditions I agreed to?" Ermengarde. Tom put down his nail clippers, plucked his ears, and asked with his head tilted, "I think it's inconvenient to have some eunuchs standing in the way." "What do you think?" "My lord, your idea must be correct. Is the quantity finished?" "My lord, auras, and the auras you came with, there are only 7 people left. Fortunately, the reinforcement you called took over the battlefield at the end." Paul lowered his head, a little frustrated. "The escaped prisoners follow your orders. We have been detained separately, but Azkaban has just had a prison break, and we are worried." "Don't worry, I'll call for someone later." Tom shrugged. "It's really not possible. Today's Diagon Alley is full of troops and horses. It must be normal for everyone to die, right, my lord?" Paul glanced across Malfoy, and the two eyes met for a moment, then quickly moved to the human wall. "These unruly people also want to, minister." Old Malfoy, who heard Paul address him, struggled for a moment, and finally repeated the address. "My lord." "Huh? Isn't this Mr. Malfoy?" Tom showed a satisfied smile, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Paul. "What are you doing stepping on him? You gagged him, and I said something was screaming just now." "Sorry, my lord." Paul let go of old Malfoy, holding the coke he found, after listening for a while, and stepped aside. Old Malfoy got up from the ground. Instead of standing up, he squirmed to Tom's feet. He suddenly realized how amazing the victories of the minister and these auras were. There must still be him in the alley. Considering the strength, he hugged Tom's writing and said tearfully, "Master, do you know? We are worried about you." "Who is it?" Tom kicked him away and asked coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. It's Borgin Bok." Old Malfoy staggered back and said intermittently, "He noticed the appearance of Nelson Wertling in Berlin, and tricked us into keeping you in check." "Oh, so the Ministry of Magic has already succeeded." Tom beckoned, "And Borgin Burke, does Borgin Burke know that his surname is Wertling? Take him away." Paul stepped forward, grabbed old Malfoy by the shoulders, and dragged him away. "Wait." After gliding for a while, old Malfoy realized that he was being dragged to the pile of corpses. He broke free from Paul's hand and rushed back. "My lord, I say, I don't care about anything. Explain." You're a smart man, Malfoy. Tom looked at the old Malfoy who was rolling on the ground, immersed in the magical pain caused by the leak, and said with a smile, "You have betrayed, so you can betray someone. Do you know what that means? You're not knobby rich." Old Malfoy's precious robes were soaked in sweat, and he lost 2 circles of weight. His dehydrated and convulsed muscles took on a terrifying shape, and he fell into great fear. But the source of the fear is the words he just said to himself, those words that betrayed the contract. "Who are you? Are you Grindelwald? It doesn't matter who I am, but you know, all you have left is knobby rich." Oh no, Mr. Minister, you can serve him. Maybe you can try to find Dumbledore, sell him badly, and pray he protects you. You know your only choice, Malfoy. Tom waved his wand. It's just that there is a price for loyalty, and those friends who take the initiative to approach me will get preferential treatment. Do you understand? Old Malfoy was prostrate on the ground, nodding his head like a pounding garlic. Do you like tattoos? Malfoy, do you know that people in ancient times, to leave marks on their bodies after capturing prisoners of war, so as to declare their ownership of slaves? Chapter 579 Branding. Old Malfoy stretched out his right hand tremblingly. His pampered thick arm was covered with a thin layer of sweat because of fear. On the thick hair was attached a film that seemed to be a mixture of sweat and oil, which looked oily against the surrounding firelight, shiny and nauseating. "What are you going to do?" Tom changed his posture, raised his legs, put his chin with one hand, and asked with a smile. "You stretched out your hand. Do you want me to kiss the back of your hand?" Old Malfoy buried his head deeply, not daring to say a word. He thought of the most popular legend in their small circle recently, about some terrible magic that once existed only in legend, but has recently come to light again, about both the ancestor that Kim Burke has boasted countless times about the character who can define a dark wizard by himself, the despicable Habo, who has chains more terrible than the Imperious Curse. He can make any free and dignified soul a loyal dog who obeys him alone. So is he also going to be a slave for eternity? The bloody nails dug deep into the ground and were cut bloody by the broken glass and gravel on the ground. Old Malfoy, who has studied black magic, of course understood what this meant, but he also understood that a person who can, what does a wizard who plays himself like a clown represent? What does a wizard who can't even pull out his wand to resist? In the choice between dignity and life, he quickly chose the continuation of the family. This unexpected mentality reversal almost made the legilimency master sitting above laughing out loud. Just like what Tom saw, old Malfoy only hesitated for less than a second before choosing the continuation of the bloodline. In order to keep the noble Malfoy family alive, he chose to bear the burden of humiliation. Not to mention, there is nothing wrong with relying on the strong. After all, the world of wizards is much more barbaric than Muggles. Looking at the old Malfoy who found a high-sounding excuse for himself, Tom finally couldn't help it and let out a laugh that resounded through the sky in the alley. Stomach, raised hand and waved. People returned to their work just now. Old Malfoy crawled deeper, but the outstretched arm was raised more firmly, as if it was an honorable oath. "You have obtained everything from me, Minister." Old Malfoy quickly brought in a character of his own design. "So what are you doing with your arm up?" said Tom. "Honestly, it reminds me of the German Muggle salute, and I hate it." Old Malfoy froze. He didn't know whether he should withdraw his hand, and muttered, "Please, leave a mark of magic." "Do you know what kind of scariest branding is? Malfoy, take a needle with paint, and get a pattern that looks like a snake coming out of a skull." "That looks so stupid." Tom moved the person under his buttocks, shifting the angle to make myself sit more comfortably. He asked, "What kind of imprint do you think I should leave?" "The bond of the soul, the contract of magic." "I think you may have mastered that legendary magic." Tangible branding is always the last thing that brings loyalty, Malfoy." Tom shook his head. "I want you to express loyalty because you want to be loyal to me, not because I coerce you. Do you understand? I'm % loyal to you." Tom thought about Rich's tone of voice, imitating his accent, and said, "Your huddling together for warmth is really too low level. Coercing, luring, forcing, or using black magic to restrain your servants. Capsules of poison implanted in their hearts. These are pediatrics. Do you know what the scariest branding is? The most terrifying brand. Old Malfoy's research stared wide-eyed. It turned out that this Rich really knew that kind of magic. I know, in your heart, I, Nobby Rich, have always been a good kid who knows the general, but do you know what I'm going to say? Tom smiled, looking at Malfoy who was crawling under his feet, leaned into his ear, and said softly, "You think I'm going to refute you? No, I want to tell you, I, Nobby Rich, really know the general. Good boy, I know that people like you there is more than one maggot likes to hug to keep warm who, and the person who came here with you wants to show off his power to educate me and show me kindness." He paused, patted the other kind of sofa under his buttocks, and said in a gentle tone he had never had before, but this kind of gentleness did not make people feel like a spring breeze like Nelson, but made the old Malfoy who was lying on the ground feel as if falling into an ice cave. He didn't dare to breathe out, and used all his strength to control his trembling jaw, so as not to make any strange noises that might annoy Tom. When his teeth collided, all the people he had met in his not-so-short life appeared in front of old Malfoy like a revolving lantern. He knew that the minister in front of him was not rich, but it was difficult for him to match him with anyone in whose memory those none of the ambitious and imposing characters have the same temperament as Rich at the moment. Who is it? I have even come to a conclusion that I found ridiculous. This person is Nobby Rich. At least he has fooled everyone. How is that possible? These people who tried to see me in a mess may be just the tip of your iceberg, but I want to do what you want and take care of the overall situation. Tom looked at the slopeside alley with collapsed walls and said for a moment of silence, "The Minister of Magic will no longer hold them accountable. In order to avoid that tsunami caused by the iceberg collapse, and to avoid the emptiness of the Ministry of Magic like the Magical Congress of the United States, they will be forgiven in a limited way. You know what this means to you? What? They? To me?" Old Malfoy's brow was sweating, and he thought of a possibility that made his hair stand on end. "This means you betrayed your pure blood covenant. You betrayed Nermengard who sought cooperation from you. You betrayed the prisoners who escaped from Azkaban. You betrayed the Shafik and his stool. You betrayed everyone you could. Do you think you have somewhere else to go? Anyone to read on? You are a betrayer in the eyes of every ally you have ever been for the sake of monopolizing what should belong to them. You are a hateful traitor who wags his tail at a Muggle-born minister. You will drag out everything you know, and you have cut off your retreat. Your allies, they'll hate you for ruining their plans, hate you for betraying their secrets, hate you for setting a trap for them, and being the only one to walk out of Diagon Alley." Tom's speech became faster and faster, piercing old Malfoy's eardrum like a brain-piercing voice. Thank you. People like me deserve this kind of torture. It was never me who tortured you, Malfoy. It was you." Tom stood up and passed in front of the old Malfoy. "You betrayed your allies. You hurt your clan. You set the double trap of the Ministry of Magic and the alley. You have already colluded with me to settle all this. Rest assured, their actions in the Ministry of Magic will be fruitless." How ridiculous. Someone saw a man wearing a stranger's in Nelson's ring. If that was really Nelson, he wouldn't leave home. What you want? Old Malfoy was still holding his arm, but apart from that arm, the strength in his whole body was getting weaker and weaker, so weak that he couldn't even maintain the crawling movement, and could only watch the minister's leather shoes go away. "You used your ingenuity to wipe out all the prisoners here, and once and for all to solve the hidden danger of Dementors for Britain. You are really a great hero. The Daily Prophet will report on your great deeds in endless pages. Everything that Britain has done, those people who think they are extremely smart have been brushed around by your smart head. Are you happy?" Tom's voice floated faintly in old Malfoy's ears. "I really feel for you happy, but how can the hero's cause stop? You will bite those cowardly fish that slip through like the wildest hyena. You will do everything you can to grow the power around Nobby Rich. You will overthrow all people in front, because you have no choice. You are my thing, Malfoy, and I, Nobby Rich. To you who are all enemies, I'm the only choice for you to go all the way to the dark. I'm your last hope." Old Malfoy's face was buried in the sand. His heart was peeled away layer by Tom, and his strength was also drained. His posture had changed from crawling to prone. but that arm was still firmly held high. The sun shines on this wet, covering the forearm, as if there is really a brand that has just been engraved and is dripping blood. And hope is the deepest imprint in this world. The footsteps were getting farther and farther away, and the ground covered by old Malfoy's face was also wet with tears and sweat. Only he knew what he had just experienced. "Hey, Paul." Tom called to the aura who was carrying the wounded man, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "I'll go to the ministry to see, and the finishing work here will be left to Mr. Malfoy." "Malfoy?" Paul asked suspiciously. Could it be that old Malfoy took the minister's soul just now, while he was leaving? Thinking of this, he threw the stretcher on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and walked towards old Malfoy. "Don't be so impulsive." Tom stopped the angry Paul, took the roster in Paul's arms, removed a piece of paper, signed his name, and stuffed it back, and said with a smile, "He has done a lot for us, including oblique the anti-apparition spell in the alley. Belongs to his loyalty. Don't worry, he will do it dutifully." "Really? Really?" Paul still didn't believe it. "You stare at him. Take a good look. No one can do better than Mr. Malfoy." Tom picked up the stretcher that Paul had just dropped from the ground. After seeing the face of the moaning man on the stretcher clearly, Tom almost threw it down again. "Damn it. I'll take this abo to St. Mungo's. You protect the muggles here." "Forks." Paul stood at attention, and after Tom walked away, he quickly ran to old Malfoy, held the back of his head, and said sharply, "I warn you, Malfoy, help me up." Old Malfoy let him hold him, and after rubbing on the ground for a while, he said weakly, "Let me handle everything here." "You better be, like you say you are." "Of course, what else can I do?" Old Malfoy got up under Paul's rough pull. His right arm was still stiff. He sighed, and said softly, "Let the people in the memory cancellation office leave." "Are you crazy? What happens here if the memories of these muggles are really erased? The crisis of news of this accident will be beyond the Ministry of Magic's ability to solve. Believe me." Malfoy snatched Tom's signature from Paul's arms, and carefully spread out stuffed it in his pocket and said, "Do as I say. I know what they want." Paul hesitated for a moment, and finally called for someone to do something. "Send all the injured to St. Mungo's, and they must be cured." "Yes, including muggles. It should be that special attention should be paid to muggles. The dead and witnesses should be compensated accordingly. Don't be stingy," said old Malfoy, giving orders to more and more people. "Yes, using galleons. Not enough money? Don't worry, I will make a list for you later. I know how much money each family can deduct." "That's right, including Malfoy. Let's start with the Malfoy family. Choose some people for public interrogation and execution. Common people like to watch this. The British have the same hobbies as the French in this regard. We must express our determination to abolish the Secrecy Act, continue to adapt to this new identity." Deepening, the old Malfoy's order became fierce. His right hand curled up and opened unconsciously, as if feeling uncomfortable for some invisible brand. "In order to make up for the loss and express our regret, we can implement to those proposals passed a month ago. No one will stop us this time." Reinforcement from the Ministry of Magic arrived one after another, and the previous stagnation no longer existed. Some officials who arrived late looked at old Malfoy with incomprehensible eyes, trying to communicate with him with their eyes, but his eyes did not fail at all to them. "By the way, is your name Paul?" Old Malfoy stopped the aura who was staring at him, and whispered, "Is there any danger around?" "It's settled," Paul said without hiding the suspicion in his eyes. "A reporter who claimed to work for the Daily Prophet, the Times, and the Quibbler came to see you. Let him wait a while." Old Malfoy pulled Paul beside him, lowering his voice. "I don't know how many auras are left, but since the minister trusts you, I will give you a list. You get someone you trust to keep an eye on them." "You are such a strange person," Paul agreed, and turned to leave. "Go and treat your dragon plague and syphilis when you have time. Remember to bring your son." The minister really didn't lie to you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 580. Our dreams are empty. Darling, when you sleep alone, Are you thinking of me? I want to see you in my dreams, my sweetheart, but my life stops in a dream. There is no one in your dreams, honey. You want to see me in your dreams. Borgenbok twisted his body to the rhythm of the music, and the hem of his robe swept away the dust under his feet as he twisted. He stood in his treasure house. His face was as golden as a bronze man reflected by the surrounding jewels. His face was filled with happiness and satisfaction. Nelson even suspected that this person who was deeply poisoned by black magic could summon a patron saint by virtue of his current status. Mr. Karkaroff, do you know that the ultimate creatures in this world are dragons, and they sit at the end when they are born? Borgenbok sucked in the stale and dull air in the basement, but in his opinion, that is the smell of wealth. He said intoxicatedly, my life is longer than most people in this world. After I sent away my great-grandson, I developed the habit of bringing golden things back, my hobby at home. But the dragon, I have had the same pursuit since I was born. Nelson bent down and picked up a string of pearl necklaces from the pile of treasures scattered at his feet. The pink pearls are like a girl's face, almost exactly the same size and round shape. Every moment is priceless. It is a treasure, but it is piled up with countless jewelry like this. You might as well say that dragons have bad eyesight. They can't see things that are not reflective and even exoshiny. Just when he picked up the string of beads, these watery and plump pearls turned into dull powder and scattered on the ground like a castle made of sand. Only the gold thread of the string of pearls remained in his hand. You don't have to worry. Borgenbok stepped forward, stepped on the pearl powder without hesitation, and opened several closed doors around for Nelson. This thing won't fit. If you pile them together like this, nothing will fit. Squeak. The thick door shafts made harsh friction sounds. As the secret doors around him opened, more and more treasures appeared in Nelson's eyes, turning his pupils into a ball of gold, and the more stale smell of dust came from all directions. Pounced, there was a trace of shock on his face that satisfied Borgenbok. Nelson was surrounded by gold. Gold reflected gold. Gold covered gold. Gold hid gold. He couldn't imagine how a person could accumulate so much wealth. Perhaps only Gringotts could match the treasure house at this time. Although most of them were ordinary gold and silver, it was even more shocking than when he saw the secret room for the first time, when he was poor and white. He couldn't even estimate the value of these mats of jewels at the moment. He just thought it was a huge number. It was difficult for him to connect the contents of the vault with the shabby black magic shop and Nocturne Alley. I once calculated that a prosperous family can save a lot of money as long as the heirs of each generation love to hoard, even if they are stupid, but I have never seen any family as rich as me, said Borgenbok. Said in Nelson's ear that he was very satisfied with the response of the antique collectors. Nothing in the world is as shocking as gold, but in his heart, everything here is not as shocking as Nelson's finger, that unremarkable black ring, because every few generations, there will be a scum, a dandy prodigal son, who is always good at taking away the bottom piece of building blocks, so that the sacrifices of the ancestors will be ruined. Indeed. Nelson thought of the shabby house in Hangleton, and thought deeply. But I'm different, Mr. Karkaroff. I have a unique magic that allows me to continue in a certain descendant. There will be no prodigal son, because my descendant will always be myself. Borgenbok said softly, I think if any family has a collector with your vision for generations, then the family's treasure house will be greater than any museum in the world. Indeed so. Would you like a drink, Mr. Karkaroff? Borgenbok showed a satisfied smile. He stepped over the piles of gold and silver treasures and walked to the inconspicuous wine cabinet in the corner. For wealth. Riesling, thank you. Nelson took the wine glass floating in front of him, looked at the clear and transparent liquid against the light, refracted by the gemstone, raised his hand at Borgenbok from afar, and took a sip. For wealth. 5 years old. This is the only bottle of Riesling I have here. Fortunately, it tastes good. Borgenbok doesn't seem to be a very good drinker, but after taking a sip, his face turned red. His gaze swept across the glittering gold treasure house, deliberately avoiding Nelson, especially the ring on Nelson's finger. But I think you will like it, even if it tastes bad. The taste of hometown, isn't it? That's not true. I just like sweet ones. Nelson shook his head and put the wine glass that he had only sipped on the pile of jewels beside him. The goblet, lacking support, looked crumbling, but under the support of wealth, He struggled to maintain balance. He looked at the loudspeaker singing not far away and asked, "Bob Bowie? Big brother. There is no one who wouldn't love him." Borgenbok sighed. Even my heart, which has been lonely for hundreds of years, can't help but become restless when I hear his rhythm and singing voice. The pickup probe is drawn across the groove of the vinyl record, restoring the original singing voice of a concert 10 years ago, so that people who hear it feel as if they are in the live concert. The avant-garde old man is holding guitar and roaring on stage. "I've seen him in person," Nelson and Agreed said. "You actually brought this kind of thing. I thought you would only bring something more valuable. It seems that you still have some flair. I was a little anxious when I escaped from the UK. You know, many people want to kill me and hurry up. People like me who have experienced many things don't care much about these meaningless things." Borgenbok shrugged with a nonchalant tone. "So as you said, I only brought more valuable things. A valuable gramophone and matching records?" Nelson smiled. "It's the same as the beautiful magic mirror in Muggle fairy tales," Borgenbok introduced seriously, stroking the horn. "It's just that what it loves is the most beautiful voice in the world. They're all full of emotion. It will record the best music in the world and play it until it finds the next one, and it has not been changed for 10 years. Amazing little thing." Nelson asked curiously, "What was the last song?" "I don't remember. The last time I changed my voice was about 18 years ago. My nephew told me that someone was giving a speech, but I remember the voice at the earliest time, but it wasn't a song." Borgenbok thought for a while, said, "It was the sound of the cheering and booing of the onlookers when Louis XVI and his queen were beheaded. It was that sound when I bought it in the th century, so that I have been in it for a long time. I wonder if the seller recorded such a voice to trick me, but fortunately, 10 years ago, it finally changed the song. His voice is indeed heavenly." Nelson agreed. "He deserves this honor. I think the sound it makes next time will be your compliment." Borgenbok complimented. "Come with me. I don't just have these boring jewelry in my treasure house. What do you like? The soul of a princess? A burning horse that runs forever? A sword that needs to drink blood every day? A city locked in a book? An ancient prophecy ball? Merlin's snuff bottle? The oldest code or the scriptures? As long as you open your mouth, you will have them. What's the price? I exchange my treasures for yours." Borgenbok looked at Nelson, who was getting more and more interested, showing a businessman's Philistine expression. "Butter, the oldest exchange. You have a good idea," Nelson agreed. "It's just that I'm a bit too disadvantaged. I think it's more convenient for my nephew to blow up this place and pick things up from the ruins. I can see at a glance that you are a noble businessman." Borgenbok rubbed his hands. "More for less. Everything here can be placed on one side of the balance, and they are enough to balance the one you wear stone." "What? Are we being tricked?" In a block not far from Nelson, in the window, where the headless statue's arm was pointing, Andre, who was sitting on the sofa, showed a different expression. He looked at Barry, who was holding his arms and making fun of himself, rubbed his temples, and said, "Are you sure Malfoy broke the agreement? As far as the current situation is concerned, yes. This has even been a trap since a long time ago." Barry agreed and looked at Andre mockingly. "Don't you just ask Nelson for something you want? Would you still not give it? You are always thinking of robbing, stealing, and cheating, so can't you try some simpler methods? People who study time will of course know the meaning of time. It is impossible for him to sell his most important treasure." Andre shook his head. "It is impossible for him. HMPH, you don't want to treat a gentleman with a villain's heart. How do you know if you haven't tried it? What if someone is willing to give you that time converter? Steal it again." Barry taunted. "I've done what I'm supposed to do anyway, and from the beginning, when my people saw someone wearing that ring, I said, you might as well just go to him for it. Let's talk about things. There is nothing that cannot be discussed, but now it's a good time. You have completely made the British Ministry of Magic aware of your omissions in defense. That Malfoy has already been protected by those buses. You are not kidding, Andre." Andre sighed and shook his head. "This time it was my mistake. I was too impatient. The good news is, at least you stole Nelson's watch." This is the second bad news I want to tell you. Andre buried his face in his hands and said wearily, we lost more than a dozen people to get into that damned Department of Mysteries. Guess what? What did they find in Nelson's office? Some shady magazines and posters? Andre wanted to scold Barry, but he felt that he was the one who should be scolded the most, so he swallowed back the last part of the sentence and said, there is nothing we want, only that damned door. The damned door that has been in Paris for a year. Damn it, someone had cooperated to lure away the auras in Paris, so the penguins stole that door. Hahaha, thank you, I'm very comfortable now, Barry said with a smile covering his stomach. How strange this expression looked on his resolute dark face. I've said it before, such a complicated thing boy. I don't think Nelson can build a second one in less than a month. Well, you're right. Andre lowered his head deeply. I'm an idiot. I have to remind you, Andre, on the train in Poland a few years ago, the cheese was a little too sour. I didn't eat, so I was hungry in the middle of the night, Barry said earnestly like an old man, so just looking for something to eat. I thought that Nelson must have a habit of hiding snacks when he was young, so I went to his cubicle and guess what? He hung a bag of food on the door. Then I knew right away that he would take the initiative to prepare for you what you need and what he can give. What's the use of saying this now? I'll go to Krakow to work overtime later. Thinking of this, Andre became even more depressed. Oh, it looks like I know him better, and I can even guess what he's here for. Barry glanced out the window, where a tall, thin man dressed in hot clothes was walking quickly on the street, while another skinny old man chased after him. My good brother, Igor Karkaroff is here. Guess if you jump down and tell him you want to watch, will he give it to you? Andre followed his gaze out of the window, and the sound of singing floated in from the street. Your dreams are empty. Nelson was holding an old-fashioned gramophone, humming a song he had just learned, and looked very happy. Borgenbok followed behind him panting heavily, shouting loudly, you can't do this. Kakalov. You lied to me. Your nephew is not outside at all. What are you still pestering me for? Nelson replied loudly. We've done the deal. Damn it. When will we hey? Barry showed a mischievous smile, stuck his head out of the window, and shouted at Borgenbok. Bok, what did you buy? Of course it's Resurrection. Borgenbok, who was dazzled by the sun, heard his own voice, but he was obviously panting. He covered his mouth suddenly, but he heard the loudspeaker Libern make a sound that could be heard by the whole of Berlin. Berg Kimbok bought the legendary Resurrection Stone. Chapter 581. Boom. The sound of knives and axes woke up the dazed Christian. In the darkness, she didn't know how long she had been locked up. After breaking the car door and the last light with her own hands, she completely lost her sense of time. On the surface of her weak body, she seemed to have been locked here for a long time. Abo, who was stimulated by her words, did not come to pick her up. Even Tom seemed to have forgotten his existence. She didn't want to think about the worst outcome. The people who knew she was here might all be in the sidewalk alley killed in the attack. Her fingers touched a sharp object in the chaos, and there were many things in the back seat, but to her at this moment, it was like touching a poisonous snake while fleeing in the jungle, and she frantically moved that thing to the on one side, curled up in the small space between the front and rear seats. She closed her eyes, resisting the glare of the sun. This is how many times she had this hallucination. From the joy of escaping from the sky at the beginning, to the numbness of indulging in imagination over and over again, to once again destroyed by pessimistic hallucinations. Is the car being smashed outside? She didn't think it was a real sound, and she had experienced such an illusion not long ago. It was the third week after the slow plane attack. Two pioneers opened the car. The world had been destroyed, and according to them, Grindelwald rubbed his hands with hundreds of pills that Nelson had mentioned at the dinner table. Under the bombardment of the mushroom clouds, the whole world was blown into a mushroom-covered honeycomb, and she became a rare survivor relying on the protection of the vehicle. She saw Tom standing in front of the vehicle. He has turned into a mushroom holding a magic wand. She doesn't know what the weapon Nelson said is, since he called it a mushroom bomb, and was so feared by Grindelwald. It should be a kind of weapon that kills everything. Become a scary magic mushroom. Weak. She walked out of the car with the support of the two knights, and took the wand from the mycelium that replaced Tom's arm. She inherited their behest and planned to build a mushroom kingdom with mushrooms as the national emblem in the ruins. Just when Christian was about to start promulgating the third edition of the Mushroom Code, she woke up, opened her eyes, and the surroundings were still in the dull blackness, surrounded by the ticking sound of a device in the car, as if because of too much time has passed, and the interval of its sound has been much longer from the first jump of 1 second to now it only sounds once every 10 seconds. This sound made her very irritable at first, but her dependence on it gradually deepened in the dark. Without any reference, it was her only criterion for measuring time, and she began to worry that she was getting old, worried that she would be in a coma next time the president can't wake up, worrying that she spends all her time in the dark. She even began to envy Professor Sykes who locked herself in the mirror, and even began to envy those vampires who suspended their lives through deep sleep. This reminded her of what Nelson accidentally mentioned at the dinner table at a dinner party a long time ago. We can lose everything except time. If we have time, we have the possibility of turning things around. But if time is over, we can lose everything. Story is over. She even had another terrible dream. In the dream, she was not Lala, the long-lost daughter of old Tom Riddle, but a lucky one just at the right time. But the luck didn't last long. Nelson invented a sort of paternity magic that announces who she really is. She was never some Laura Riddle. She was Christian Jewel from the start, who stole Tom's sister's identity and savored years of bliss, and was abandoned by everyone at the same time at the happiest age. You liar. Tom broke her wand viciously in front of her, and she held the wand wreck in pain. A man who was equally sad came running from a distance, and it was Ollivander, who shouted, "This woman cheated me. She's a Muggle. She has no magic at all." Even Adele spurned her. "You are not a silent person at all. You just have a weird temper, and you want to use the silent person to make yourself special." Everyone was spurning her, the little liar who was born by a liar. She cried and begged Nelson to give her time, but Nelson took out a tattered watch that was almost falling apart from her heart, and twisted the hairpin vigorously. Push the pointer to the last tick. Professor Sykes reached out through the glass of the dial and dragged her into the frozen torment. Is my story over? Christian thought pessimistically. The knocking sound outside the car only sounded after a long time, maybe a few minutes, or maybe a few hours. She didn't know. She only knew that the device in the car had to make a lot of noise before it would ring outside. Boom. Boom. The knocking sound even began to be mixed with the sound of explosions. When the first human words outside reached her ears, everything around her suddenly became the same as before. The sound of the equipment inside the car began to sound briefly again, followed by the frequency of 11 a second, and the voice began to become real and clear, not like a hallucination. Merlin's pants. This is a rough sounding man, perhaps with a pair of mocking and powerful shoulders. His voice rises and falls with the knocking sound. Who the hell threw this beguine lump here? This is the magic car launched by the Shafik family last month, you country bumpkin. His companion sounded a little thinner, and the sound of the explosion seemed to come from him. This thing has a function. Turn on after the protection mode. It will be covered by such a piece of iron, which is the best anti-theft method. Egyptian wizards like to put this kind of thing on their graves. An iron cage would shut him up, and he would become a martyr in a pyramid. Are we serious robbers? Why torture us? Then what can we do? This thing is blocking the intersection, and the large facilities of the ministry cannot enter. Can't apparate? You are stupid. The anti-apparition spell was set not long ago. Boom hey boom ha. The conversation between the two was replaced by knocking sounds and horns one after another. After a while, Christian felt the body shaking more and more violently. She groped and grabbed the cold car window, looking forward to it. But the noise soon weakened, and the two of them seemed to be tired, and they began to fight again. Christian slammed on the car window hard, but the faint sound she made could not be heard outside. Which idiot would buy such a thing? Which fool? You are just jealous of his wealth, said the skinny man. Who else could it be? That rich young man who sells chocolate frogs. If you ask me, he is not a fool. It's Sabo. Christian's eyes lit up. Isn't he a fool? I heard people say that he was the first to be carried out of it, earlier than those fugitives. The strong man snorted. I heard that he was sticking to the shabby house in the middle of the road. Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts, taught so often now. Find a transparent cover made of glass? I really don't know what he's thinking. Who knows, maybe he likes this house very much, the skinny man thought for a while, and said, but it's true that he is very helpful to the ministry, and the muggles in that direction are all he and a few dessert sellers. After the wizard of the thing is broken, I think he should deliberately make himself eye-catching, so as to firepower, but he cannot be said to be a fool. Yes, but still too young. Soon, the sound of knocking came to Christian's ears again. Her eyes dimmed again, and she held her head and sobbed silently. She could somewhat guess why Abo intercepted the enemy at that place, and he was carried out. Is he dead? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have provoked you. The sunlight was no longer as illusory as before. The helper smashed the iron sheet outside the car, and the dazzling light made Christian unable to open his eyes for a while. She curled up, shaking harder than the car. Two gentlemen. The moment the car door opened, Christian rolled down through the gap. She struggled weakly for a few times, and lay on the road unable to move. The two rescuers looked at each other and laughed. The girl is stupid in being locked up inside, and the two gentlemen find a stretcher and carry them away together. Christian could only see the slender figures of the two witches from the corner of his eyes. They put away their wands and helped Christian up, discussing curiously, why can you make people like this in one afternoon? The wealth of the chocolate frog is not a pervert, is it? No, not. What is she talking about? Christian finally recognized the true nature of the rough male voice. It was an aged deep voice, while the other witch was much clearer. Maybe I'm thirsty and want to drink water? The young witch suddenly saw something at Christian's position just now and looked along her hand. Christian saw the sharp object that he had pushed aside just now. Her wand? Is the little girl a witch? Why doesn't she come out by herself? Can't apparate? Girl, are you okay? Hey, come here. There is still a wounded person here. Fortunately, it's a dream. Christian, who closed her eyes, felt that she had never been so relaxed. People outside did not know how long she had been in the car, but in the darkroom lacking reference, she almost wasted her whole life. Abo, are you okay? She didn't know if she had time to say this sentence. She only knew that she was placed on a stretcher, and when she woke up again, the voices of two men she had never dared to face were echoing in her ears. I heard you got a job as a professor. Old Tom's voice was even older than when he was seriously ill a few years ago. It didn't sound like a person who could still breathe, but rather like someone resurrected a corpse with some black magic for interrogation. Ah. Tom responded. He was sitting on a chair near the window in St. Mungo's ward, far away from Christian on the bed and old Tom next to the bed. He was holding a small knife in his hand and was peeling an apple. Christian, who was half asleep and half awake, was touched. Tom was actually helping her peel apples. When he woke up from a serious illness, how happy he would be to eat the apples peeled by his family. It would be even better if you can cut into pieces and insert a toothpick. Professor is good. I wanted to be a professor before, but unfortunately my family has too much money. Old Tom sighed. The profession of teacher is really good. It's not a lot of money. Tom cut off the last piece of sticky peel, lifted the apple, and took a bite. He could feel the sweetness of his tongue from the sound. Christian was stunned. Didn't this apple be peeled for himself? Don't you only eat tomatoes? Old Tom raised the question for Christian. How do you know? Snakes sometimes gnaw bones and grind their teeth, and I occasionally eat some food. I wrote to your principal and asked what you like, and what is his name? Oh yes, Armando Dupert. He didn't know at first whether it was because he was busy or he was too lazy to reply to me. The assistant, Mr. Dumbledore, wrote in the letter that he didn't know either, but this Mr. Dumbledore is a warm-hearted person. He inquired for a long time and told me some of your hobbies seemed a bit cramped. I bought a winery in Jersey, and I had people shovel out the grapes and replace the tomatoes. If you are free and interested, you can go and sit there. You have the same experience as me, the same last name. The name on the title is both me and you. I heard that the old masters who manage the winery refused to leave. Last year, they even invented the technology of using tomatoes to make wine. I think you might be interested. Like an old man who has gradually begun to lose his memory, old Tom babbled about the vast island located in the English Channel. An apple could be heard endlessly. I read the newspapers, and I don't know which one of those strange news is true. I used to use whips and wages, to drive the workers, to tread on my loom like cattle and horses. I also tried to invest in something about magic, a new factory. Although I always make money, I still feel exhausted. It seems that I have been lying at home for a year, and everything outside has changed. Oh. Tom turned and dropped the apple pods into the pot on the windowsill. The two of them didn't speak, and there was only the sound of Christians and Evan breathing in the air. You shouldn't be here. Just as Tom opened his mouth to speak, Christian, who couldn't lie down, finally woke up with a groan. Chapter 582 Berry. Can you imagine? A black man hijacked me into his underworld stronghold and told me that he was the first friend I met when I first went out on my own. Nelson looked at the lively Barry, eyes full at a sigh. Let me declare that I don't discriminate against the skin color you choose. But why did you agree to Grindelwald cast such evil magic on you? Do you know what this means? Back to 15 minutes ago, Nelson saw a big black bald head through the window facing the street, and two wizards with unkind faces appeared behind him. The bad Borgin Burke had already fled away, and the two wizards seemed to have known that Borgin Bok was going to run, and they didn't try to chase after him. Instead, they stepped forward and clamped Nelson from left to right. The tone said, "Mr. Williams, our leader wants to see you." Great rogue gang. Looking at the dense ones protruding from the windows on both sides of the street, Nelson whistled and raised his hands with interest. He had the feeling of being targeted by a group of primitive people with rifles. Nelson even saw a protruding gun muzzle in a certain window. He raised his eyebrows, watched the gun muzzle shrink back slowly, and replaced it with a dirty wand. Hey, it's much easier to use than that thing, isn't it? What did you say, Mr. Williams? It's nothing. I just want to correct you. Nelson shrugged. I'm Igor Karkaroff. You've caught the wrong guy. I'm very familiar with a high-ranking member of your rogue gang. A killer who kills without batting an eyelid. Scoundrels. You can be polite to me. The order we received is this, Mr. Williams. One of them raised his arm and moved his fingers, and the ones were attracted, but the feeling of being watched still did not disappear. Every member of the rogue gang A-man doesn't blink when he kills. And we are not rascals. Another person casually opened a door facing the street, slightly bent down, and made a pleased gesture. You are a distinguished guest. The leader has been waiting for you for a long time. Who can recognize me? Your Ibern is not Grindelwald in disguise, is he? Nelson put his hands on the back of his head and walked into the door. The entrance is directly to the stairs above. Surrounded by it was open, and between the pillars he could see scattered poker tables, steaming coffee, hastily put away food. But even in this transparent situation, he couldn't see a gang of scoundrels. People. It seems that this rogue gang leader who came out of nowhere has already transformed this dirty gang into a well-ordered armed organization. As he went upstairs, he sighed. Is your facade so broken? The leader felt that it was more important for us to dress nicely than to repair the gate. And every door in this area leads directly to our friends, our brothers, our family. Huh? Brother? Family? What's the matter? Do you have any ideas? It's nothing. I just think your boss is pretty good. You'll see him in a moment. The three of them walked to the top floor of the building. There was only one corridor facing the stairs without demolishing the walls. They took Nelson to one of the doors, watched Nelson open the door, and walked in by themselves. Are you here to ask the teacher? Nelson said without closing the door. Me too. In the room belonging to Ribbon, there is a tall and large desk, which can almost catch up with the size of the conference table. Behind the desk, there is a boss chair that is much taller than ordinary chairs. Nelson even remembers that this is the slope side alley, the new product. The rollers and rotating shafts under the seat really entertained many people who don't like to sit quietly. Sure enough, the chair quickly turned around, revealing Ribbon's true face, a tall, strong dark man with tattoos all over his body. Man, he showed a smiling face that made Nelson feel a little deja vu, and said, hello. What crime? He waved his hand and closed the half-closed door. Kill your enemy. Nelson dragged his chin with crossed fingers and said every word. Did you kill me? Liburn asked back. Did you kill me? If so, you shouldn't be sitting here. Should I be thankful that I survived by chance? Liburn murmured, leaning back on the chair. Or should I be thankful that you helped me remove the obstacle? Nelson didn't speak, but just looked at him silently. He could smell a familiar smell from this Liburn. I know, if that person is not dead, you will hunt him down until he doesn't want to live. For Ludwig can't. Liburn acknowledged. I've heard about this aura. You are here a friend from the Triwizard tournament. He's a brave man. Who are you? Nelson asked. Me. Liburn spread his hands, meaning resurrection. I'm a reborn person. You look a lot like a friend of mine, Nelson said, shifting his position in the chair, and fixed Liburn with a more stern gaze. Are you an obscure? The silent ones. Those guys who have been tortured by silence? Liburn smiled and passed his eyes to his side, but there was no one there. Nelson remembered this look, which was exactly the same as in memory. Barry was speaking before speaking. He would always confirm in advance whether White was by his side, and the direction he was looking at just now was exactly the position White was used to when he was by Barry's side. But this Liburn's health obviously did not match Barry's. He said in a mocking tone, "Do I look that vulnerable? It's not like that." Nelson continued to observe Liburn. The posture he deliberately corrected gradually overlapped with the Barry in his memory, but the feeling of incompatibility still existed. I found a little smell about Barry on my body, but there was a familiar trace of black magic with a distinctive personal style. It was an ever-hidden, high-profile, Grindelwald brand, and Nelson, who had lived with Grindelwald for many years, saw this style at a glance. When Liburn heated the teacup in front of him with magic, Nelson finally felt the silent and violent magic power he was waiting for. "Who are you?" he shouted angrily, and the sound woke up the members of the rogue gang guarding the door. They broke in and saw Nelson riding on the leader, pinching the leader's neck with his hands. They raised their wands and were about to warn. In the next second, they fell down in a rain of silver light. Liburn, who was crushed under him, smiled dryly. "You are stronger than what they told me." Nelson didn't speak. The white mist escaped from the gap between his palms holding Liburn's throat, enveloping the figures of the two people. In the pure white blurred environment, he saw Barry lying on the ground. He hurriedly let go of his hand. Barry's state was much worse than the last time he saw it. His face was even paler than the lost fog. The dark magic power emerged on his body, turning his eye sockets into black from time to time. It's just that the silent magic power seems to be difficult to develop at this point. A green chain is roughly strung on Barry's body, especially his neck. It has been wound around his throat several times, and the chain deeply tightens his flesh and blood. In the middle, sucking the magic power escaping from the bloodstains on the cracked skin, Barry's body had already been stained red by the blackened blood, but the mist that could always dispel everything in the first place on weekdays seemed a bit laborious. Silently, the magic power is so huge that even this small piece of mist can't do what it wants. This reminded Nelson of when he was fighting Peeves. Even if he was pulled into a blurred environment, the magic power accumulated for hundreds of years would be as difficult to dispel as it is now. "What are you?" Nelson swallowed the second half of the sentence in his stomach. Barry, who is a silent person, and himself, who has specialized in studying silent people, are very clear about what this means. He bent down, and his fingertips lightly brushed the chain that Barry was holding. Whenever his fingers approached, those ancient runes hidden in the green light would swarm up, making him feel the pain of burning and cursing. This kind of pain was unbearable, and Nelson let go of his hand after only a little attempt. It was really hard for him to imagine what Barry went through when he was carrying the chain. "It's nothing, Nelson." Barry smiled dryly. "Can you stop putting your knee on my heart?" Nelson turned over and let go of Barry's restraint. He didn't give Barry a chance to defend himself, and his wand pressed against the chain, emitting a dazzling silver light. "Helbo? This is the magic of manipulating servants." Nelson's expression became more solemn. Using a soul that is completely for his use to control a powerful body is his favorite magic when creating an army. Is someone eyeing your magic power? Want to take advantage of your silence? Nelson said without panting. Who needs such magic power? It can't be Hayabo, right? It's complicated and difficult to control. I'm also only at boot time. His voice stopped suddenly, and he stared fixedly at Barry's eyes that were constantly engulfed in blackness. He was obviously younger than Credence, but he looked more serious. Nelson had never even heard of this situation. He was not at all sure of curing Barry. Who else could possibly need such enormous magic power? Can you let me finish my sentence? Barry got up from the ground, looked at the surrounding pure white land, and a line of colored railroad tracks. Can you go back? In this kind of place, I always feel like a dead person. Gone. Oh, isn't it? Nelson shook his head, and the white color filled their eyes. Do you know what this means? Isn't it a good figure? Although it's not fair to this friend, I like this body that can run and jump. While Barry was flexing his muscles, Nelson's face turned sour. He saw that under the cover of his dark complexion, under the cover of the tattoos covering Barry's body, the black gangrene that was slowly eroding him, the silent magic had lost control, even through some unknown force. Method changed his body, but the silent corrosion became more violent. I thought the death of the silent person would be very heroic. I have read it in many books. Every person who is tortured by silence will turn into a blood-red firework in the end. This is what they left in the world except black. The last touch of color in the world. Barry clasped his hands together, as if praying. I'm looking forward to such a departure. I think the last red must be gorgeous. Our gloomy life may only light up when we face relief. You wouldn't do that, Barry. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. Barry shook his head. His tone was low. I'm just like any seriously ill person, lying on the sick bed, bothering my friends, feeling that life is leaving me little by little. I don't even think I should blame everything on my grandfather. He wants me to be a good boy. I'm just too rebellious, and he's too harsh. By the way, Andre has been trying to stop us meet. Do you know why? Nelson was silent for a moment, still did not say the death news that had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Is my grandfather dead? Barry chuckled. It didn't seem to fluctuate too much. He lay on the back of the chair. His voice became softer and softer. I knew he was going to die. You killed him. Should I feel relieved? Should I feel relieved? My nightmare is dead. Barry, I have the last photo of him. Thank you, Nelson. Thank you. Barry buried his head deep in the back of the chair. His voice became choked up, and he couldn't even finish a complete sentence. He cried for a long time, and he didn't even notice that Nelson put a large box behind him. After a while, he raised his head. His expression was normal, as if he hadn't talked about anything just now. Later, Master Grindelwald found me, and said that he found a way to make me run, when he was looking up the spell left by Hayabo, but the price was terrible. Does it mean anything? I don't know. That's right, I can't empathize with this feeling. Nelson, Barry said with a long sigh. They take care of me every day, but they are hurt by the silent magic almost every day. I know what you are thinking. In fact, if Lord Grindelwald needs my magic power, without any magic, I will give him everything I have. I should have died the year I left home, and he slowed me down my life afterwards. Why didn't you come to me? Why did you turn yourself into an evil puppet? No matter how I change, I will never be more evil than the obscure. Barry shook his head. I know exactly where the end of my life is. Even if Master Grindelwald tells me that you have the resurrection stone he is willing to give, let me ask you for help. But I know that it is impossible for me to get away with this method. I want to live the last time for myself. Nelson, it was Barry's turn to. Nelson interrupted this time. I spent the first half of my life trying to be a good boy in my grandfather's heart, and the second half just trying to give back Master Woe's debt. But I don't want to pay back anything now. Just like you have something you run for, I want to stand and run with you, with Lord Grindelwald. With Andre, with TZU wig, met my death with me, and I have things I want to do. Mentioned, and he stood up, took off his hat, and nodded to Barry. Fuck off. Don't make it look like you're mourning me. Barry couldn't help cursing seeing Nelson's behavior. I sent Andre away, and I'll help you in Berlin. If you don't look for me today, I will attack you in 2 days. Nelson walked out of the lying people, and closed the door behind him. I'm going. Don't die. Chapter 583. Death is knocking on the door. What is this place? Ludwig held the armrest on the outside of the carriage, raised his head, and looked at the invisible black, as if he was standing at the foot of a steep mountain. A weak ant. He sighed and looked away. Since the train finally put him here, then this place should be the end of the journey. Nothing can be seen behind the veil, as if there is nothing, and it seems that even the light that enters is swallowed up. Ludwig calmed down and began to observe the surrounding environment. Compared with a lonely train journey, this place is undoubtedly much more lively, but this kind of excitement is not what Ludwig wants. Countless people gather here from all directions with numb steps, and they maintain the stride and the same speed made Ludwig hesitating and the crowd looking extra dazzling. Each of them was the same as the fellows Ludwig saw during the journey, except for paleness. There was no trace of color on their body's color. After staying here for a long time, Ludwig already knew his situation. Perhaps because of the self-consciousness of the dead, he guessed about the blurred environment. Ludwig was just a little curious. In my imagination, I should enter certain a mythical hell, so as to verify whose legend is true, go through 99 and 81 hardships, balance evil and good deeds, and finally gain relief. But he never thought that hell is such a pure place, and it doesn't seem to care about good and evil at all. It just urges the dead souls who fall into it to the other shore. He saw all kinds of people in the crowd, although they have lost their color, but still retain some of the characteristics of life. Someone is riding a big white horse and carrying a white lance, maybe a warrior who fell on the charged road in the Middle Ages. Someone is an old woman with a vegetable basket. It seems that she forgot to bring her own bag when she went out to buy vegetables one day body, which reminded him of the stories he had heard about the professor of the history of magic when he participated in the Triwizard tournament at Hogwarts. I left the team in the last war and came here all the way. He doesn't know how long these people have traveled. The lack of reference time is meaningless here. The wandering souls from different eras have gone through the same journey to their final place. His journey seems to be relatively fast. Did you protect me? Didn't you make me a wandering soul on this pale land? Ludwig silently thanked the Hogwarts Express that sent him here. Along the way, he saw people crying in the wild wind, and the mist mixed in the wind ravaged like locusts in a disaster year. The person with color that he had just stared at became numb after the wind stopped, and became like a plaster statue that could walk, moving firmly towards the direction indicated by the railroad tracks. He saw someone fall into the water and be washed away. Cherished memory in self. Someone fell from the dangerous peak. Someone was dragged into the fog by the mud. Only he, who was sheltered by the Hogwarts Express, never experienced any danger, even though he passed through dangerous places along the way. It would be great if you could send me back. I still have a lot of things to do. Ludwig lowered his head and murmured. Perhaps because he had suffered too much in his life, he received unusual care on the way to death, but he would rather give up this period of peace in exchange for a chance to fight against this suffering world. The veil is slowly swinging in a windless environment, so if on the other side of the door, there is a sunny place full of hope in this world, he felt that his soul was longing for the door, and he couldn't help taking steps under his feet. But the complete memory and experience held him back. He didn't want to leave, and he was willing to wander in this desperate death. The bully had to hide from XZ, remembering the past, when he was ostracized, because of integrity and Armstrong. He always believed that most people thought the same as him, but under the influence of the environment, they had to pretend to be a gangster. He hoped that he could wake them up, but the reality was a desperate and insurmountable high wall. His efforts were like confessing to the withered and yellow weeds in autumn, and no one responded. Just like the current situation, those white people, they walked past Ludwig can't. Their pale eyeballs did not reflect any shadows. Even if Ludwig stood in front of them, it would be of no avail, and the soul that was heading towards the destination would instinctively choose to bypass, facing the heterogeneous in the crowd. He did not hesitate at all. He thought that perhaps he had no color at all, and there was no smooth mirror in the blurry environment that could allow people to see himself clearly. Perhaps he had already taken his own color along with the Hogwarts Express during the long journey. Colors, the past and memories are all missing during the journey, and he needs to move to the next stop with his soul cleanly. Isn't it a good choice to go to the next stop cleanly like this? Ludwig asked himself back. He just had some regrets, and felt that he was not doing well enough. He wanted to touch the train that brought him here, but his hands were in vain. The bright red Hogwarts Express was about to leave at some point. Ludwig understood it. He nodded. He straightened his waist, straightened his unknown collar, and walked towards the dark door with his head held high. The veil was raised again, floating over the heads of the crowd, brushing his face, reminding him of the first kiss between Nina and him, and when he was a child, his grandfather hugged him, when he returned home from the first year. Rough beard rubbing against the childish face. It doesn't hurt very much, but I want to cry. At such times, death becomes extremely gentle. Can't you take me back too? Ludwig said his final farewell to the Hogwarts Express. I squeezed through the crowd and ran towards the black door. This long and arduous journey, at this time, there should be something like death to count my life. Almost all ancient civilizations have depicted scenes after death in their myths and legends, whether it is an angel washing away the evil on people's body, a god of death with a jackal face measuring the heart and feathers representing good and evil on a scale, or the old woman waiting at the bridgehead will hand over a bowl of steaming thick soup to end her previous life. But Ludwig did not wait for such a guide, whether it was Avada who was guessed by someone, based on a spell, or the skeleton-like god he saw in Dura's paintings. When he was a child, he was getting closer and closer to the door, and the lost fog under his feet clung to him looking for the taste of memory, but he couldn't stop his already unstoppable footsteps. The black gate is getting closer, but it seems to be smaller and farther away. He doesn't understand the reason, but it is enough to see the whole picture of the gate. The ancient stone gatepost, very similar to the famous Stonehenge in England. The pure, yet somewhat colorful black made him puzzled. He remembered that, when he was painting, the total collection of all the mixed colors was black. Perhaps everything experienced by his fellow travelers was left here. The stone on the top, the veil hanging on the beam, was missing a corner, which destroyed its natural and perfect harmony. Ludwig didn't think too much about it. Perhaps in the laws of nature, the incomplete beauty is a part of the truth. The wind was getting louder and louder, and his footsteps were getting faster and faster. When those dazed people saw his back, someone finally stopped and cast empty gazes. Colors are constantly being lost from Ludwig's body, but because of his strong obsession, he is surrounded tightly. The whole person looks like a ball of thick and colorful paint on white paper. He is running wildly, flying, thick. The colors made everyone look sideways, and they fell on the bodies of the fellow travelers, adding momentary emotions and nostalgia to their rise. Because Ludwig passed by, some people stopped, but they were quickly submerged in the traffic, in the tide of death. The wind was getting louder and louder. As the distance got closer, Ludwig's ears gradually discerned the noise mixed in the wind. He could hear a voice protruding from the missing corner of the curtain, feeling unwilling and nostalgic. There is power, there is cowardice. While running, his tears slipped from the corners of his eyes uncontrollably, which is probably the sound of a loser. I have gradually heard some intelligible voices, swearing, hatred, and prayers about a certain prophecy. He was getting faster and closer, and the voice became clearer and clearer. Weeks in place name, and a massacre of a planned abortion, dense ravings intertwined, languages of different eras, accents of different regions. He knew that these voices should come from some people like him who were unwilling to keep their memories. They don't want to start the next stop of life, but hide behind the door that they can't get out and linger on. A cheerful smile appeared on Ludwig's face, and his voice was full of relief. As the distance from the door got closer, the attraction and pressure that Nelson had felt once came to him. It looked normal, and he was a little puzzled, but the pace under his feet did not stop. He knew that someone would complete what he hadn't completed, so he finally stopped being a despicable person and threw the burden on others. Thinking of this, his laughter grew louder. The heavy pressure made it difficult for him to straighten his shoulders and back. The door did not seem to welcome stained guests. He heard a hint of urgency, a hint of hope, and a hint of desire in the whispers in the wind. Someone was telling him to stop. Perhaps earlier, when he was still wandering aimlessly, hearing someone talk would have thrilled him, but the journey had come to an end, and he had accepted his fate. How could he stop here? Besides, surrounded by crowds, it was difficult for him to stop. Just like that, I rushed to the door and saw a black robe thrown on the ground with one corner hanging on the door. Without stopping, I rushed towards the veil. That's right. Nelson nodded to the people standing in front of him. Bodge and Burke did get one thing from me. More and more wizards crowded into this not so spacious path, completely enclosing the direction Nelson was traveling in. He was like a magnet, firmly attracting those greedy eyes. Looking at Nelson's empty fingers, the Wizards of Berlin confirmed the rumor from the rogue gang that Borgenbach had acquired at a high price from this antique collector named Igor Karkaroff one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. Its power makes people flock to it. Unlike the Elder Wand, that shows its power, but always swallows its owner, the ability of the Resurrection Stone to communicate with the dead has infinite possibilities. No one will feel that they are the wizard in the fable. The phantom of death blinds their minds, and they think that they have no great concerns. If they can ask them about their lost treasures and lost magic from the mouths of those dead wizards, maybe the Black Tower in Nuremberg in the south can change its owner maybe. Not to mention the most seductive legend, if you collect all 3 Deathly Hallows, become the Master of Death. What a seductive ballad. The Elder Wand changes hands frequently, and the invisibility cloak has a testable inheritance. However, the Resurrection Stone is the most unpredictable of the Deathly Hallows. Those who chase after the Deathly Hallows even have a longer inheritance than many wizard families. Before, they dared not even think about it, but now they have a chance to reach the sky in front of you. Wealth, magic, that power, with it, aren't they a handy thing? Is it the Resurrection Stone? Someone in the crowd yelled loudly. Immediately afterwards, countless longing eyes focused on Nelson's face, but he just smiled and didn't speak. Boom. The sound of an explosion came from a distant block, and people's attention was attracted by the explosion. At the place where the smoke was billowing, people noticed the broken roof of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, which was Borgenbach's site. Some people couldn't wait and acted first up. The eyes of the crowd turned to Nelson again, but he was no longer here. People didn't waste too much attention on this guy who sold resurrection stones. This kind of person who has an empty treasure mountain, but used it for a lot of money. What is the difference between a fool and a fool? Everyone who can survive in Berlin is a smart person, and smart people will always make more correct decisions. Some wizards have already disappeared in the crowd, but they are more attacking the people around them. Instead of rushing to the battlefield to fight and be picked up by others, it is better to deal with possible opponents early. Smart people think together. Huh, that's interesting. On the roof of the Kaiser William Memorial Church, Barry held the brass binoculars that Nelson gave him before, looked at Berlin, which suddenly began to dance with demons, and sighed. When did your potion level become so high? You still let me people set the rhythm in the crowd. You're such an asshole. I asked someone to do it for me. Nelson stood behind with a smile. After reading so many books, I realized that the most terrifying thing about the Deathly Hallows is not its power, but when people start to pursue it. When there is power, death knocks at the door. Chapter 584 Dark Clouds. Is this your man? Barry looked at the people who entered the city to fish in troubled waters with a surprised expression on his face. His eyes quickly turned to Nelson, and he asked a question. But Nelson also had doubts about his face. He just asked Fuai out to take Moody to Penguin to help him. He didn't give anyone an order to join the war, and he never even shared with anyone that he was going to start a war in Berlin. What's more, he didn't know those people at all. This group of people who appeared in the surrounding alleys took heavy steps and approached the streets shrouded in battle a little bit. They wore robes that concealed their faces, and only the golden sun pattern embroidered on their backs could be used to distinguish friend from foe. No one knows their purpose, and no one can see through their establishment. They are like ghosts. Even if they are very close to the battlefield, no one notices their arrival. Nelson's gaze was firmly locked on the sun-shaped ornament. His eyes gradually narrowed. He shook his head and said, "No. Could it be for the resurrection stone?" Barry walked towards the big clock behind the two of them with a wonderful expression. This time it's even more interesting. The footsteps of those mysterious people approaching the battlefield reminded Barry of the trackers by the river. They used their skinny shoulders to drag the rope so that the big ship with its furled sails could sail smoothly. If their steps were dragging something heavier. With a series of slight panting sounds, Barry's vision darkened, and the shadows slowly cast on his face. He raised his head, and on a distant mountain on the outskirts of the city, a cumulonimbus cloud brewing with lightning was bringing. He came crushed by a heavy momentum, and when he ran over the remnant clouds floating in the sky, there were already thunder and lightning roaring. He looked at the stumbling steps of this group of people, and his eyes became serious, as if they were really trackers. It's just that it's not a cruise ship, but a heavy dark cloud. What are you still doing? Nelson asked, turning around. They do their thing, we do ours. Barry responded, and the tip of the wand flashed with wind and thunder, and slammed into the big clock, that was still intact under the baptism of war. According to goblin rules, treasures belong to the one who made them. Nelson's voice echoed throughout the city from the big bell at the top of the clock tower, his voice drowning out the shouts and spells, and it seemed that the battle was more like a battle. Drums to accompany him, but as we all know, there are no rules in Prussia. What kind of stinky bad are you? Nelson's arrogant behavior and inexplicable declaration aroused the displeasure of the wizards in the church. The black wizards looked down on this kind of person who thought he was superior. Some people pointed their wands at Nelson's face, but in the next moment, he was knocked down by an enemy on the street. The wizard who knocked him down gave his opponent a knife, while raising his head to help him say his last words, Igor Karkaroff. Nelson had accomplished an achievement that even Bojinbok would have considered impressive. In just one day in Berlin, he made the name of Igor Karkaroff known. What do you want to do? I like chaos. At the same time, I don't like Bojinbok. I want this name to disappear from the world, so I made him the #1 player in this game. This kind of big talk aroused the dissatisfaction of the vast majority of people, and then spells shot towards the dilapidated church roof, but the stronger black magic power instantly swallowed up this attack that almost no one could resist. Barry groaned, panting, while reading on the big clock. This is what he promised Nelson. I feel like I'm at a loss. I like being an initiator, not a participant. Nelson waved his hand, and the smoke behind him dispersed. Will you be annoyed by being played? The winner may get the right to initiate the game like me. This is an opportunity, you despicable, shameless, dirty scum. You are used to crawling at the feet of the strong, but I know very well that none of you are safe for a second, and of course, no one is content with the status quo. This is an opportunity to rise to the sky, scumbags. No matter what Bojinbok takes from me, those who get it will have power that you can't even imagine. In your hometown, you use the power of black magic to dominate, but this power is false, and you see, who was driven here like a dog in the water? I understand your dissatisfaction and resentment. In this world, nothing is fair, so you have chosen a more convenient way to gain power. Gradually, the spells attacking Nelson lessened, not only because he would be attacked by people around him, as long as he was distracted, but also because his voice had a deceptive magic power. Barry even saw a familiar man in a trance. The gray-haired figure and Nelson gradually overlapped. Under the assimilation of the crowd, more and more people recognized his rules. On the one hand, they attacked the building that Bojinbok insisted on, and on the other hand, they swept away the surrounding competitors. Bok's shrunken building can only be closed tightly, and he can't even prove his innocence. He also understands that in this atmosphere, no one will believe his innocence. Even though Nelson's statement is full of loopholes, no one can think calmly anymore. Gritting his teeth, he looked at Nelson across the window. Their eyes met in the air. Those dark eyes made his heart tremble, and he shrank his head back suddenly. Strength is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. You see, this weak spell is almost scratching the surface of my boots. Nelson smiled and looked away. You all agree that the most important thing in this world is strength. When faced with such an opportunity, can you not be tempted? Those who heard the sound only felt that there was a charming temptress whispering in their ears, which aroused their desires, and the fire in their hearts swelled and swallowed their reason, and the light of the spell became brighter. This is a knockout match. There are no referees, no spectators, and no opponents who follow the rules. Nelson's voice resonated throughout the city. On the big clock behind him, an overwhelmed crack was slowly spreading. If you are afraid, just leave, never come back, go to your home jail to reform, and don't tell anyone you were there. No one paid attention to his words. I've seen this passage, like those muggles in Germany, who want to destroy people, and make them crazy first. Barry sighed, but I thought you would give them a chance to reform. Nelson, I don't have the qualifications. Before coming here, they have faced countless opportunities. The big clock was completely split into two behind Nelson and hit the ground heavily. What's more, I just gave it to you. Barry looked at the people who stopped on the street. No one left, they couldn't even stop for a moment, and the moment Nelson finished speaking, they fought again. Barry didn't understand where their motivation came from. In his opinion, the illusory resurrection stone was not as real as the invincible Elder Wand. Madness ignites the temperature. Barry, Nelson said, leaning on the railing, his dark pupils reflecting a magic spell like fireworks. You pour boiling water into the sea, and the sea will not become hot. But if you pour ice, throw a piece of it into lava, how long can it last without boiling? Oh. Grindelwald taught me a truth. That aliens will be assimilated by the environment, unless he has far more firmness than ordinary people. But unfortunately, this group of bereaved dogs who ran to Berlin to keep warm and bite each other were not so firm, Nelson said. The colors in his eyes gradually became brighter under the reflection of the fireworks, which also weakened Barry's desire not to get close. These poor guys, they don't even know what the resurrection stone is, and they don't know what I gave to Borgin Bokwat. I don't know that he and I really have a grudge from time to time. They only know that the winner here gets everything. But what does everything mean? Even I can't figure it out. Nelson straightened his back, attracting the eyes of many people who were fighting in the street. The thick lightning struck from behind him and landed on the broken obelisk of the Kaiser William Memorial Church, instantly lighting up the building as if densely packed. He held a soft felt hat in front of his chest. In such a heavy rainy weather, this hat used to protect him from the rain was actually the driest thing, but no one cared about his weird behavior. Who isn't eccentric for a dark wizard living in Berlin? Boom. Violent thunder came from overhead, and Barry raised his head. At some point, the black cloud that seemed to be dragged had already come to the top of their heads. It seemed endless, crowded the sky, and dragged the daytime of Berlin into the night. In the deep darkness, the whole city fell into darkness and silence. Boom. Lightning flashed across the sky, and at the moment of lighting up, the spell flew out, and people fell down at the same time. In this silent environment, where the film seems to be damaged, a silent but cruel killing began. Every few seconds, the sky and the earth will light up. The dark wizards quickly adapted to this environment, and those who did not fall became like a ghost. But the haze at the end of the street is a darkness that even thunder cannot illuminate. The black robe billowed and fluttered in the rain, forming one piece. From a distance, it looked like a cloud of black mist, or a tsunami of sewage. The cold street became even more desolate as it came. No one knows when and how the Dementors originally stationed in Azkaban on the small island off the coast of the United Kingdom came here, and no one knows their motives. They can only instinctively perceive the greed of predators with appetite. This desperate street is undoubtedly a feast for the Dementors. The experienced wizards quickly realized that the only way to defeat the Dementors is the Patronus charm, and as we all know, dark wizards cannot call the Patronus. Have you memorized this line for a long time? It's really difficult for you. Barry put down his wand against the big clock, looked at Nelson's back in front of him, and said quietly, "Nelson, we all get what we need. Is it okay?" "No problem." Nelson agreed, and then walked back into the shadow of the clock tower during the lightning break, looking at Barry, who straightened up and asked, "Azkaban's Dementors? So you organized a prison escape?" "Of course, but it's not entirely organized by us," Barry agreed, squinting his eyes and looking at the hurried crowd on the street. He leaned on the railing and let the raindrops soak his robe, which was tightly squeezed. Fitting tightly to his body, he unreservedly outlined the muscular lines of the strong Kanwu, like an axe chiseled by a knife. He sighed and stroked this body that did not belong to him, from shoulders to forearms, from hands to arms. From the elbow to the wrist, the fingertips slowly slid down, and the hands were crossed, making a gesture of prayer that African wizards are accustomed to. Not long ago, Mr. Grindelwald made a special trip to England for this matter. The Ministry of Magic? Yes, he told me that you got a good job at the Ministry of Magic, and he told me that if you could feel safe and successful in your work, it would be a thing that would make us all happy. Of course, we all know that you are not the kind of person who can sit back and relax. You can always find a place to squat when everyone thinks you need to move, and you can also settle down when everyone thinks you are tired. Nowhere to go. Barry agreed and said, "He also told me that he had to hold you back in person before proceeding to the next negotiation. I didn't believe it at the time, you know. Nelson, in my heart, you still the little kid on the cruise ship repeating pigeons and seagulls over and over with another kid. Do you believe it now? I believe it. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. I used to think that you and I were the weakest of us, but now I don't think so. Barry shrugged. I think at least Ender and I, only the two of Lie, can hold you back. You plus Andre are greater than Grindelwald? Nelson raised his eyebrows, throwing the small silver ball that he didn't know when he touched it in his hand. I've already recorded it, and it will be sent to New Menga in a few days. Germany to go. Haha. Barry scratched his head and smiled. I mean, Andre is in charge of being beaten, and I'm in charge of playing the emotion card. Andre said he would be responsible for the beating. You won't beat up an old man, Nelson. In the alleys. Barry put down the brass binoculars, and the place was already surrounded by water. The time limit for Nelson's previous advice to persuade him to quit has also come to an end. Chapter 585 Interlude. This is a net of heaven and earth. The three people on the clock tower stood in a standard equilateral triangle. Barry proudly raised the corners of his mouth, made a boxing gesture, and punched hard on the big clock that was split into several parts. Dementor, this is a dead end. Nelson, in the whole of Berlin, I'm afraid you will not find a second person who can escape with the help of the Patronus besides you. We are good at using everything we can use for me, Nelson, such as Herbo's magic. Lord Grindelwald told me you dismissed it, Andre said, for a long time before. In addition to arranging the transportation, my job in Krakow is to translate the classics that Lord Grindelwald brought out from the illusion. That kind of classics are in a form that I have never seen before. I have to say that it is amazing. Just like the memory contained in a crystal bottle, you need to experience the story in a special way, and then discover the magic lost in history from the story. This doesn't sound like a classic, Nelson commented. Maybe what you see is really an ancient memory. I remember that your preference for history even surpassed your enthusiasm for magic. I read your orders when you were in the center of Krakow. In addition to releasing captives through the boring game of cat and mouse, you especially pay attention to letting the resident soldiers protect the buildings in the ancient city of Krakow, which is very similar to my favorite student. He said that wars will only destroy human treasures, but they cannot bring new things. For thousands of years, people fighting and killing is nothing more than the alternation and overlap of power. Andre looked at Nelson with cautious eyes. The scar on his face was like an unpredictable mask under the lightning from different angles. I'm a little curious. Those so-called ancient buildings can only leave architectural styles. Maybe you can speculate on the style of the times through the method of peeking at the leopard. But isn't the memory of the predecessors a more detailed history book? You are the person who has dealt with Herbo the most. We also use this when we lobbied the International Federation of Wizards to release you last year to impress them. But why are you not interested in Herbo's memory alone? It wasn't until Barry's silence was suppressed that Master Grindelwald told me the answer. Oh, what did he say? Nelson was lying on the railing. The torrential rain blurred his vision. He wiped the rainwater from his face, turned his head sideways, and avoided a spell that was shot at him. Seeing the attacker fell in the heavy rain, his impatient spell became the brightest flare in the night. TSK. He said you were trying to maintain the purity of your soul, but I don't think so, Andre said after a moment of silence. I think you are fully capable of controlling that kind of magic. Studies have shown that frequent use of black magic can cause hair loss. Nelson shrugged. I still prefer patron uses to smoking black smoke. Really? Andre touched the top of his head, the lightning dimmed, and the conversation between the three fell into darkness again. The battle in the street below the clock tower also seemed to have pressed the stop button, and suddenly fell into a deathly silence. After adapting to the frenzy of the first two dark gaps, the black wizards with combat experience fell down like beasts in the jungle, waiting to mop up the first show in the rain. Floating and hiding his body, flying over the street, he saw a man with a mop head clinging to the trash can on the roadside and holding his breath. This man was somewhat familiar. He seemed to be a wizard who was imprisoned in a cell when he first came to Berlin. Half of the heavy shackles are still tied, and it seems that even the defense of the cell has been relaxed because of the news that Borgenbach has obtained the treasure. He didn't know how long he hadn't eaten. Even though he tried his best to suppress it, his legs were still trembling. At this time, the chains that bound his freedom became a firm anchor. His ears were prickled up. Hearing the noise in the rain and the cold breath from the dementors in the distance made him even colder, and even the hand holding the dagger began to tremble. Yes, this wizard who just ran out of the cell didn't even have a wand, and he couldn't wait to join the battle. He already had a target. A young, seemingly inexperienced dark wizard hid with him before dark. When he arrived at the same place, he sniffed the bloody smell in the air with his nose, squinted his eyes, and suddenly heard the sound of metal colliding with the trash can in his ears. The kid was behind him, and the two people leaning back to back on the trash can't notice a bamboo dragonfly floating silently above their heads. The young black wizard's heart was lifted. He understood what it meant to reveal his direction at this time. Just now his key was hit by rainwater and hit the trash can while shaking. Fortunately, no one noticed. There was a slight sound here, and no one was willing to reveal his position because of this short sound, but he still became tense. His breathing became heavy, and he didn't notice that a dagger had quietly approached his neck. The dark clouds are so thick that it makes Berlin even darker than the night. Even such a sharp weapon can hide his coldness. Just when the young black wizard rejoiced for his luck, the dagger had already severed his throat. The young black wizard let out a muffled cluck sound, and blood sprayed out from the corner of his mouth. This time the sound finally caught people's attention, and several identical green lights rushed towards him almost at the same time. He only felt the cold thing circle around his neck, and it took only a second for the man with the mop head to get behind the young black wizard. He left the dagger on the victim's neck, snapped off his fingers. He took away the magic wand that he was holding tightly in his hand, and those spells followed one after another, all hitting the young black wizard's body, making his dying life instantly extinguished. The man with the mop head pushed hard and pushed the corpse out while he rolled into the alley that he had already memorized. Lightning flashed, and people noticed the young man lying in the middle of the road. His neck was supported by a dagger, and he still kept his head up with a dead-eye posture. The blood stained the accumulated rainwater red and was soon washed into the sewer in the center. The repair parts and German engineers wrapped in oiled paper are nourished. Not far from him, a few lifeless people are lying quietly. They are the wizards who have just cast the spell. Every forest, every hunter in the world should know that they too are being pointed at. Boom. The thunder was long overdue, and a hole had already been broken in the wall of Borgenbock's mansion. Obviously, some daring guy from Egeo had already run in the dark. There was no living person on the street, only Igor Karkaroff standing on the top of the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church Tower, still looking down at the people under his feet with that haughty expression. Half of his face was pale by the lightning, the other half of the face was hidden in the darkness, and the maliciousness hiding in the darkness curled up as hard as possible. Only when the next darkness came would they stretch out their claws unscrupulously. Interesting, Nelson said. Do you have a program? We don't have this kind of creativity. Andre smiled. I think it is very similar to some kind of magic or tactic you have used to deprive vision, but a celestial phenomenon of this level may only nature or God can do it. Among these people, there are also some difficult opponents. Nelson didn't ask further, and then commented on the wizards at his feet. If you attack directly, I think Nermengard will think that they are difficult to deal with. Don't you know? This is a proposal passed by the International Federation of Wizards last June. That's right, you were being impressed by those people at that time. It's normal if you don't know. Andre understood. Egyptian the representative proposed to find a land of no man's land, to deport criminals who were not easy to deal with in their own country, and the place he proposed at first was Australia. Leave the kangaroo and platypus alone. The representative of Australia also said the same thing. Although they are a country founded by exiled prisoners from the British Muggle government, they have also had a ministry of magic in recent years. Andre laughed. Later, someone made a suggestion. Throw them to Prussia, so that they can be used to clamp Nermengard. The effect is very good. You see, I have been an honest salesman for almost a year. It seems that everyone agrees with the principle of using magic to defeat magic. At least it's like this on paper. I have to say that this is indeed an amazing strategy. Nermengard can't really fight Prussia. Andre shrugged. If the Saints curl up, when we went to Nermengard, they did what they wanted. We can only choose to cultivate agents to influence and even control here, but some people don't want to see us like this. They want to completely detonate the explosive kegs, so we went making a plan to get a time turner from you, a grey wizard who is good at making infernal corpses. Bodgin Burke was inserted. They know how to provoke you. They fear you when you are angry, and they covet your angry destructive power. You know the rest of it. You are Frank. Everyone gets what they need, isn't it? Andre asked back. You are not angry because of this. We cooperate with your plan to avenge your friends. It just so happens that we need some volunteers. Nelson's face was once again illuminated in black and white by lightning, followed by thunder, and there were several more silent corpses on the street. I'm not bad at tactics, are I? I remember that time in Poland. You subscribed to a lot of newspapers covering the war, and besides telling weak jokes that the rest of us couldn't understand, you also like to talk about the outstanding commanders in that war and their outstanding achievements, just like playing wizard chess. Although your chess stinks. Barry leaned against the railing, his pupils lit up by the lightning that pierced the sky from time to time. He looking at the fight under his feet. He teased, if you are the commander, do they still have a chance of surviving the dead end? It depends on whether you want to capture them or destroy them. Nelson squinted his eyes and looked at the end of the street. The Dementors were like a thick wall, not advancing at all, but they couldn't allow the Wizards of Berlin to approach them. As Barry said, this is a dead end. I don't know how many Dementors are blocked in the north, depends on the size of the team, and it will be even larger. If Andre really finds a way to instigate the entire Dementors in Azkaban, their defense line will form a pocket even without the group of mysterious people who were still watching from outside the battlefield. They were enough to surround the street, leaving only an escape route to the south, and the south was Nurmengard. I just want to know if my battle plan is perfect. As long as they are willing to fight in groups, under my command, this group of brainless things is nothing worth mentioning. Nelson's words are full of strong self-confidence. The same battle situation, similar terrain, similar weather, in history. I don't know how many times it appeared in the battle. Dementors? Even if I'm alone, they will be as vulnerable as the Maginot Line. Okay, I know you have a way of fighting Dementors, but unfortunately, Nelson, you are not alone. You need to charge with them, Barry said with a hint of mockery in his tone. Almost all wizards in Berlin it's like this. Nelson, I don't know if you still have the idea to save them, but I have to say, this group of people is hopeless. They would rather use the dead bodies of their companions as a shield to rush alone get out. Even if you tell them they have to muster their forces, they'll beat themselves up. If they are all mindless gals or sacks in cars, I'm sure you can get them out, but alas, each of them has a brain that will manipulate them to stab you at any time. Actually, this is a reason why I hate black magic. Of course, the harm of hair loss is also one aspect. Black magic is the most hierarchical cage in the world. When they gain power and life by praying to Hairbo, their ego has become incomplete, and they have already put on shackles. The strongest person can always control everything, just like Dementors can easily wipe out any wizard who indulges in it. They have personally abandoned the side of human nature that can fight Dementors. Do you understand? Nelson, what did you just say? Nelson squinted at Barry beside him. The lightning lit up the sky again, and a green light flashed past. I have blinked. It seemed to be the illusion of the reflection of the tattoo on Barry's face. To who praise? I learned a part of the obliterated history through translation. Nelson, Andre stepped forward and stood beside Nelson, and the three of them read side by side on the railing. Just like all streams have their source, a lot of black magic. No, all black magic except for some insignificant little curses comes from this despicable Hairbo. This is what we used to say when translating spells. Of course, since you killed him, it's not impossible for us to change our words and look forward to you. Boom. The thunder was long overdue. Chapter 586 Missionaries. I love to kill. I don't mean ripping out the throats of my enemies, listening to their wailing, letting their dirty blood splatter on my unclean robes. Tedious killing. I like to watch my prey kill each other. They will attack the weaknesses of the same kind in a way that is so efficient that I can't believe it. This kind of merciless cruelty is more decisive than when fighting against alien races, even in my memory. In the long period of time when they fought against human beings, their methods of dealing with us were not even as good as dealing with the same kind. I like to float quietly by the side, like a god of death, waiting to harvest the souls of both sides of the death struggle. That kind of despair and fear is the most wonderful taste in the world. Believe me, people who fall are afraid of death, which sets off the sweetness of the fear of people standing. Everyone says we like to suck people happy. I want to correct you. Don't you pick out the dirty things and rotten vegetable leaves from the ingredients when you cook. I have been wondering for a long time in the prison that humans use to imprint their own kind. Since the day it was created, delicious despair has never left my recipes, and I have not even asked for leave. The food that has become a prisoner at first, he would be arrogant, or show off his family affairs, or show off his fierce reputation, or tell those wizards who cooperate with us that they are innocent. But no matter what they say, it is useless. The fear is from this moment it was brewing. Like pickles. Oh, how do I know what a pickle is? What is that? They will quickly adapt to the reality that they are in prison and start to feel sorry for themselves. At this time, their fear is negative. Even if we try our best to lower the temperature, it is difficult to change the fact that the food is rotten and smelly. But please be patient. After going through this not so long period of pain, their taste will be improved by leaps and bounds. Fortunately, we have enough time to wait. Usually at this time, the guys who don't belong to our dinner plate will be taken away, and those who stay will accept their true fate. At this time, they will realize the despair and fear that have secretly sprouted in their hearts. Losing life, losing glory, losing traces of living in the past society. What is the significance of these things? I don't know. Maybe it's like putting some yeast powder in pickles to add color and taste. They will start to weigh life and torture and fall into struggle, but the dark cell will make their fears inflate more and more. At this time, we will find an opportunity to go around in front of them to deepen our impression vegetable. They will soon become depressed, and then, rage and uncontrollable, self-mutilation in a way that they think they can get out of trouble. This is just desperate self-abandonment, and the jailers will tell them that they have been abandoned by their families. At that time, it is our chance to enjoy a good meal. And now, in front of us is a big meal. Do you think that madness is not despair? Do you think those bloodthirsty lunatics hide a fearless heart in their trembling bodies? No, you are very wrong. They are terrified to death. Fear may make people shrink, but extreme despair will bring madness. Smell. Isn't this kind of madness extremely delicious? Every time one of them falls, Xianmei will increase the level. How to make despair ferment more delicious? Of course, a little seasoning is needed. What's that thing called? Hope. Ah yes, what a disgusting word. You see, there is light in their hearts, which keeps the expectation of life crowding out a small part of their hearts, and they are still looking for some elusive survival chance, but the fear is growing, which will make them their souls are fatter and deeper, and when they fall into true despair, it will be a feast, like we have never seen. Maybe we have enjoyed a similar feast when we were born. The Dementors were like an impenetrable wall, clinging to the ground and slowly moving forward. The wizards who were still standing on the street no longer needed them to leave as much space as they did at the beginning. They have no thinking, only instinct, and maybe some guys who have lived a long time have unique insights into food. One of the Dementors scanned the street filled with fallen wizards. The cloudy eyes under the black robe slowly lifted up and noticed the people on the top of the church bell tower in the distance. Their vision would not be affected by the thunderstorm. The sky is affected because they can only perceive the soul, and it is not clear whether there are eyes under the black robe. 1, 2. It seems that there are two of the same kind standing on the top of the bell tower. Are they like-minded people? They actually chose to observe their food at such a close distance, and even caught one to play with themselves. No, they are not of the same kind. They are human beings, but one of them has magic similar to the spell that created them, while the other, the soul, is shrouded in negative emotions that are so huge that it is difficult to look directly at them. Those evils are so pure, as if human instinct ordinary, but extremely evil, as if countless people were crowded together. And the food they took to the top of the bell tower was the one who liberated them with the master's magic not long ago. Looking at these three special guys, the Dementor's thinking was a bit overloaded. It froze in place, disrupting the frequency of the Dementor's robe swinging. Those three people were Barry, who was temporarily freed by using Hayabo's magic to control slaves, Nelson, who was using the power of Peeves to penetrate people's hearts, and Grindelwald, who went to Azkaban himself when he visited the British Ministry of Magic and dragged Nelson Ben summons Andre of the Dementors. Did you get the feeling a Dementor was watching us? Nelson turned his head and looked towards the dark end of the street. The Dementor was raising his pale and rotten withered hand and lifted his hood. A pair of dark eyes and a pair of empty pupils. The eyes of the Dementor met in the air. The monster actually made an action that was contrary to the nature of frenzy. Perhaps because a stronger instinct controlled it, it fastened the brim of its hat and lowered its head. Nelson used the mayfly to observe this scene with great interest. To the Dementors, a mayfly with only weak magic power does not exist in their eyes, and they can even stick to their faces to observe. The team of Dementors became commotion because of the reaction of this special Dementor. They even smelled the mouth-watering aroma from their own kind. Before a blink of an eye, the same kind behind the Dementor swarm. The sky was lit up by lightning again, and the black walls made up of Dementors were still in order, but they were one step closer. This small difference in position caused even more fear among the dark wizards on the street, and Borgenberg's mansion was already dilapidated. Almost all the walls facing the street were dug open, and the open floor still maintained its original magnificent furnishings, but the lights had all been extinguished. The decorations on the table were scattered all over the floor. Tables and chairs stained red with blood can be seen everywhere, and there are countless wizards lying on the ground. Some of them can be seen as helpers hired by Borgenbok, but more of them broke the door. As for the intruders who entered, most of them fell in the sneak attack between each other. On the entire first floor, there was no living person left. Explosions could be heard from the banquet hall upstairs from time to time, but it was hard to see what was going on inside from the bricked windows outside. On the stairs on the first floor, lying down, the wizard twitched unconsciously, and then he was completely knocked down by the spell from the outside world. This spell was like a starting gun that commanded the start of the battle. In an instant, colorful spells poured out from all directions. Even the three of Nelson retreated into the clock tower to avoid the sharp edge. These black wizards no longer chose to kill with one blow. When this kind of Dementor is approaching, and Borgenbok is right in front of them, they have pulled out their unique skills at the bottom of the box, taking advantage of the short daylight, frankly facing the person who found the position in the last lightning competitor's attack. But unlike Barry Andre, who was watching the battle on the street with relish, Nelson's attention was attracted by the uninvited guests outside the street. Those who approached the street step by step with their legs showed a completely different discipline from wizards. 3 or 3 formed a group, and the groups were connected with each other and completed a seemingly loose but tight encirclement on the outside only one street away. They are unaware of their existence, and the communication between them even only uses gestures, and even the shhs are unique, ensuring that there is no sound at all. Nelson frowned. In his opinion, this group of people didn't look like wizards at all. He could even see the muzzles of some people's guns protruding from under their cloaks. Muggles, what are they up to? What can they do? Could it be that the people of Prussia have come to take back their homeland? Nelson wanted to use the Muggle repelling curse to drive them away from the battlefield. If they want to restore the country, they only need to wait for the cannibalism here to end. In a wizard's war, only the first shot of a Muggle gun will have an effect. The rest are only sacrifices. But what they did next made Nelson stop the spell. One of them stood up and attracted the attention of everyone on the street. The light of the illuminating charm lit up on the tip of her staff, illuminating her still delicate but dust-stained face. Undoubtedly, it will attract the disaster of killing and killing, but here, it will only attract pious and firm eyes. Jacunda Sykes. The woman Nelson tried to stay away from him because he was afraid of being chased and called dad actually appeared in Berlin. Nelson raised his eyebrows slowly. He had tried his best to block the news about Jacunda because of the guilt of the evil prank. He even forgot about her after hearing that she had visited the memorial park at the original site of Second Salem. Noticing Nelson's movements, Barry tiptoed across the clock tower to his side, looked at the orderly line at his feet, and teased, "I knew it, you would never come alone." Nelson ignored him and his expression became more and more strange. He now has one reasons to believe that this team of muggles is going to kill the Prussian wizards on the other side of the street. I remember this man, Jacunda Sykes. Have you investigated her? Nelson turned his head and asked, what has she been doing lately? I know her not, because I investigated her, but we had a rally on the east coast of the United States a few years ago, and this woman fell from the sky on a broomstick, and it happened to fall on Queenie Gold, who hadn't left yet. At the feet of Stein, she was not in such a good shape at that time. She swore that she flew from England on a broom. Who would believe this kind of nonsense? But Queenie said she said it's all true. We thought she was soft-hearted, so we erased the memory of this Miss Sykes and threw her into the sea. Barry shrugged. Until a few years later, when I published a book called Wizards Over the Past 100 Years, I saw a picture of her in the stall book of the first witch to cross the Atlantic Ocean on a broomstick. Hey, good guy. I know what she did. Andre, who noticed that they had left him behind, came over dissatisfied, glanced at the street, and said, the badges on the people around her are the ones that have become popular in the United States in recent years. It is said that in the summer 2 years ago, some muggles witnessed the coming of the sun god in the sky of Boston, and later developed into a sect advocating the Sunday extreme. And then, when I was looking for a way for you to accumulate magic power, I found out that Sykes restored the magic that no one was optimistic about before. So I turned my target to Jacunda Sykes, the orphan of Dr. Sykes. While looking through the files in Krakow, I noticed a roundup of Jacunda Sykes. It seems that you are one step ahead of me, Nelson. In fact, the main purpose of the Department of Mysteries operation we planned while you were here is not the first two-time converters, but Sykes' restoration, Andre said slowly. After undergoing corrections on the shores of Lake Ontario, she soon joined the tomb guard at the Second Salem Victims Memorial Park. The protection of those muggles is very special. We can't find her follow-up movements. We only know that she appeared in a certain religious activity in Miami last winter. It was this sect. Now it seems that she should find a way mastered the sect and train them, just don't know how effective. What Department of Mysteries operation? What the hell? Anyway, if you fail, there is no need to hide it. Your defense is really sophisticated, and you are also very good at making people work for you. Nelson, you are really the most frank criminal I have ever seen. Nelson raised his forehead. I have never seen a thief and his master get along like us. Can you steal things with someone else? I really am unbearable. We have always been like this, haven't we? Andre shrugged. Although we have different positions, we have always been frank with each other. What is that? Following Andre's exclamation, Nelson and Barry looked at the muggles on the street. Their formations in groups of 3 and 3 echoed each other. If used in a wizard's army, their combat effectiveness would definitely be stronger than that of stragglers. This made Andre was curious and fearful, but what it was even more shocking was the weapons they raised after praying. It was a production line that had been running secretly, because it hadn't had a chance to show it. Nelson gave this power to fate, to Alexander and the stars in the sky, to decide where the gifts went, except for the batch allocated to penguins. Most missionaries are a random gift that falls from the sky, but they are like stars. They can each other in this way. The missionaries formed an unplanned institution under the bloody mouth of razor piercing the sky. They half kneeled on the ground, and the delicately shaped wristbands buckled on their raised arms with a shimmer of magic. In a daze, Nelson even heard the click sound of the bullet being loaded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 587. This is our war. Praise be to our liberty, our soul, our magic, our Sunday. They are the seasons of the sky, and they sprinkle stars in the night. The wizards on the street fought more vigorously. The breach of the first floor of Borgenberg's mansion completely ignited their urgency. From the beginning of the curse, it gradually evolved into a field that dark wizards are better at: poison, magical animals, curses, magic bombs, corpses. All kinds of horrible magical creations appeared on the street, undisguisedly spreading malice and the battle of magic became a supporting role in it. Even if the sky dimmed after the thunder, the battle of the wizards is also continuing. From time to time, there were violent explosions on the second floor of Borgenberg's mansion. The dark wizards who were one step ahead have fallen into a bitter battle. They are fighting everywhere without friendship or mercy. Every moment there is a once dreaded the dark wizard fell. Crops grow on the land that belongs to them, and the original forests, the roads of the residents, and the factories in operation. The land belongs to all things, and also belongs to the primates. Magic grows in the land. It does not breed evil, but only magnifies the soul. He is the light that breaks the dawn, the wall of hopelessness, the giant who walks in the shadow of the ridge, and carries the rolling stone on his shoulders. He is the fire thief, the cog of the world, the lever of justice, and each of us. While the battle of the wizards is getting more and more intense, the prayer across the street has come to an end. People's eyes are shining. Even the darkness brought by the dark clouds cannot be hidden. Those warriors with missionaries have become the center. Even in this atmosphere, their formation is still not scattered. The gushing steam outlines the figure of magic, and the eternal furnace drives the steps of reality. We pray, but no one answers. He said, stand up yourself. We call on this name, call on the Forerunner who has overcome all obstacles for us, and call on the power that he has given us in advance, and belongs to us. Jacunda took a deep breath, waiting for the next name, while the two people on the bell tower were looking at the owner of the name with strange eyes. Nelson Wertling Williams. Password, correct. Nelson, who was stared at by Berry and Andre, missed the scene where the missionaries started. In the words of Berry later, for a person who claims to be a historian, if he doesn't see this scene, he can consider changing careers. Muggles, magic. These two words that don't match are just like this, linked together by the wonderful weapons in their hands. Well, although I have always disliked your formalism, but the battle is imminent, I still want to remind you, my brothers and sisters. As the team assembled, Jocunda took the initiative to stand in front and pour cold water on him. I've seen some mobilization videos of Muggles before the war, and those leaders would always shout some inspiring slogans impassionately, but I won't do that. I can't remember so many lines, and I'm not your leader. Jocunda stood in the middle of the crowd and said in an extremely gentle tone that Nelson had never heard before, this is a tough battle, and it is completely different from the small-scale sneak attacks we have organized before. The dark wizards who are across the street from us with a large number and rich experience, we have no way to quickly resolve the battle like beating those underdogs who have been dragged into the dark alley. They will quickly, and you will react to a more brutal counterattack. Although experiments have shown that the iron armor charm activated by missionaries can resist powerful evil spells, it doesn't mean that you can despise your own life at will. You and I both know that life is our most precious treasure. You are a survivor in a cage. Most of you are slaves who were rescued from the warehouse. The enemy you will face is the villain who once captured you. I can't guarantee that the short and sloppy training can make you play missionaries. Strength, this is an alchemy tool that is inferior to the magic wand. You are people who have died once. I know you have never pitied your own lives, but dignity cannot resist the curse. Jocunda sighed softly. The tone is still gentle, but there is a little more worry. We don't have extra time to find more missionaries. This is already the greatest support we can get from people who support us all over the world. Among you, most of them even have to use bullets and flesh and blood to fight against the black magic that devours the soul at every turn. Let your minds always recall our training, the combination of simple magic, the tactics of magic and guns, and what we have to fight will. My dear friends, I don't think I'm qualified, but I will encourage you for the missionary maker, and warn you that he should be happy to see you rise, but not to see you fall. The rain completely wetted Jocunda's robe, and the sun pattern on her chest was close to the curve of her body. With her movements, it really looked like a blazing flame. Roasting the warriors running down the slaves market was scorching and stinging enough to make them burn in the majestic heavy rain. Many people have asked me why I stand opposite wizards, betraying my people, my compatriots, and let the inferior muggles who have been trampled by wizards deal with me. I don't know why. Jacunda raised his head, letting the big raindrops hit her face, and some of them fell into her shining eyes, forming a clear stream and slipping down from the corner of her eyes. I'm the same as you. I was also a person who died once. I was lucky enough to spend the most wonderful time of my life by a beautiful and peaceful Muggle lake. She did not stir up people's emotions, stated her interests, and did not confuse people. She just told her story plainly, just like the nun was like a lamb who came to confess. She didn't even finish the story, but just saying such a general idea was enough to infect the soldiers whose hearts were beating wildly. As the sky broke, Jacunda, surrounded by the crowd, raised his clenched hands to his chest. The black robe on her body, which was dyed white by lightning, was like a gauze skirt. At this moment, Z has a delicate and fragile look. Under the electric light, her slightly dark complexion presents a broken feeling that is difficult to look directly at, and there is a thrilling beauty. The soldiers in praying posture stood up. They were carefully selected soldiers. There were countless old and weak women and children hiding behind them. In the intensified torment, in the whispers of Jacunda, they seemed to be evoked memories related to magic. Their heartbeats accelerated, their blood was vigorous, and the dense heartbeats like drums slowly converged as they looked at each other. The weak tremors in the chest were linked together, bringing pressure like an earthquake to the ancient street under his feet. Barry felt that the handrail of the clock tower he was clutching began to tremble, and he looked at Nelson in amazement. But Nelson also had a surprised expression on his face, as if even he himself did not expect to see such a scene. Exalted, intense, fearful, desperate, expectant, painful, excited, and joyful emotions are intertwined, making the cold equipment on their wrists active. Perhaps magic power is emotions, even if Muggles never he does not possess magic power, but such a firm and huge emotion is enough to infect and activate the magic filled in the missionary. Nelson's theory has been confirmed again. He can even feel that a star flying over Berlin is also moved by it. A high-pitched falcon's brutality loomed in the clouds. The warrior wearing the missionary will form a 3-person team with 2 companions. They wear well-forged firearms and equipment, which wizards never look down on. When the missionary falls, another person will take his place. Duties, until the 3-man team all fell down, and was replaced by another team. The bullets of the brass casings were stuck in the clips one by one, and their movements were so light that by this time, the people who were fighting in the next street the wizard didn't notice their existence, and the preparations were completed quickly. With the illumination of lightning, they quickly gathered at the alley leading to the opposite street. Jacunda took the lead and raised his wand, but was stopped by the crowd. They did not speak out to persuade them, and none of the missionaries were equipped with earplugs to listen to this type of spell. They just shook their heads silently, expressing their gratitude and respect to Jacunda, as if to say, "Miss, this is our war." Jacunda was silent for a moment, and a bright smile appeared on her face. This was the first time she smiled so happily today. She briskly ran away from the alley and took out an Nelson's coin from her tool bag. The familiar little silver ball. She lifted the little silver ball, threw it vigorously into the air, and pushed it with her wand again. "What's that?" Barry couldn't help asking, seeing the little silver ball slowly rising into the sky and flying towards the streets, where the battle was fierce. "Do you know it?" Boom. The thunder sounded, and the sky suddenly darkened. Nelson only had time to lower his head and close his eyes, and he pulled Barry down, letting his face touch the ground intimately. Boom boom boom. This extraordinarily long day brought long thunderclaps. In the farewell eyes, the soldiers entered the alley silently. Just when Barry opened his mouth to scold Nelson for his sudden attack, a dazzling white light came on. The sky above the battlefield lit up, as if a sun had fallen into the world, dyeing everything on the street white. The vision of the black wizards who had just finished hiding suddenly turned pale, and some couldn't help covering their eyes and wailing. But the exposure of their positions did not bring any attack, because most of them had temporarily lost their eyesight just like him. Andre was not immune either. This curious little old man had been staring at the little silver ball since he noticed it, and now he was lying on the ground rolling around, cursing and asking Nelson to give him a pair of see-through eyes. The howling black wizards did not notice the footsteps hidden in the thunder. When the number 1 missionary showed his eyes at the entrance of the alley, those wizards who couldn't bear to look straight at ordinary times were lying on the ground like dead pigs up the street. He took a deep breath and raised his arms under the cover of his teammates. When he spoke, a flash of cold light flashed, followed by a burst of rapid gunshots. The next second, a blind werewolf accompanied him. The blood flower that shot up from the chest flew upside down, and its gnats were also covered with blood. Before he could release a spell, the missionary fell silently, while clutching his neck, that was almost broken in two. The iron armor equipped by the missionary, the mantra, did not even activate. This is the first downsizing of this war. The soldier holding the gun had no time to die. He dropped the gun in his hand, bent down, took off the missionary on his companion's wrist, and put it on himself. He closed his eyes and said softly, while reciting the Creator's name, a new missionary was born amidst the sound of friction between magic light and gears. This small episode did not affect the progress of the soldiers. They took advantage of the short safety time created by the small silver balls to skillfully use the missionaries to seize the terrain and build fortifications. As the bright light above their heads slowly went out, the street fell into chaos again. In the silence and darkness, except for a small number of keen wizards, most people don't know that in the darkness, there are new enemies that are eager to hunt and kill them. I never thought there would be such a day, to be honest. Barry's voice sounded in the darkness. This is even more bizarre than Lord Grindelwald telling me that I can stand up again. Why don't you talk? Did you run away? Nelson didn't run away. His attention was attracted by the things flying out of the fortifications. They were early mayflies, which were thrown to the penguins due to old models, faulty materials, and incomplete functions. It seemed that he took these things. The support was given to Jacunda. Although I don't know how he got in touch with Jacunda, the appearance of mayfly still made Nelson feel relieved. These mayflies that temporarily did not obey his orders flicked across the battlefield awkwardly, searching for the enemies around them, and their guns began to point in the right direction following the report. Boom. The dark clouds finally couldn't bear the consumption of the torrential rain, and as a big hole broke through the top of the head, the sky suddenly brightened, and at the moment, when the sun shone, there was loud gunshots, and in the barrage, there were one after another non-fatal, but crucial spells breaking through the wizard's hasty defense. The bullets reaped the same fragile lives as those they had killed before. In the first firefight after 100 years, people without magic took the initiative for the first time. Chapter 588. An ordinary person born in Trier. The adventure novels of wizards often end with defeating a terrifying werewolf and capturing the treasure of a giant dragon. In a more realistic way, the protagonist's enemies are black wizards who can make a strange smile. Adventure in the dangerous castle. The story unfolds in the eerie ghost and ends in the happiness of embracing the imprisoned princess. It seems that there has never been a story with muggles as opponents. Wizards and muggles are rarely related in the vast official history, and ghosts, just like two parallel lines that never intersect, or they originally lived in two mutually in the parallel world, only by chance will one side go down a certain rabbit hole. Since muggles were still wielding spears to hunt beasts, wizards have been using well-made wands to fly to the sky and escape the earth. From the first day he opened his eyes in this world, Nelson has been thinking about a question. What is the difference between wizards and muggles? At that time, Tom, who was not very familiar with him, was stared at every day by him, and he even developed the habit of looking up at the roof when he had nothing to do in the yard of the orphanage in Westside, for fear that there was a blonde-haired annoying ghost sitting there. He has always been puzzled. He has never provoked that guy who seems not easy to provoke. Why he always has an expression of wanting to cut himself open. Nelson quickly became acquainted with Tom Riddle, and they would go to explore the cave Tom discovered by the sea together, rescue the cat that Tom hung from a tree, and go to the back kitchen of the church to steal Jesus before he had time to give him a gift. Foo's bread was given to the little kid in the orphanage who couldn't go to church. He felt that he was no different from Tom. Until one day, on the way back to the orphanage after church, a kitten that fell into the water flew over the riverbank in front of everyone. One would think that Nelson, standing on the shore with his arms raised high, did something that no one could understand. The estrangement just arose naturally out of thin air, as if it had always been there, but was just noticed. Nelson's attitude towards other people in the orphanage was the same as before. There was no difference. He was still gently teaching some children to read every day. literacy, still enthusiastically answering all possible help, still sitting on the roof every day basking in the sun through the smog and clouds, but those children began to fear him, even though he was the same mortal body as them, the same 3 meals a day, going to bed early, and getting up early, even though the only time he showed his magical power was to rescue a drowning cat, even though he was still a respected and trusted elder brother in the West City orphanage, but he could feel that their love for him, the attitude is completely different. But Nelson still doesn't know where this estrangement came from. Is it because he is different from them? But everyone is different. Does everyone have such barriers? On the battlefield of magic, bullets will not bend. In the dense gunfire, the line of sight is cut to pieces by the after images of bullets. Every moment, people are shot and fall down. The Muggle hit by bullets and stray bullets. The wizard was obviously caught off guard and was a little dazed. They dodged spells and bullets hastily and couldn't understand why there were so many Muggles attacking them here, why wizards appeared in the Muggle team, and why Muggles could hurt wizards. Even though there were not a few wizards who were still showing their heads on the street, the gunshots did not stop. The inexperienced fighters could only choose to suppress them as much as possible. The fear in their hearts was no less than that of the wizards who were hit head on. The Dementors at the end of the long street greedily sniffed the smell of the street. The smell of death became stronger and stronger, and they almost couldn't hold back. Looking at the soldiers with guns on guard at their feet, Nelson felt a little unbearable. Just like thousands of years ago, the guns that Muggles are proud of may be the same as the long guns they used to hunt wild elephants in the eyes of wizards. Spears are no different. The iron armor charm that a third-year student can easily cast is enough to make those metal bullets ridiculous toys. Wizards are not wild elephants. They also have human brains. The first fire of a rifle may be enough it penetrated a wizard's chest. But how could a wizard who had seen the power of such a gun allow it to hit him when he fired for the second time? Through Mayfly's eyes, Nelson could clearly see that the wizards who survived the first round of attacks had already found a bunker, and some even started to form a group, will be vague. Nelson can already predict what kind of casualties this group of fighters will experience. Maybe they can severely damage the dark wizards in Berlin, but they will definitely not be the ones who stand here in the end. Those simple spells are not enough for them to have the ability to resist the power of true magic. He is no longer the self who was helpless in the face of Jonas' death. As long as he thinks, metal meteorites will fall from the sky, mountain-like giants will flatten the city, and lightning shot down from a place higher than the clouds is enough. He can incapacitate all the people on the street in a breath, and he can even make mayflies fly silently behind every wizard, and the sharp probes wrapped in poisonous potions will penetrate their spines and take them away as life. But Nelson just stood motionless by the clock tower, staring at the street, where bullets were flying across his feet, pressed the brim of his hat, and fell into deep thought. What are you thinking? Andre walked to his side and looked at Nelson's profile. The contours of his face had long been blurred by the gunfire. Only the soft felt hat on his head still retained its familiar shape. He could see that Nelson fell into the tangled eyebrows are exactly the same as the night before his favorite student told him about his ridiculous career choice decades ago, smoking a cigarette on the balcony of the auditorium where Heisenberg University's graduation ceremony is being held. He smiled and said, "You look very much like a graduate who is about to tell me that he wants to be a war correspondent. Aren't we now?" Nelson stretched out his hand and stretched out his arm from the inviolable safety zone of the clock tower. A stray bullet pierced his palm, and the part of his palm hit by the bullet instantly turned into a ball of water, and then after the bullet flew away, it recondensed into the shape of palm prints. He pierced the bullet with the red tail, and steaming at his fingertips, as if he was looking at a precious diamond. Standing in the center of the battlefield, recording people's die. Haha, it's true. Andre laughed even scarier. He also imitated Nelson and stretched out his hand, but his level of transgender surgery was not enough to support him to carry out such a human body transformation. He just used aggravated magic to casually he grabbed a handful of bullets, picked out his favorite one, held it up and touched Nelson. If I had known that this was such an exciting job, I should have followed along. It's not fashionable to drag an old man to take care of you on the battlefield who hasn't been young. Don't you think so? Andre shook his head. The green magic gathered at his fingertips, wrapping the warhead like a slow-moving worm. corroding it into a puddle in the blink of an eye scrap iron. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his hands and said, "That's when I decided to bid farewell to the dream of a civilized society that I had woven for many years, dispelled the disguise on my face, and hid in this world side of the minority. Face camouflage. Yeah, if you've seen your uncle's college photo, there should be a handsome man in it, right here." Andre seemed to be recalling something interesting and sent out every memory of the past. "Old people will make a voice. Such a face will win favor in a Muggle city, but when I return to Germany, these old scars can get me more respect. This is the difference between Muggle and Wizard aesthetics, is also the embodiment of the most fundamental values. Muggles like glamorous beauties, Wizards even more advocate bloody power. Look at what you said. It sounds like Wizards are not civilized enough, isn't it? If Muggles are progressing from stone tools to guns, then what are Wizards who are already using wands when they are using stone tools?" Andal put his hands on Nelson's shoulders, forcefully. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's just that you've been talking to yourself about spears and axes. It's hard not to be quoted." Nelson closed his eyes and sighed, thinking back to the days when he fell asleep in the Hogwarts library against the bookshelf in the history of magic section, where Muggles were forever tenants of lords and squires of knights, servants of the nobles. Even in the darkest and cruelest Middle Ages, all they can do is to define people with eyebrows connected together as werewolves and burn them to death. Occasionally capture a little Muggle-born wizard and behead them for public display, or serve the old witch who likes to be burned. Provides a complete role-playing service. Who would have thought that the first official declaration of war in thousands of years would happen in such a city that has long been destroyed by dark wizards? "Are you familiar with Jonas?" Andre asked suddenly. "I'm not saying that you and your uncle are strangers." Noticing the ambiguity in his words, Andre waved his hands and said, "Do you know what kind of person he was before he went to England?" "If you have to say that, I really don't know him very well." Nelson shrugged. "After all, I was not born at that time. I only know that he couldn't get along because he reported too many domestic problems in Germany and finally ran to the UK. It's not bad." "Do you know what he has reported?" "Jonas's relics are only press releases after 1935. Nelson shook his head. "It's mostly about things behind the war, such as domestic conflicts in Germany, corruption in the British cabinet, and so on." "It seems that he didn't tell you. He didn't want to apply his own story to you." Andre sighed softly. After the sound of rain filled Nelson's ears, he seemed to have just woken up. Whispered, "Strictly speaking, he is a deserter." Nelson's fist clenched tightly. If Andre couldn't say a word, he would hit someone. "Andre, I'm not in a good mood today. I know, Andre said with a gesture of surrender. "Go southwest from here, near Luxembourg, is his hometown, where Jonas studied at Heisenberg University the next year. As his tutor, I took my students on a holiday trip there. Trier. The place is called Trier. It's Jonas' hometown, and most of you can name it. The city is as old as before." And he had already found like-minded people there before he went to university, and since then, I have known that the major I taught him, literature, is not his destination at all. Nelson recalled the group of Jonas' hometown people who appeared at Jonas' funeral. They looked rigid, with straight backs and powerful hands, like workers, like farmers, like sculptures of thinkers, and like warriors. They didn't even speak to Bella. They silently condoled and left silently. "He used to do the same things as you, but of course, there are still some differences," Andre said lightly. "He is not like you, who has a prominent background, superhuman talent, and a unique mentor. He was just an ordinary man born in Trier. His family lived in a small house on the corner of Brucken Street. Great people were born on that street, and tourists often came to pay their respects. He watched the tourists who came and went grew up, and listened to the stories outside when they were their guides. He told me that he didn't know that there used to be a famous blacksmith living in the blacksmith shop not far from his home until he was 12 years old. People, maybe it's fate, maybe it's osmosis, and he also wants to be that kind of person. He is just an ordinary person who was born in Trier. It took a lot of effort to come to Heisenberg University. The tutor is a person like me who spends 3 days fishing and 2 days drying the net." Andre laughed at himself. He smiled. I can't even give my student a little help. I even persuaded him to give up those boring fantasies on the day of his graduation. Even when I received the letter he sent me, I was still thinking about being what kind of gift should I prepare when he comes to see me with his wife and nephew. The day he graduated was the last time we saw each other. Wanted by the authorities, I sometimes use relationships or magic to help him settle those matters, but after I returned to Nurmengard, no one helped him. He was alone and helpless, and the overwhelming malice quickly overwhelmed him. I don't know. I know what he went through, and I don't know how hard he tried to escape to England. Maybe he was discouraged, maybe he gave up. Later, I can only see him reporting in various corners of Europe in newspapers news, until I met you on the Icarus. Do you know? I actually regret it. If I didn't help him secretly, he might have retreated in the face of difficulties, or he could find a way to survive in the cracks. I personally cut off his desire to return to his hometown. Andre pointed to the battlefield below the clock tower. The missionaries have already turned their hands down countless times, and there are fewer and fewer fighters standing. On the contrary, the black wizards who are used to their old-fashioned defensive methods are beginning to gain the upper hand. Now you're me, and they're all Jonas Niklaus. This is their war. Chapter 589 Rain. But that's my war, too. Nelson's eloquent answer overwhelmed the sound of the torrential rain. His piercing eyes made Andre find it difficult to look directly at him. The light of the curse condensed around his body, attracting the attention of both sides on the street. Yes, Nelson, that's your war. But it's not your war alone. Andre grabbed Nelson's arm, and the light of magic power gradually dimmed Xylee. He shook his head vigorously and said, What do you think victory can bring them? It will only make the wizards vigilant, and then launch more cruel sanctions and revenge. You are a person who can see the overall situation and even see the future. Think about the event that was forcibly catalyzed and terminated by you war. Back then you could laugh and yell, and it didn't matter, because you weren't German, you weren't Jew, you weren't French, but now it's different. You're a wizard, Nelson, and you know what you're going to do next. What are the consequences of going out? That makes sense. Nelson stated seriously, but strictly speaking, my native place should be France. Don't you think I'm joking, Nelson? What kind of friendship are we? The last letter my favorite student sent me was asking me to take care of you who didn't depend on you. It doesn't matter at all. Andre screamed his teeth and warned, don't be angry with me. I got your things in a bad way, and I can freely admit that the purpose of my visit this time is Berlin. Lord Grindelwald needs their magic. I could even send someone from Nurmengard to help these fragile muggles kill them now, but I won't. Do you know why? You're right. Muggles should learn to stand up on their own. Nelson smiled, and just when Andre was satisfied with the effect of his persuasion, he raised his wand high, and the knotty elderberry was like a baton of a command orchestra in his hand. There is not much difference in the habit of dead wood, and no one would use it as a wand except for the legend. Some wizards on the street recognized this wand, and contacted Igor Karkaroff to soul resurrection. When she heard the news, their eyes suddenly became hot, and the spells attacking muggles also became stronger. The iron armor spells stored by the missionaries collapsed and shattered like paper shells, and hot blood was spilled every moment. On the walls on both sides of the street, the resistance of the muggles gradually became weak. Just like what Jacunda told them, the wizards quickly learned about the attack method of firearms. This kind of bullet that goes straight is no different from a toy to the magic barrier. Magic power can only support them, but black magic is even more treacherous and unpredictable. They are getting more and more disadvantaged, and it is even difficult for them to organize a decent counterattack. But no one backed down. This land that is being poisoned by black magic is their homeland. They have no support behind them, only their family members who need to be protected. Missionaries are passed one after another in the hands of warriors, and the brilliance of magic is getting stronger and stronger. They have reached a desperate situation. Didn't you promise me? Andre raised his arms to cover his eyes. The powerful magic power from the Elder Wand hurt his eyes, and the camouflage constructed by Nelson's transgender technique also collapsed under the washing of this magic power, revealing his original face. Andre wanted to stop Nelson's movements, just like he did just now, But even with the blessing of magic in his hands, it was difficult to get close to Nelson. Just like the prayers of muggles on the street, a fiery sun lit up on the dilapidated roof of a church that was destroyed by the war. Its heat caused the Dementors to flee crazily. The Dementors who were squeezed behind the team and did not escape the light were even burned to fly. As Andre, with Nelson's magic, approached step by step, the lines of the scars on his face were pale. "Are you crazy? Are you going to lift the table?" What responded to him was an unusually loud falcon. In the Muggle formation, several people raised their heads in surprise. They were not the Aborigines here, but people who responded to the call and came to help their compatriots. Some of them came from Boston, some had been to Paris at the expo, and they recognized the voice. Andre moved his arm from his eyes a little, and Nelson was gone. Only the ball of light, shining white light, rose higher and higher. From the point of view of wizards, the light is burning pain, and from the point of view of Dementors, it is simply a death talisman. But to Muggles, who do not even have magic power, it is so warm and peaceful. I'm afraid there won't be another person who knows the Patronus charm in the whole of Berlin. Thinking of what he had just said, Barry showed a self-deprecating smile. He put his arm around the annoyed Andre's shoulders and stood beside him quietly. The two watched Nelson's unstoppable movements together. The sun rose slowly, crossed the dilapidated roof of the clock tower, spread its wings and rose towards the clouds. The heavy rain that was dragged here did not even have time to fall to the ground and was boiled and evaporated by the temperature of the patron saint, forming a dense fog that enveloped Berlin. I can't tell whether this is ordinary fog, lost fog, or a mixture of the two. The Black Wizards have raised their vigilance. Nelson, who has changed his face, is obviously a bad food and has come prepared. This kind of chromatographic magic does not seem to be their kindred spirit. Could it be a powerful magic? They didn't know if they could resist this shocking magic. Only Borgin Burke, who was panting by the window on the second floor of the mansion, saw a big hole in the sky, covered in clouds and mist, and raised a kind of post-traumatic response. An agitated discomfort. No, here again. Andre is right, this is their war. No matter what his position is, he is still a wizard. The chicks under the wings can't even catch bugs. If he is gone or dead, what should they do? How to do it? There was a trace of determination in Nelson's eyes. He clenched his fist and lifted it vigorously. The mist emerged from the corpse of the dark wizard on the street, no different from the scene in Nocturne Alley. They rose into the sky, merged into the lost fog, and then condensed into purer mist and water droplets. The portal formed by the lost mist opened beside Nelson, and a huge, scarlet eye was looking down at everything on the ground through the portal. It was Alexander's one-eyed eye, and it was also the driver of the Hogwarts Express running in the illusion. Headlights, the red train is galloping along the rails, passing through the tunnel formed by clouds and mist, and coming to Nelson in an instant from the underground of Auschwitz. What replaced this rain was another rain, a rain of light shining with silver brilliance, a little bit of light falling like a meteor, falling down from the fog above the head. This deeply buried production line has a steady stream of replenishment, and it is overwhelming. The warriors of Gwar raised their heads, and the light spots fell on them. They were radiant and constantly deforming metals. They approached the missionaries, penetrated from the gaps in the structure, transformed into corresponding shapes, and fit into the missionaries like a puzzle in the structure of scholars. The originally rough and wild structure has become fine. Andre, who witnessed all this, has never seen such a sex change technique. It can actually complete the transformation and upgrading of these alchemy props in the form of rain, and the silver thread weaves the exquisite gloves are like boxing gloves in an octagonal cage, making the wearer feel full of strength. Andre looked up. Nelson's breath seemed to be beside him. It seemed that he was nervous about the atmosphere in the ward, or perhaps that the exhaustion brought about by the successive shocks was too hard to resist. Christian just turned over, smacked his lips, and continued to sleep. Soon, there were erratic snoring sounds in the ward. Christian's nose opened and closed. An unhealthy flush appeared on his face. A trace of coldness leaked from his forehead, and his mouth opened and closed unconsciously, tightly squeezing the quilt. Gyro's hands couldn't stop trembling. Looking at her, old Tom's face became a little nervous. He stood up with the corner of the bed and wanted to go out and call the doctor. "Don't worry," said Tom, behind old Tom. It's a normal reaction to the potion. Potion. Old Tom's footsteps stopped, and his face became even ugly. Even with his back turned to Tom, Tom could feel his uneasy mood. Old Tom seemed to be recalling the days when he was dominated by potions, and he seemed a little flustered, yes, but he managed to control his emotions in the end, and he didn't explode unscrupulously like the father and son when they first met. After a long delay, he turned around slowly, looked at Tom who was sitting by the bed, and teased the plants, and asked, "Is it reliable?" "Not sure." Tom shook his head. "I configured it myself." "Oh, then I'm relieved." Old Tom sat down with his arm on the back of the chair, looking at least 20 years older than a few years ago, like an old yellowed newspaper. "You won't feed Laura unsafe stuff." "Who knows?" Tom slipped a hand and pulled a leaf from the green plant on the windowsill, then quickly stuffed it back into the leaves and pretended nothing happened. "Eating will get stuck too. It's dangerous always everywhere, don't you think?" Old Tom shook his head and didn't answer his words. He looked at Tom's side profile that resembled his own, and after a long time, he broke the silence and asked, "I haven't had time to ask, Laura, why was she hospitalized?" "Rushed in, locked Christian in the car before leaving, and she broke the light in the car herself. And then, when she was rescued, she was already in a coma, mainly due to mental stress and loss of strength." Tom thought for a while and said, "I just asked Principal Duant, and she told me that some people will have this kind of situation. Staying in a small claustrophobic space for a long time will cause nervousness. She told me that most of this is related to childhood experiences. It may be that Christian was treated badly during the period of being trafficked. For example, every day if the money to be stolen does not meet the standard, they will be locked up in a small dark room." Tom spoke lightly, without any ups and downs in tone or expression, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing, but old Tom was worried when he heard it. He subconsciously clenched the armrest of the chair, and the veins on the back of his hands full of age spots violently. Tom pouted, walked to Christian's side, wiped the sweat off his face with a towel hanging by the bed, unscrewed a small green bottle for her to sniff, screwed the cap back to his own seat. "What's that?" Old Tom asked curiously, looking at the bottle in Tom's hand. "A potion that refreshes the mind." "Oh." The conversation between the two is always like this. When there is nothing serious to say, it is often difficult to continue. During the period, the wizard in charge of treating Christian came in and cast some magic on her that neither Tom nor old Tom could understand, and left soon after inquiring about Christian's situation. After the door was closed, old Tom obviously couldn't sit still. His buttocks slightly left the stool and said, "I just heard that your principal is here. As the student's father, I think I should visit. Let's talk about this, Miss Derwent. Speaking of which, he thought that Albus Dumbledore would be your next headmaster." "Oh, Dumbledore is the headmaster." Tom shook his head. "Principal Derris Derwent is the old headmaster of Hogwarts hundreds of years ago. I just went to visit her portrait." "Portrait?" Some wizards with higher achievements or wealth will leave their portraits to communicate with future generations, and they can be considered to have survived in another way. Magic. It's amazing. Old Tom's buttocks returned to the stool. "After I was able to get out of bed a while ago, I found that the house is almost the same every day. The housekeeper will buy some gadgets that have something to do with magic, and it's not even popular in London anymore. Even if there is no magic, the world is different every day. At least when I return to London every year during the holidays, everything here feels strange to me." "Yeah." Old Tom sighed, and he was a little concerned about Tom's life. "I know you lived in school most of the time before you graduated, and you can go to the West City orphanage during the holidays, but now where do you live? Can Laura come home after she graduates?" "Na's uncle and aunt left him a house, and I live in a room on the second floor, and I will live there during the school holidays," Tom said, looking at Christian, who looked a little better. "As for her, I suggest you better ask her what she thinks. I used to like to make decisions for her, but now that I think about it, I might be wrong. You are more like a qualified father than me." Father is not a job. How can there be any qualified or unqualified ones? "I'll go and see that abo first." Tom stood up, pressed his right hand falsely, and declined the old Tom who wanted to stand up and see him off. "You stay here with Christian. She is closer to you some. Chapter 590. He escaped and chased. It's raining again. Tom rubbed his sore wrists from the gloomy and dense drizzle, fastened the buttons of his gown, nodded and greeted the doll hanging at the hospital door, went straight through the glass of the window, and stood in the clear outside department stores with signs closed for renovation, and on the streets of London. They stood in the rain. Pedestrians passing by were not surprised by Tom's sudden appearance. For residents living here, there will always be some passers-by at the door of this old shop that has not been opened for decades. In the words of experts, this street there is a sewer pipeline that has been dusty for many years below. Sometimes the fermented gas rushes up to make people hallucinate. Little urban legend. What's more, today, there are more lively things attracting people's attention. Not far from King Geo department store, the entrance of a church hospital was crowded with people. The passers-by who were injured in the accident did not recover after being sent to the hospital. The family members who went to the hospital in a hurry seemed to want to give up God's blessing and turn their hopes to something more magical and belonging to the devil. This street is a parish with strong Protestant beliefs, and most of the patients sent here are from devout believing families, but some of the people who were picked up by wizards when they were sent to the hospital have even reappeared alive and kicking on the inclined side alley that is being rebuilt, but their family members have not recovered for a long time, so the family members of the patients blocked the entrance of the mission hospital, trying to take back their relatives. Although the doctors at the hospital agreed to their request out of consideration for the patient's health, the residents on this street were not satisfied with their decision, so they blocked the entrance of the hospital one after another, trying to prevent them from leaving. Stretchers and family members huddled together at the door, and the impassioned residents built a human wall to block their way. The educated doctors tried their best to persuade them to get out of the way, but they were quickly labeled as blasphemy. In other words, it is already a great blasphemy for this group of wounded people to go to the wizard's territory to play, and now they had better die at the feet of God and stop being obsessed with the road of embracing the devil. The priests in the hospital didn't seem to have expected this situation either. They persuaded the crowd helplessly and anxiously. Their voices were hoarse, and the firm belief instilled in the daily life became the most unbreakable high wall at the moment. It's interesting, isn't it? Tom turned his head, and a man wearing a peaked cap was standing beside him with a smile. Although it was hot and humid summer, this man was still wearing a turtleneck sweater, as if he had just returned from some bitter cold place. He looking at Tom. He raised his right hand and gave a hasty wizard salute to show his identity, and said with a smile, "I've been standing here for 2 hours. Do you know what's the funniest thing? Are you also visiting St. Mungo's?" Seeing that the other party was a wizard, Tom nodded his head and asked, "What is it?" They weren't so determined at the beginning, but the more these priests talked, the more determined they became. The man smiled and said, "Did you see the silver-haired man opposite? He is my college classmate. I told him a long time ago not to come to this kind of place to find a job. Look, it's very troublesome." College classmate? Tom followed his gaze. Among the doctors, who were blocked by the crowd, there was a man whose face was not old, but whose hair had already turned grey. He is a man of extraordinary bearing, but at the moment he can only see the 4 characters of burned and battered on his face. He looked at the man next to him again. On the crooked neck of the man, there was a dark red scar that was very eye-catching. Tom asked curiously said, "Did you go to a Muggle university?" "Yes," the man acknowledged, and stretched out his right hand to Tom. "Actually, I never went to a school for wizards. After all, I only became a wizard after graduating from university." "University? Does this still teach?" Tom was a little speechless. "Aha, of course not." The man shook his head. "This is a long story, Mr. Riddle. I came here to thank you. You know me." Tom felt vigilant and put his right hand into his pocket at the same time. "Of course, the story of you beating up Williams with that woman named Margaret. I've watched it over and over again." The man smiled, still holding his right hand, and the Deathly Hallows logo slipped from the sleeve. "I'm Ivy Darwin. Is it you?" Tom stretched out his hand and shook him gently. He knew the deal between Ivy and Nelson. Nelson once said jokingly, "The magic on that guy is simply a curse of immortality. If someone can take his life, I think it can only be you, Tom. I know there is a nice restaurant. Have you eaten yet?" Ivy blinked. I just rushed over and haven't had time to eat. Maybe we can talk while eating. I've been in the United States for a while now, and I've been doing some things that Williams commissioned us with Mr. Barburn, Ivy said patiently as he cut the steak. The two sat by the window facing the street, opposite the old leaky cauldron signboard. He scooped up a bowl of sauce with a table knife, spread it evenly on the sliced meat, lowered his head and said slowly, "You should know Mr. Barburn, right?" Tom agreed, and Ivy continued to say, "Then I won't go into too much detail. I have been tracking down the academic exchange meeting led by Dr. Sykes decades ago. By the way, he is also my college classmates. Is anyone else your college classmate? Like Gel at Grindelwald or something? If so, you can talk about it all at once." No, how could Grindelwald be interested in medicine or biology? Ivy smiled and said, "Drive Sykes' youngest daughter and my niece have been active in the United States before. I entrusted by Williams to protect Miss Lorraine in Alvermorny. I followed her up and investigated her and made some discoveries. I found out about the whereabouts of Melissa Sykes, another niece of mine," Ivy said. "Of course, it may be too late to tell this news, but you know, some stories can't be told without telling them. If you understand the process, it will seem endless. With all due respect, Darwin, I think you look much younger than your niece. This may be the immortality that you wizards have been pursuing. If I have a chance, I can explain the principle to you in detail, but trust me, you won't want to know, just like you won't want to wait until this pile is covered with sauce. What the cut of meat looked like before it was cooked," Ivy continued. "While tracking Jocunda, I found a sect of magic influenced by Williams, who witnessed Williams in the movement made by the second Salem resident regards it as a miracle, and it has to be said that in the land of poor faith in the American continent, such a strange sect has new tricks every day. I'm not surprised that Na will be regarded as a god by Muggles," Tom agreed. "The magic he admires is very suitable for preaching. Leaving aside the power and so on, the visual effect is never bad. I'm not sure about this, but this sect just hit the emptiness of the Magical Congress of America, and the act of secrecy happened to be abolished. Norton II didn't have much manpower and energy to rectify those places where the sky was high and the emperor was far away, so some wizards took advantage of the loopholes, a group of crappy wizards who couldn't get along in the world of wizards, and even those guys who were buried by you personally didn't want to play with them noticed this group that advocates magic. Packed himself as an emissary to spread magic to make some small money. Ivy continued to tell what he had seen and heard. At that time, Mr. Barburn was busy eradicating Nermengad's contact point in Boston, and Williams wanted a second the fast land before Lem, but it is not only a memorial park, but also an important stronghold of the despicable Hairbo, so he was temporarily caught and couldn't get out, and Jocunda was in contact with that sect again. So I could only follow alone, sneak in, cooperate with her to rectify them. Don't know what's going on. Maybe nephews and uncles are an unbreakable truth. As a Muggle, I hang out with wizards all day long, and as a wizard, she stays with Muggles as a hole in the nest. It's quite strange to say. What happened later? That kind of sect might cause trouble. I don't know about this. I was only responsible for expelling those wizards who manipulated Muggles. After that, Jocunda was doing it. She didn't even know my existence, and she didn't reveal any clues about her father, but it quickly became apparent that it was a trap. Trap? Tom, who was already a little sleepy, suddenly regained his energy and asked, "What happened?" "It seems that someone is deliberately using something related to Nelson to delay our time. Those wizards left a poison before they escaped. They said it was poison. In my opinion, it is more like an infectious disease. It will be easily infecting people who don't have magical powers, making them stubborn, like your love potion. I should have discovered it earlier. It is obviously not the level of that kind of crappy wizard." Ivy thrust the fork into the steak vigorously, his tone serious. "I'm not a real wizard, and neither is Barburn. We're all half assessed, and we don't even know anything about potions." Barburn's partner, Nagini, suggested that I go to New York. Mrs. Scamander asked for help, But the day before I arrived at his house, your headmaster called him away, and I had to go to his wife, Mrs. Scamander, a professional proud LUO. I didn't realize at all that this kind of potion that can make people stubborn can also work on me. The person who poisoned me seems to know who I am, and the poison he designed seems to be specifically for me. Muggles can transmit it to me, who is also a Muggle. But the wizard's ideal was still in effect. Tom pulled out his wand with lightning speed, pressed it against Ivy's forehead for a moment, and whispered the spell. The prototype is now. But Ivy didn't seem to want to be healed. He tilted his head, dodged his wand, and said, "Since I'm here, I have found a way to get past it. I'm different from most people. I can look to other experiences in my past for help, so don't worry. If you try to detox, you may fall into the trap of them delaying us." Sorry I keep talking, because without talking like this, I can't tell what I want. Your intelligence speaks alone, and I can only include it in my obstinate purpose to catch up with the fleeing wizards and find the antidote. Tom agreed. He quickly understood the reason for Ivy's chatter. He was still under the influence of that potion, and he was even in the activities he had done before to achieve his goal. When he came here this time, he also said that finding Tom Riddle was embedded in the plan. I've been led around in circles, and the letter that William sent me was half a day late, Ivy said. Look at him. The illusion he created can't last long. Someone will react soon, take advantage of his leaving to destroy everything he built in London. He hopes I can protect it, but you know, I'm full of brains. I just caught those few wizards, and didn't think about other things at all. They seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity, and arranged a net early. Everyone I could contact in the United States stumbled, because of various troubles. I stopped, and while I was waiting for you, I even received a message that Judge Shafik of the Wizengamot was going to find someone to hold you back when you applied for a job as a professor at Hogwarts. Fortunately, he died, and you returned to London just in time to protect Nobby Rich. Tom narrowed his eyes, and his eyes became stern. Everyone is caught up in important things. Please pay attention, everyone. Mr. Riddle, Ivy said in a deep voice. It knows more about Williams than I imagined. This is a picture of at least before the death of Judge Shafik. The big net had been woven, and it cleverly used one thing that could not be let go to throw off all the help Williams could get. As far as I know, the direct subordinates of Williams there were also splits and mutinies, all the time so cleverly, and they also knew that Williams had a reason to travel. Do you understand? So I have to remind you that Williams has been traveling for a long time. He's probably on his own, and I'm going to keep chasing those goddamn bastards. Chapter 591 Ugadim Laviosa. Lorian, I have a question. The young Nelson was carrying a steel frame that was taller than him, and stepped on a corner stool. The tip of his wand splashed hot and dazzling sparks, cutting the thick steel frame into pieces of equal size one after another like using a chainsaw. Steel embryo. He was wearing a thick cotton coat, a dragon leather apron, and the oven mitts commonly used by pastry chefs when he was injured. Lorian was facing away from him, sitting in front of a blazing blast furnace, directing the familiars to add coal to the furnace. Barry Andre and his party went to work, and only Nelson and her remained in this town in Clark. In the old castle on the outskirts of Corfu, the room the two of them were in was Lorian's alchemy workshop, and it was in this workshop that those familiars who seemed to have real life were born. Compared to a workshop, where wizards are filled with strange smells and the background sound is the sound of potion brewing Kudao, Lorian's alchemy workshop is more like a laboratory full of equipment and materials, or in other words, more like a blacksmith's shop. She held the bellows next to the blast furnace with one hand, and tested the temperature of the anvil with a mercury thermometer in the other. Compared with her self-proclaimed magician, she looked more like an experienced young female blacksmith. Through the opening of the blast furnace, it can be seen that the stacked steel blanks gradually turn red in the flames, and the different metals are also fused little by little under the forging of the magically controlled power hammer. The room was filled with the noise of Nelson cutting the steel frame and the rhythmic sound of Lorian pulling the bellows. Did Dinkus's aggrieved roar come from outside the window? This ferocious dragon was tortured under Newt's training, but Lorian didn't hear Dinkus's roar at all. This furnace of steel is about to take shape. After staring at her all day, she also began to feel tired. Seeing this, Nelson quickly completed the cutting of the steel frame, walked to Lorianne with the four-corner stool she had just stepped on, and took her hand from the bellows. He took off the top, sat down on the side, and began to pull the bellows hard. Roar. Wow, the roar of the dragon changed into a strange tone, and finally turned into the sound of a dog barking. Luolian was finally awakened by the scream, jumped up from the chair, ran to the window, and looked at the man downstairs with a perverted smile. Dinkus fed the mouse to Newt. Newt noticed that someone was watching him, raised his head, picked up Dinkus, and greeted Lorianne. The poor puppy didn't know what strange thing he tasted again today. Newt is said to be investigating whether the shape-shifting creature has the digestive system of a dog or a dragon. Luolian nodded, retracted her head, wiped the dust on the booknet from the glass, yawned big, and said, "You can ask. I read the notes you gave me last night. Have you finished reading?" Before Nelson could finish speaking, Lorianne exclaimed loudly, "How is that possible? That was my painstaking effort for several years. It took me several years to write it. Just translating it into English would cost me a lot of money. It took 2 full months. How could you finish it in one night? Don't young people need to sleep?" When she first came here, Lorianne also dealt with the local residents, and even accepted an interview with Jonas, but soon the German army occupying Poland noticed her existence, and she was keen on all kinds of magic and witchcraft. It is impossible for the Germans to let her go. Although she has all means to protect her safety, she has not seen a living person for a long time, because of the German siege. That's why when Nelson and his party arrived, she was very happy, especially when facing Nelson, who had a good first impression. She was particularly enthusiastic. Lorraine, who had his own judgment standard, was even willing to teach him the unique alchemy. Magic told her that this seemingly weakest boy in the group had some of the same qualities as hers, and would make unprecedented careers in the future. "I'm very excited when I see novel things, Lorianne. I think I can stay and sleep the next day, but for new knowledge, if I'll learn about it one day later, I won't have a chance to think about it one day." Nelson shrugged and continued pulling the bellows with another arm. "What's more, I just read it without asking for a deep understanding. I still don't understand most of the things in it. You may not know that I have dropped out of school now." "Oh." Lorianne patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. "I thought you were that kind of scary genius. You can ask any questions." Interrupted by Lorraine like this, Nelson forgot what he was going to ask just now, so he moved the crawling alchemy puppet to pull the bellows for him, took out the notebook he carried with him in his pocket, and started from the 2-page question. "I found one of the most important." Looking at the dense problems, Luolian's eyelids twitched wildly, and she felt that she was a little tired. "Oh, it's like this." Nelson found the problem and asked with squinted eyes, "I noticed that your notes didn't mention how to give family a soul. With some magic and alchemy I know means, I roughly simulated the production process you recorded, and the final product is about a doll that can obey the simple commands of a wizard. But these familiars of yours are not too much called artificial life in my opinion. Is there a self-knowledge, and possibly even a soul, that can really be created? Don't your wizards create life?" Lorianne asked back. After carefully reading her notes, Nelson has come to believe that Lorianne is an alien, just like himself. The magic and theories are very different, and even the foundation of magic is completely different. He stared at Lorianne with burning eyes, said, "Wizards are not without this kind of attempt, but most of them endow certain magic items with self-awareness, by splitting their souls or even using other people's souls for themselves. There is a special method, which is to give wizards portraits. Well-preserved portraits can communicate with people through the behavioral logic of the portrait even after 100 years. But this kind of portrait is actually a kind of magic similar to legilimency, which completely records the thoughts of the person in the painting at that moment. Simulate his mind. You know so much. I just read some useless history books. The closest thing to what you said is the house elves kept in wizard families. It is said that a long time ago, wizards created this kind of life and enslaved them to serve wizard families. Isn't there?" Lorianne said with a smile. "However, the academic circles seem to have different views in recent years. In the most recent Goblin Rebellion, the attitude of goblins towards house elves is hard to imagine, Nelson said, as if answering questions in a class on the history of magic, stood up straight, and said with a frown, they hate house elves even more than they hate wizards. Someone has studied their bodies and magic. Goblins and house elves have similar body structures and similar magic. Far from the legend of using socks to conjure house elves, I personally believe in another theory that has a lot of cultural relics to support it. House elves are goblins who were captured and enslaved in a war with goblins a long time ago. Looking at Nelson, who knows so many of these historical secrets, Lorianne was a little surprised. After holding back for a long time, she said, they sound so pitiful. Yes, it's very pitiful, Nelson acknowledged, and said, so apart from splitting the soul, controlling the soul, and duplicating the mind, there is no magic in the world to create a complete life out of thin air. Lorianne, you're familiar's what's going on again. Lorianne was silent for a while, admiring Nelson's inquiring spirit. In the earliest days, they used to use more scientific methods to conduct research, such as creating a life with various biological advantages in a petri dish, but magicians chose a different path, and they turned their attention to a more taboo-filled soul. How difficult it is to create a soul, not only to give it the instinct to think, but also to teach it knowledge and common sense. The research was at a deadlock until a genius scholar thought of a simpler method. Life only needs to know itself to be awakened. As for their ability, disposition and all subsequent behaviors only need to be handed over to the day after tomorrow, so that they can learn to live and know themselves like human beings, and this artificial life is called family by us. Listening to Lorianne's narration, Nelson fell into deep thought. You once told me that magic power and emotions are inextricably linked. I think it will be easier for you wizards to create a chaotic self. Lorianne shook her hair. After you learn how to create after family's body, I will teach you the method of making the core. The principle is actually very simple. The division of right and wrong is the first step for a soul to move from chaos to rationality, of course. If you can't wait to know, second can tell you now. Lorianne looked at Nelson standing in front of her with a smile. The young teenager was holding a notebook with struggles on her face. She whistled and continued to make steel. Let's wait until I learn the basics of alchemy. After a while, Lorianne heard a satisfactory answer. It's not a good habit to be so ambitious. Good teacher. His magic became more and more powerful, and soon surpassed the level that people of this age group should have. But even so, he did not let go of learning from Lorianne, and always visited the castle on the edge of Nermengard at dusk, tirelessly hitting the materials on the anvil with a hammer, and buried his head in the beginning. Already familiar with the work of the heart, there are always a few curious guests in Lorianne's house. Even if Grindelwald has never met her, he pays more attention to her than ever before. This brand new magic represents infinite possibilities. I heard that there is a new situation in Krakow recently. Nelson may be sent to preside over the overall situation. She still finds it difficult to understand how much ability and energy such a young little wizard has to do. So many adults can't handle it. She remembered the story of the house elf that Nelson told her when he was in Krakow. In her opinion, Grindelwald's oppression of Nelson was much worse than that of the house elf, but Nelson was like a bowstring. The tension in his back seemed to keep emphasizing that he could do more. Looking at Nelson, who was fighting with the hammer, Lorianne showed a trace of unbearable expression. The little boy back then had already built a body of strong muscles, and his shirt was wet with sweat, outlining the lines carved with knives and axes. Take a break, Nelson. Lorianne handed over a glass of fruit juice squeezed from the fruit she grew herself, and said in relief, you can rest well with me. Don't worry too much. Don't you want to go home? Nelson didn't stop the movement in his hands. The red-hot and even whitish steel ingot showed a regular outline under his magical hammer. I don't want to find a way to go home. You have become an old girl, by the way, and you are such a beautiful and intelligent girl. There must be someone waiting for you. Nelson's words made Lorianne freeze, as if under a petrification spell. The water glass slipped from her hand, and the red watermelon juice splashed with the burst glass, spilling all over her skirt, Nelson's body, and the still hot steel ingot. There are beautiful patterns on it. What's wrong with you? Nelson put down the hammer, for fear that something might happen to Lorianne. It's nothing. Lorianne didn't expect that Nelson still remembered her wish when they met for the first time. Her eyes were a little wet. She turned her head and wiped it with the back of her hand and said, "I'll teach you how to make a core today." "That's what you did before. I will give you the core when you hit an exclamation mark." Nelson and Lorianne's questions and answers could be heard from time to time in the ancient castle, and the teenagers who entered and succeeded grew taller and more mature day by day. "Lorianne, if I make the core bigger, can I drive a giant?" "I think it can, but the bigger the body, the more magic power and more complex structure it needs." "Can familiar learn magic?" "Since they are created by magic, I don't think they are muggles." "Didn't you get a silver mine?" "We can try it now. With the help of magic dolls, can those who don't know magic use magic?" The place of this conversation was in a beautiful garden. The top of Mount Greylock was shrouded in clouds and mist, and the two had already arrived in Alvermorny. "I have an idea to combine them with non-magic muggles, like a crutch." "I don't know." Lorianne could no longer answer Nelson's unrestrained questions. She smiled as before. "Let's try. Let's try." Under the command of Nelson's wand, the magical beings scattered in the world searched for the nearest missionary combination. The process was exactly the same as he expected and tried countless times. The clumsy and rough missionaries slowly moved in. The sound of metal friction transformed into a pair of docile gloves. The light is no longer so dazzling, but has become restrained. A warrior who had harvested new clothes shook his head. He had some auditory hallucinations, as if the glove was speaking to him. The confused warrior turned over the fortifications and walked towards a fallen wizard under the obstruction of his companions. A green magic light rushed towards him with killing intent. He had no time to react, but the mirror-like defense had already quietly opened. He bent down, took the wand from the black wizard's hand, and held it in front of his chest. He felt like a warm current nourishing his tense nerves like never before. Following the guidance in his heart, he turned his wrist awkwardly, and the tip of the wand trembled, pointing to a broken wand not far away. Wingardium Leviosa. This was the first spell that the freshmen of Hogwarts were exposed to, and half of the wand struggled to float in the rain. What is the difference between wizards and muggles? A soul with magical powers, willing to lend a helping hand. The exchange of spells and bullets ceased for a moment. The rain also stopped. Chapter 592. A Muggle, using a wand. On the opposite side of the long street, a wizard with his head exposed behind the corpse of his companion stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He couldn't believe what he saw. He turned his head and saw a pair of equally shocked eyes behind the cover behind him. The wand in the owner's hand was still firmly pointed at his back, but he didn't care about dodging or counter-attacking at all. He just repeated the question numbly. A Muggle, using a wand. A numbness that rose from the soles of his feet quickly swept across his body and went straight to the top of his head, almost piercing his skull, but finally it drained from his eyes and ears. The rain had stopped, but he felt his whole body is cold, and he is more afraid than when he encountered a giant dragon in the wild when he was young. This kind of fear belongs to human instinct. When a person sees something that is almost exactly the same as himself but completely different, he will instinctively shudder. Muggles are it's easy to tell, but what about when a Muggle picks up a wand and can use magic? He knew that the guy in the strange robe in the distance was different from himself, but what was the difference? There was a horror of being replaced in his heart, recalling the horror stories he heard as a child about being replaced by people under the bed and shadows. This is fake. The wand pointing at his back slipped from his hand. The wizard also stood up, his eyes widened, looking at the Muggle who was clumsily using the transfiguration charm in the distance, his lips trembling. It must be a trick. My brother is a squib, and a wand is no different to him than a fire stick. But that seems to be a levitating spell. The wizard at first was not sure, because the movement was too clumsy, too slow, and too like a magic beginner who had just entered school. Maybe they were wizards in disguise? After all, before the wizard behind him could finish his sentence, a stray bullet shot from a distance. The moment he saw the muzzle flame, he bent down and hid behind the bunker, but the target standing in front was not so lucky. The first bullet passed through his ear, and the noise of piercing the air instantly stunned his consciousness, while the next bullet fired in a row passed directly between his eyebrows, neatly and without a trace, offset by an inch. Dark red blood left from his forehead, and he fell backwards slowly. The fire was like the starting gun on the field, and the people who were shocked by the scene not long ago would be awakened. In the next second, in the silverlight rain, a fierce spell started shooting indiscriminately again. Nelson stands in the air. Behind him is a steel silver falcon flying high. Its sharp claws pinch Nelson's shoulders, and its interlocking and complex eyeballs are slowly turning. Through the silver shadow and light pollution, the position of each missionary was marked in front of Nelson's eyes. The high wind blew the hem of Nelson's robe, and he pressed the brim of his hat tightly. Even Andre on the ground could clearly see the joy on his face. Under the control of transfiguration, the dense rain of light becomes regular parts, embedded in old-fashioned products. The rhythm of gear rotation is like a melodious symphony, and the sound of sirens from far in the clouds is the long song of the auxiliary music. The sound of the trumpets and the dense drum beats stimulated the exciting rhythm, making the hearts of Nelson and the muggles on the long street pound wildly. Damn. Andre also noticed the muggle holding up the wand. His face changed drastically, and he waved his wand in desperation, and a cold green light rushed towards that person like a life-threatening lightning. The muggle holding the wand was still immersed in this incomprehensible scene, and didn't even notice that death was approaching from behind. Just when the killing curse was about to hit him, a spot of light that was about to hit the ground quickly spread out, turning into it became a shiny magic mirror. The curse rubbed against the slightly tilted mirror and flew into the air, while the mirror that had withstood Andre's blow was shattered into a pile of scum. He raised his head, and Nelson, who was hovering in the air, was putting away the black walnut wand in his left hand, and continued to focus on the experience on the old wand in his right hand. Nelson noticed Andre's gaze, grinned, and showed him a bright smile. Andre ignored it, and crazily attacked the muggle holding the wand, but this time there was no need for Nelson to make a move. The upgraded missionary activated a strengthened defense by himself, using local materials. The debris scattered around him turned into shields, clustering around him. Just as Andre was attacking, several more missionaries completed the upgrade. More complex and precise parts made up soft gloves. The restrained magic light does not show off its kanwu. The missionaries gained inspiration from the original warriors, picked up the scattered wands belonging to the casualty wizards one after another, and felt the first spell in their lives. Seeing more and more transformed missionaries, Andre's calm attitude disappeared without a trace. He strode to Barry's side, whispered a few words to him, raised his head, and stared fixedly at the sky. Nelson. Hearing this, Barry glanced at Nelson above his head, and flew away as a mass of pulsating black mist. Amidst silent screams, a mass of pitch black mist shuttled through the city of Berlin with its trailing flames, enveloping the place where the battle took place. Stand up. At this time, Nelson patted the paw of the silver falcon. It let out a clear cry, released Nelson and flew into the clouds. The falling Nelson was enjoying the thrill of weightlessness, and when he was about to land, several of them were suspended in the air. The mayflies gathered around him, and his falling speed was stagnated. They quickly formed a bright and clean platform, carrying Nelson down slowly. During the fall of Nelson, the warring wizards realized that the battle was not good, and saw one glove after another appearing in the hands of the group of muggles who could only be defeated. Although they didn't know what would happen next, they understood that, if the muggles were allowed to complete their arms, they might suffer even more serious casualties. So they unanimously launched a crazier counterattack, and powerful curses intertwined in the air, reaping the blows that they raised their guns to shoot at the muggles. But those who took up the wand were surrounded by shields like turtles, and could not be knocked down. It can't go on like this anymore. The frequency of the curse becomes faster, and the falling Nelson is also submerged in the curse. But he still traveled through the past after all, hovering next to the spire of the bell tower, obliquely in front of Andre. What did you do, Nelson? Andre looked excited, gritted his teeth, and made the smallest sound with the greatest strength. He wished he could jump to the top of the bell tower and grab Nelson by the collar and throw him to the ground. Are you crazy? I just tried. Try what? Let this war be an even-handed war they can fight with their own hands. I can indulge you to mess around once, Nelson, for the sake of Jonas, and because those stupid guys can't understand the current situation, Andre said with cold eyes. Pulling out his wand, you can witness your army fight with equal force against the dark wizards of Berlin in this battle. But when this war is over, whoever is the last standing here, the dementors over there will take their lives. I have made Barry locked it down. Why? Nelson asked back. If you have tracked down Dr. Sykes, you should know the reason why he was exterminated. Andre spoke very quickly. Do you think he used living people for experiments? Nothing. The real reason why he was exterminated was because he tried to study the origin and essence of magic. The magic you learned was the product before he failed. Fortunately, he failed. Otherwise you would have learned the restoration of the old man Sykes. Now you're still going further. Andre raised his wand and pointed at Nelson. A large black web was like the venom spewed by a poisonous spider, and it was like a hood covering Nelson. The powerful strength against Shafik. The heavy net is like a black hole, exuding a strong attraction. Just looking at it, Nelson has a desire to devote himself, and those spells passing through the tower like a beam of light passing through a black hole, it is distorted by the huge gravitational force, and pulled into the net. Colorful magic light is mixed in the net, making it more tenacious and stronger, exuding a colorful black. Nelson and Andre stared at each other in silence, separated by a large pitch black net. The glimmer of light emitted by the mayfly under its feet was even absorbed by the black net. It was as if there was a cloud of vague black mist between them, and they couldn't see each other. Really, only his voice came out from behind, clear and bright. I did what you wanted to see, Andre. This is their war. You're dragging them to a point of no return. Nelson, Andre said seriously. Those people on the street don't understand. Don't you understand? Don't I understand? Even if you rush into the street now, go kill all the dark wizards in Berlin, and no one will say anything. Even if you stand in line now and shout to the world, saying that you have betrayed the wizards and you are going to stand on the side of muggles, no one will think you are a monster. Nelson, I used to think that a person like you who has always been calm would be more elusive than anyone else when he was crazy, but I didn't expect that your madness was beyond my expectation, even beyond my imagination. Andre maintained the spell with his wand holding hand and raised his other hand high, forming a fist forcefully. The everything swallowing net stretched out from the four corners in all directions and slowly tilted towards the Nelson wrapped up and left. What you are doing now has broken the bottom line. Nelson, you are a wizard. You should understand why wizards have the power to easily destroy muggles, but never actually slaughter them, because wizards know very well that muggles doesn't have the power to really threaten wizards, unless. Andre paused and looked at Barry beside him out of the corner of his eye. Barry made a confirmation gesture to him. He agreed and continued, unless magic is no longer the preservation of wizards. Are you so stingy? Nelson smiled. He let the black net cover him, and he did not dodge or avoid it. Instead, he used more magic power to protect the light spots falling from the sky, wrapping them through the net with magic power, going down the long street. Even in the tens of thousands of years since the discovery of magic, no one has ever explored the ultimate magic, and even wizards are only superficial, and they are not willing to share this convenience with others. Would you share your life with a monkey? Muggles are monkeys. No, but in the eyes of most people, yes. I know that you have made an alchemy tool that can store magic and let people who have no magic power emit magic. This is already the limit that this world can accept. Even if you store the killing spell in that thing called missionary, storing powerful magic that most people can't master, wizards can accept it, but you can't let muggles pick up wands that only belong to wizards, and said. There was a complicated expression on Dare's face, and the hidden scars running across the entire face were also constantly twisting, like the grin of an evil ghost. The differences in people's hearts are wider than the vast ocean of the Milky Way. Is it? Do you know why I joined Nurmengard? I'm obviously older than Lord Grindelwald. Why would I be loyal to him? Now doesn't seem like the time to discuss your mental journey, Andre. Nelson's men were not idle. Under his protection, the silver rain of light passed through the black net and fell into the bottomless darkness below. It also became more tragic. The number of warring parties could have supported a small battle, but under the crazy attacks of the Dark Wizards, the Muggle team began to experience large-scale attrition, but the fighters upgraded from the missionaries were not at all knowing how to use it. They can only let the missionaries attack according to the habits preset by Nelson. Instead, they become tools for waving the wand, but in the process of waving the wand again and again, the whispers in their ears make their minds change. Clarity up even inspires some of the missionaries' simple features like handy morphing. With the help of imagination, they tenaciously held on to the last position, and even had a feigned counter-attack posture. Have you ever thought about another situation, Andre? The last grain of light rained through the black net. Nelson put away his wand, and the net had already closed over his head, and was about to lock him up. Like us, wizards and muggles are human beings, and those who can use magic are wizards. You will understand my thoughts. Andre clenched his fists, and the net was tied up. Once this magic is completed, it cannot be broken. Don't touch this net. Next, you just watch. Andre stopped looking at Nelson. Green lines appeared on his wrist, and the Dementor at the end of the street began to stir. No, I don't understand. Andre looked up in surprise. He saw Nelson coming out of the net as if nothing happened. A thick notebook was spread out in his hand, turning the pages with a strong wind. Those inks, new or old, flew out like elves, and surrounded Nelson's body. They flew away, and embedded in the last gap of the missionary. In the strong wind, a distant whistle sounded. By the way, Sykes the doctor actually succeeded. He found a way to restore the magic, so this magic is called Sykes reduction. Since I have already carried taboos on me, then I can be a person with no taboos. Chapter 593 Blocking. One more word, Andre. Nelson raised a finger to Andre, and the net bag he passed through melted like an ice cube in the sun. This is the research result of Dr. Sykes, which restores magic to its essence. You also said, since this is their war, how can you get involved? I said, I'm doing this for your own good. I shouldn't have proposed to let you guard Krakow. Andre said righteously that he consciously understands the anger in Nelson's heart, understands his resentment against injustice, understands the reason why he betrayed his identity as a wizard, and understands his rashness in making bold moves. He still thinks that it is because Nelson was in Krakow. The husband has seen too many purgatory-like scenes in the world to become like this. In his opinion, no matter how talented this young child is, his soul is still a blank slate. At that age, he has seen the ugliest things in the world. It's hard not to get eccentric. Since Krakow's experience can turn Nelson into that, he can also slowly reverse his thoughts in the future and put him on the right track. But it never occurred to him that Nelson might have been such a person from the beginning, and he never changed. Do you know, Andre? Nelson's eyelids lowered. Even if his vision was blocked by strong light, it was enough to see the gloomy face on his face. The sentence I hate most in my life is I'm doing it for you good. Are you still rebellious at this time? Andre's tone was a little urgent. Nelson's magic that easily passed through the black net shocked him, but it was not enough to shake his determination to stop Nelson. You are not young, Nelson. You are just getting into a dead end for a while, and when the matter here is over, I will help you persuade Lord Grindelwald. Given how much he values you, we will definitely come up with a better way together. That's impossible. Our ideas are naturally tit for tat. Nelson shook his head. He divides people into different classes, but in my heart, everyone is the same. What's the difference? Andre retorts. He regards you as a first-class person, and you regard him as an equal person. Your positions are equal, so why can't you communicate? Nelson didn't know how to answer Andre's words for a moment, and now was not the time to say such witty words. He lowered his eyes, and the mayfly under his feet slowly landed, jumped to the other corner of the clock tower platform, and looked at Andre. I can't let Berry blockade Berlin anymore. It seems that there will be a battle between us. Speaking of which, I have never confronted you face to face with a wand. Are you really so stubborn? Andre sighed. Come on, it doesn't matter if your witchcraft offers. Nelson's tone was full of sadness, but there was an unquestionable firmness. In any case, I've waited too long for this day. Accept your weapons. He suddenly raised his hand, raised his wand high, The big clock beside Andre let out a roar of Kanwu, and a bronze centaur swung a machete as tall as a man and rushed towards him and heard Nelson curse. Andre just raised his arm, and the barrier of the iron armor curse quickly formed around him. He saw the gleaming blade rushing towards him in the corner of his vision, and remembered Grindelwald talking to himself during a chat. An interesting fact about Nelson: when facing Grindelwald, Nelson will always playfully use a random spell, but the spell is fixed as expel you weapon as the starting hand. Andre didn't expect that he could also get the treatment of Grindelwald. This time it was the transfiguration curse. He only cared about strengthening the armor. The next second, the machete slammed at him. After noticing the tight armor defense, the bronze centaur twisted its wrist, and the blade tilted downward when it was about to hit the barrier. The heavy blade was like a sledgehammer, and it slammed on Andre's iron armor curse. Boom. There was a muffled sound enough to make those who heard it ring in their ears. Under this sheer force, the iron armor curse was not damaged at all, but Andre was wearing his armor like a hamster ball fired by a baseball bat. Was slapped flying with a knife. The speed was so fast that only left a trail of exhaust gas, and Andre, who had no time to react, let alone counterattack, could not even use apparition to escape, and could only bear the suffocation caused by weightlessness sensation, as well as the dizziness rolling away in the barrier of the iron armor curse, hit the tall buildings facing the street like meteors. In the blink of an eye, Andre leaped across the street next to him and smashed into the huge dial on the top of the former municipal building in Berlin, leaving a round bullet hole. The precise structure inside the clock could not withstand the impact in one instant, and in another instant, his figure broke through the back of the dial and continued to sweep towards a further place. At the halfway point of its flight path, the mayflies forming a tight matrix are like a bigger net, waiting seriously. The moment Andre flew into the net, Nelson's figure appeared on the roof in front of him. He raised his wand and pointed forward. Andre's iron armor ball violated the laws of physics and lost everything in an instant. Kinetic energy hovered in the air smoothly. At the same time, as Nelson made a gesture with his free left hand, a fiery beam of light shot out from the mayfly's one eye, and they were intertwined with each other, truly forming an airtight net. Beams of beams staggered and wrapped Andre in the center, and the distance between them and the iron armor curse was almost negligible. As long as Andre made a slightly more violent movement, he would directly touch the beams and be cursed with attacks. Nelson's left hand controls the movement of the light beam, making precise cuts against Andre's iron armor curse. This barrier, which is strong enough to block such a heavy knife, is so weak in the face of alchemy-blessed magic. Just contact, it fell apart. At the moment when the iron armor was broken, Nelson frowned. He gave up the control, and the mayflies who had lost control gathered the light beams together and twisted them into a hemp rope-like light beam whose temperature was high enough to distort the light. The place where Andre was torn to pieces. Even the air there was ignited and annihilated. Its residual heat swept across the street, plowing a bottomless ravine on the bluestone-paved ground. Deep the buried sewers were exposed to the air, and even extended to deeper places. The rock formation that was difficult for the Berlin government to dig down was broken into a grand canyon that seemed to go straight to the center of the earth. It flows slowly downward under the influence of its really terrible magic. No wonder Master Grindelwald said that you have gone farther and farther along the wrong road. Andre's voice sounded leisurely behind Nelson. If you want me to say, even if it is a wrong road, you have gone farther and farther. The ability to reach the end just can't hit people, no matter how powerful the magic is. It's just more gorgeous fireworks. His wand pressed hard against Nelson's back. He was dressed roughly and obviously suffered serious injuries. Nelson said in surprise, I clearly blocked apparition. As a dark wizard, I can live for so long. Of course there are some reasons. Don't worry, Nelson, when you wake up, the world will be as beautiful as yesterday, and you are so lucky, son. Andre's old and thin back was arched, and he used Nelson to cover his whole body so as to deal with the possible counterattacks of those mayflies. He only needed a simple stun spell, and he could completely wipe out Nelson, who had exposed his back, knock him down, and free him from the center of the brewing storm. I'm not lucky, I'm obviously unlucky. Nelson's eyes reflected the bright galaxy, which was the mayflies rearranging in front of him, and the red one-eyed lighted up at the same time, as if the sun was dying, and Andre also panted and recited his magic almost at the same time. The mayflies matrix and Andre's wand fired at the same time, the red curse passed through the chest, and the mayflies beam also arrived at the same time, completely submerging the two figures. Andre's eyes suddenly lit up with dots of light. This meteor-like scene could hardly conceal the shock in his eyes. Andre, who was hit by countless stun spells in all directions without dead ends, seemed to see Nelson's head turned 180 degrees, and stood up again from a puddle of water on the ground. Water. Andre's fallen body was supported by Nelson and gently placed on the ground. The old man who worked all day could finally sleep well. After confirming that Andre was in a coma, Nelson tied him up out of caution. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, squinted his eyes, and looked at the dark ghosts circling Berlin. The gigantic black ghost has no form, only a grinning terrifying face that appears and disappears from time to time. It is like a natural disaster overwhelming the city with black clouds, and it also looks like a mighty wave. The high black wall with smiling faces and constantly being submerged ruthlessly destroys everything close to it. In the high wall with surging black air, there are dense cries of children. Nelson can even hear his emotions and past from the cries. It is a spring that grows under high pressure and is almost bent. It is hard to imagine how many times the accumulated pressure will return to the person who oppressed it when it stretches. Compared with Credence, a veteran who has been studying himself for many years, Barry, who resists this identity, is separated from obscurity. He is constantly evading and shrinking, and he has never even borrowed his identity before coming to Berlin. Power. Grindelwald, who tried to treat him, is not a professional doctor after all. He can only use more powerful magic power to suppress the silence in Barry's body. The perennial pressure not only saved Barry's life, but also made him live like a normal person. But how solid and terrifying would the monsters born under such heavy pressure be? No one can answer this question. Even Grindelwald himself has begun to be unable to suppress the monster in Barry's body. The chain was only slightly loosened, and the ensuing counter-attack almost killed Barry. It only took him one day to change from a guy who could eat, run, and joke to a cripple lying motionless on the bed. Her body has become a highly poisonous poison. Even if it is just a light touch by her lover, it will burn her caring hands. Grindelwald had to make a risky move, using Hayabo's magic to enslave the soul, to force Barry to occupy a body, but this is not an upright method. Barry's life is nothing compared to the silent magic power. The host of evil thoughts has become a parasitic tumor on the huge magic power. There has never been such a bold treatment in history, and there has never been such a terrible moron. To kill Barry, the function of this spell is to allow Barry to bypass the linkage with Moran's magic power and directly control his body like a puppet. This is also a good way, even after bypassing Barry's connection with Moran. There are ample opportunities to drastically suppress Moran, but Barry refused. The buildings in the city were chewed into powder amidst the maniacal laughter of grimaces. People who saw it from a distance had an instinctive fear that their lives would be sucked away. Barry was about to make a full turn when this high wall made of magic was connected end to end. At that time, Nelson didn't have the confidence to break it. I thought about the experience of dealing with Credence. Although powerful, Credence did not have such uncontrollable magic power. Just like unrestrained desires blooming flowers that can swallow the world, it seems that, while Barry is adapting to this body, he also quietly has ample opportunities to adapt to freedom. Nelson frowned. I have noticed that on the edge of the city, two wizards on broomsticks, a man and a woman, were flying at low altitude, quickly approaching the battlefield. The monsters that had no time to escape were also swallowed by it. Negative emotions and magic power swallowed each other and promoted each other. The crying of children has resounded over the city. This cry contains irresistible magic power. The two sides became crazy, and even Nelson felt a burst of dizziness, which was not at the same level as the silence he encountered at Hogwarts. This may be a situation that no one expected. Barry's silence is completely out of control. There was less than a mile between the start and the end of the ghost. Nelson gritted his teeth without any hesitation. He had to stop Mo Moran. Nelson raised his wand, pointed it in the direction of the ghost, and slashed down hard. A big hole was broken in the cloud layer, and the impacted cloud curled up and piled up in all directions, just like the waves caused by a meteorite crashing into the sea. At the top of the cloud layer, a sun-like silver eye lit up, and it was summoned to come and occupy the sky over Prussia. The stars formed a web of magic power centered on it, and the thick pillar of thunder wrapped around the wind, smashing to the ground like a giant dragon. Noticing that the ghost moving in front of him did not dodge or dodge, it instead let out a shrill laughter composed of countless children's cries. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 594, Rationality and Instinct. It's great. It's great. The silent roar poured directly into the depths of Nelson's consciousness like a brain-piercing magic sound. His body was shaking. Even closing his ears and listening to the brain-sealing technique would not help. After the limit, the skill and quality will appear extremely pale, just like when the first submarine was launched hundreds of years ago. Its builder never thought of the hull painted with tung oil, the tight seams and the water pressure of several meters below sea level. All unbearable. Nelson felt like a submarine in the deep sea. No, not even a submarine. Facing such a huge magic power, he was like a small sampan being thrown into the water by the waves. The all-pervasive magic power washed Nelson's thoughts unscrupulously. What is contained in the magic power is the depression and pain that accompanied Barry's childhood growing up to his current appearance. Nelson gritted his teeth. The people on Pate's last side already knew him very well, but now it seems that his understanding of the old headmaster is far from deep enough. He had to break this passive status quo, otherwise, without waiting to silently destroy this place, his negative emotions would be enough to drive him to dig a hole in place and jump into the water to commit suicide. Nelson may be the only person alive in this world who has personally killed Mamoran, but he has never heard of the saying that Mamoran can speak. Of course, it is not completely talking. The monster silently condensed by magic power does not have organs such as vocal cords, and its destructive chaotic magic power is not enough to support it to form an orderly vocal structure. The maniacal laughter came almost entirely from the explosion sound it made when the thunder collided. Moran seemed to be deliberately allowing the thunder to destroy part of his body structure. Coupled with the crying that Barry brought from childhood, it was like an orchestra, almost using the entire sky as its whistle, sending out a shriek that made the hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, Nelson's vision was replaced by darkness. From a distance, it turned out to be a black hole-like mask with a nose against a slightly larger light spot surrounded by fireflies. Silently dragging his huge and bloated body, it only took a moment to find the person who struck him with lightning. His eyes were as empty as a broken incandescent lamp, and he couldn't even see Nelson's figure and his own compared with the majestic. Nelson is really too small. It let out a piercing smile like sharp claws rubbing steel pipes, and continued to let Nelson chop his body with the thunder and lightning called by the stars. My beloved grandfather told me that if I was not a good boy, God would strike me with lightning, but I have been naughty all my life, and I have never enjoyed this kind of massage. All I waited for was his favorite whip. Ghost's laughter revealed a trace of comfort. Now I feel it. Are you God? Nelson. This shout almost shattered Nelson's eardrum, and dizziness and tingling hit his brain almost simultaneously. Nelson's eyes went blank, and he was in a trance for a moment. The bloody mouth of the black mucus has been opened. Originally, there was a trace of a humanoid ghost with its mouth wider than its head. Now there is no human shape left. Nelson has never been damaged or even ashes. The unfallen robe was even corroded by the mucus to form a big hole on the edge of the scorched hole. Figures that were deeply trapped in the mud stretched out their abstract arms, struggling to spread in all directions. The building where Nelson was standing did not form an obstacle to Moran at all. At the moment of contact, it was melted by magic power. The red sand flowed and dripped, and the corroded black steel bars were blown away by the wind. In just 2 sentences, Nelson managed to prevent Moran from completing the blockade, but he also struggled under the unexpected sneak attack. Barry is so polite and gentle on weekdays, but he never mentioned his tragic past. He didn't know that curled up in the shadow of his heart was a helpless child who was bitten by memories all day long. I have longed for warmth. Grindelwald gave it to him, White gave it to him, and Nelson on the Icarus gave it to him. It's just that this warmth came too late, and it couldn't melt that clay-like hard shell that belonged to a bad wizard. Under the protection and blockade of this unbreakable hard shell, the child wrapped in memories grows into an out-and-out monster day by day amidst Barry's smile. At this moment, Barry Dippet seems to be happy to see him. He was attracted by Nelson who blocked him, but his hunting and killing instincts were 10 times stronger. He knew very well that there was only one person in this city who could stop it, and that was exactly what it did, using the most decisive blow to deal with this guy who could delay his feast as soon as possible. Its jaws, if such twisted things can be called jaws, closed forcefully, and the squirming mouth was full of crisscrossed shark-like rows of sharp teeth, and the stench of blood filled the mouth. Those sharp teeth even grew a ferocious face and dense fangs, entangled with Nelson like an octopus. Nelson must break this passive status quo, but how to summon the patron saint who is most suitable for the application scenario at the moment? It is even difficult for him to squeeze out even a little bit of happy memory from his chaotic mind, and the cold magic power cannot be deployed. Using psychs to restore the stored magic power may trigger an explosion that annihilates him together, or just become silent. Natural nourishment. Even at this time, his left hand was still tightly pressing the hat on his head. Even if the back of his hand was eroded by silent magic power, he would not let go. But I don't know if it was because of the tingling pain that woke him up, or because of the softness. The palm close to the brim of the hat still retains the warmth, and Nelson still has the last trace of magic power that can be mobilized. His godless eyes suddenly opened, and swelling mist rolled in the pupils that were darker than a moron. He raised his neck silently and propped up his upper body lying on the ground with his arms, while his lower body stretched like a snake into the distant city wall. Those huge round pupils were closed and stretched out of proportion. There was a humanized expression of satisfaction on his long face, as if he had just swallowed some delicious delicacy. His pale pupils opened suddenly, and a beam of icy light like will-o'-the-wisp shot out from the pupils as he shook his head and tail in enjoyment, flapping around Berlin like a long whip. The huge city was cut into pieces like a pizza. In the neatly cut valleys, black shadows of children crying with their heads in their arms were standing on the scorched ground. When they got up, they tore off the bond connecting the navel to the earth, and bloody black mucus dripped from the section of the wriggling umbilical cord. This city, once pushed to the extreme by fanaticism, and then destroyed by fanaticism, endured suffering similar to that of Berry, and the remaining the sorrow of each other has become the nutrient for them to nourish each other. The figures of those children grew and differentiated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and distinctive clothing grew out of the flesh. Even if they were black, it was enough to tell which ones belonged to ignorant soldiers, which ones belonged to greedy businessmen, and which ones belonged to children who died young, which belonged to the paralyzed widower, which belonged to the officials named after slogans, which belonged to the impoverished traffickers, which belonged to the tortured prisoners of war, which belonged to the bereaved widows, which belonged to the tainted innocents, which belonged to the innocent cover-up atrocities, which ones belonged to the sidelines. I don't know how long these shadows stayed here. Fortunately, the beam of light did not sweep the streets around the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, but there was already a fierce battle due to crazy ravings. If Dan really wrote the Divine Comedy with his own eyes, then he must be a prophet. His meaningful eyes spanned time and looked straight at this place. Those newly formed black shadows didn't even have time to recognize themselves. They had already opened their mouths with vague boundaries, biting the surrounding kinds like wild beasts. Even the wild beasts were a little less instinctive and brutal than them. The silently deformed and twisted arms seemed to have countless joints, growing intertwined. Its neck is stretched so long that it seems to be able to reach the sky. Just a slight lift of the upper body is enough to compete with the Iron Tower of the capital of the neighboring country. It's flat, its empty eyes can't reflect the scene of the city, but the ecstasy can't be concealed. In the past, Berry has never had such an experience of overlooking all living beings. It is not in a hurry to slaughter, but crawls slowly towards the gap in the wall. It waits for the beasts in cages to regain their senses, tastes their fearful smell, and gathers in the street to try their best to purge the dementors from their bodies. the most wonderful condiment. On the edge of the city, the two people who were approaching rapidly on the broom looked at the high and iron wall slowly rising in the distance and felt a kind of inexplicable fear. The witch in robes shivered and almost fell. Moody behind him caught her. He felt icy all over. The scene in front of him was crazily intertwined between reality and imagination. Sometimes it was the frightened expression of muggles when they were about to dive into the street. Sometimes it was grim faces, weeping and stealing each other parents. Finally, in the midair only 5 meters away from the street, he couldn't hold on any longer. His hand holding the broom slipped down. Let go. He could only use his last sliver of reason to protect the witch in his arms, and he fell heavily to the ground on the ground. But the street didn't pay attention to this young man lying in a pool of blood. People filled with fear were fleeing chaotically. They instinctively stayed away from the horrifying walls of a concentration camp, but no one knew where they should go. In the middle of the high wall, Jacunda is holding a magic wand in her mouth and is climbing up the outer wall of the tall building. That Andre has fallen. She followed Nelson's figure to this place, but the structure of the building has been completely destroyed. The crumbling building was only supported by steel bars and frames, and its magic power seemed to be frozen because of the surrounding environment. But she noticed the old wizard who arrived here with Nelson but disappeared. He seemed to be a powerful man. People, maybe this is the last life at this moment. After swallowing Nelson, Momo didn't even bother to say anything. It had a completely consistent memory from Barry's heart. It even felt a kind of sadness of a friend's killing, but this emotion made it more complicated and more complicated. Excited, his body began to twist and swell, growing an indescribable structure, exuding an aura that could drive people crazy. A soft tongue grew out of his slender thorny chin, bent upwards, and licked the mouth that he had just had a full meal. At the moment it was reminiscing. The elongated face swelled from the inside. Protrusions appeared on his cheeks covered with mourning faces, followed by the second and third. Its chaotic emotions were not enough to support it to make an expression of astonishment, but the 5 protrusions did not wait for it. The next 1 seconds, accompanied by the sound of the siren. This is almost the most orderly sound in Berlin. A giant hand made of steel rushes out carrying the kinetic energy accumulated for an unbelievable amount of time galloping on the rails, and it easily tore into pieces. Its mouth was still tightly closed, but a wider and bigger mouth was split in the center of the cheek, accompanied by black mucus gushing out like a waterfall, and being directly hit. Seeing the atomized black magic power, Alexander's palm broke through his mouth and slammed it hard on his face. The body of steel is not afraid of pain, and the soul of steel has never known what fear is. The thumb, ring finger and little finger pricked the silently turned cheeks fiercely, and the index finger and middle finger, which were as strong as a tower, dug in squarely. The eye sockets, the shattered pale eyeballs were immediately covered in black, and hot steam gushed out from the exhaust holes all over the giant's palm joints, mixed with the lost mist, eroding the silent face at a speed like locusts, making it still have some shape. The face was corroded beyond recognition, and the crazy monster let out a painful roar for the first time. Like last time, this was the sound played by Alexander calculating the position and size of the damage on the eyeball. The castration of the iron fist remained undiminished, and soon, the wrist also protruded from the silently cracked mouth. He tightly clasped the monster's face and pushed it upwards at an angle like an uppercut, followed by forearms, elbows, arms, shoulders, and rotating gears roaring like a swarm of bees. But the real swarm, the mayflies gushing out from Alexander's body, have already invaded the silent limbs and bones. Its rift is getting bigger and bigger, and it has almost turned into 2 halves along the border. Nelson used the last bit of magic to open the portal leading to the illusion. The speeding Hogwarts Express noticed the change, and it could not pass through such an arrow. Fortunately, it succeeded. The upper body of the giant rushed out of the gap enough for him to pass through, and the throne above his head was stable without the slightest trembling. Nelson leaned on the throne, supporting himself with one hand. With his head propped on the armrest, his eyes drooping, he seemed to be asleep. Roaring silently, it instinctively attacked Alexander's huge body. Alexander's hand clasped his face tightly, and the other hand was propped on the throne above his head like Nelson was holding a soft felt hat. His scarlet one-eyed shot out the light enough to pierce any darknesses, silently reshaping an incomprehensible shape along the crack. It is almost dominated by the instinct of destruction, but its opponent does not have any instincts. What the gears, levers, and furnaces bring to it is absolute rationality. Chapter 595 Order and Chaos. Silently let out a roar that looked like a man, a beast, and the wind. A new face had grown and formed on top of the torn upper half of his face. The organs to collect information are randomly stacked on the magic group that can be called the head, just like the world in the eyes of an abstract painter. Alexander's blow almost completely tore its body apart, splitting it into upper and lower parts, but the jaw that was smashed into the ground did not produce a new entity like its upper part, but instead formed a new entity. Frightened children squirmed and retreated to the ground. It seemed that Alexander's fist not only scattered its magic power, but also separated its fear alone. Scattered mucus gathered together, sometimes merged and sometimes separated. The wriggling black mucus had a huge volume. The underground pipe network in Berlin was not enough to bear its size, and soon the block, where the two behemoths were located, it turned into a swamp that swallowed everything, but it seemed that it only cared about fleeing, even though the giant's armor sizzled under its erosion. But the cowardly part, that silently belonged to it, couldn't think of fighting back anyway, even in order to escape. Figures with blurred boundaries climbed out of the mud, stumbled and fled in all directions. They quickly broke into the block occupied by ghosts, and those monsters with only destructive and devouring instincts saw them, and they rushed forward like crazy, and they didn't know how to resist even at this time. They can only let the ghosts swallow them as rations. The mouthparts on the top of the head grew from the silently reborn face, and it let out a loud roar, which was full of anger, doubts and questioning, and the malice towards Alexander was clearly revealed. But at this moment the giant has almost escaped from his body. Walking out of the mouth, the hand clasped into Moran's eye socket became more and more forceful, almost crushing it, and its roaring furnace soon came to light, followed by castle-like shoulders, solid waistline, and powerful legs. Its footsteps vibrate the ground heavily, and the ground cracks brought by each step are enough to collapse the empty houses, and make the fleeing slime fall into the abyss. In the dark city of Berlin, it seems like a rising sun, but this sun is not enough to illuminate the battlefield facing the street. The battle between muggles and wizards has fallen into madness under the influence of silent screams. Magic is no longer an advanced tool, but has become their tool. Claws and teeth have returned to their roles in the era of human beings drinking blood. They are like wild beasts attacking the enemy's weaknesses. Driven entirely by instinct, the silently suppressed and crazy magic power is enough to wake up all people who are running under the disguise of civilization. The blood in the bones, their heartbeat will become faster and faster as the excitement deepens. The blood flow will also become faster, and the memory in the brain will gradually be swallowed up by the flickering bloodlust. And even with such powerful magic power, there are things that cannot be affected. How does madness awaken the instincts of a stone? Alexander, this godlike giant, although he has human limbs, human body, and wisdom that is similar to or even surpasses human beings in some aspects, his soul relies on the regular piston and the never extinguishing furnace. The regular percussion sound from the piston and the lever is full of order, and with every opening of the mouth around it, and every gushing of steam, its eternal heartbeat becomes louder. Those crazy fantasies are just passing clouds to it, and they won't even appear in front of its eyes at all. Under its heart, which is hotter than any life, engraved with reason that is colder than frost and snow, even if its the creator has already fallen into a bitter battle with the past itself under the sneak attack, but it is driven by orders, and its footsteps become more and more determined. Silently noticing Nelson, who was held in the palm of his hand by it, a trace of cruelty flashed through the terrifying pupils whose boundaries overlapped. The pitch black flame hid in the shadow of the giant and slowly approached Nelson. The fighting instinct told it that, as long as it completely after defeating Nelson, the troublesome big guy in front of him was nothing to worry about. He opened his mouth through the nose and eyes, revealing howling teeth, but in the next second, Alexander's head turned around flexibly, lost mist poured out from the air vents around him, and the flames were instantly extinguished. Silently, he only felt a flash of red light in the giant's one eye, as if scanning it from head to toe. Alexander has contacted Nelson 3 times in all possible ways, no more than once, no less than once, but he has not received a response each time. Nelson is still alive, but he can't give himself orders. He is familiar with Berra's silence. Obviously, he also knows about Nelson's creation. This kind of puppet made by alchemy is just a broken pile without an order. It only needs to be dragged until the end of Nelson's last order, and Alexander will become a toy to be slaughtered. But Berra's information hadn't been updated for a long time. After the soul's questioning and the third misty illusion didn't get a response, a certain important agreement of Alexander was abolished. It would completely liberate its own capabilities to protect Nelson's life. The first order is to obliterate the enemy who caused this crisis as the second order. Other than that, there are no taboos. The blazing furnace spun suddenly, and even the most sealed structure in the strongest material could not prevent the heat from spreading. The flame in the center added a touch of bloody crimson, gradually turning from blue to deep purple, but this gorgeous color didn't last long, and quickly turned to darkness. No, it didn't go out, but became transparent, emitting flames that human eyes couldn't catch. The metal engraved with magic patterns can hardly withstand the escaping high temperature. The cooling pipe speeds up, the liquid mist is instantly evaporated, and the vigorous steam burns down the surrounding buildings just by touching it. Silently, I only felt the indeterminate soul of the big guy in front of me bewildered for a moment. Before it had time to counterattack and celebrate, the confusion of the soul disappeared in an instant, replaced by steel-like rigor and toughness. Walked out of the portal, but the portal did not close immediately. The one-eyed glanced silently from beginning to end, not even letting go of the high walls that almost surrounded Berlin and the mucus hidden deep underground, or entering the belly of ghosts. Arrogant, the monster suddenly felt the fear of being targeted. It clearly took advantage of the giant's attack to strip away this useless emotion, but why? Before getting the answer, the portal that Alexander walked out of was detonated by the huge magic power, and the lost fog carried the obsession of the dead and ran wildly in Moran's body. The magic power was melted and dispelled the moment it touched the fog, and it finally condensed into a solid body. The structure of Alexander was completely destroyed in the interval of a heartbeat. Like a crumbling building full of bullet holes, countless holes appeared on the surface of his body, and the undiminished lost mist spewed out. These sharp sounds, like a pressure cooker deflated, combined together, let out a heart-piercing howl. Even the clouds in the sky seemed to be shaken away by the howl, but Alexander, who had thoroughly scanned the monster, did not give it a chance to howl in pain. The complex core was running at high speed, and the heat emitted compared with the temperature of the furnace that drives it. Moran's body has begun to collapse and melt uncontrollably just at the position where it is in contact with its armor. In Alexander's eyes, this monster full of holes is being densely packed, wrapped in bright spots. The Achilles heel of his chaotic body is almost all over the head and tail. Alexander didn't hesitate for half a second. Before it arrived, the stars that Nelson called for the thunder had already formed a peace over Prussia. Its thinking was originally at the center of these created stars. The one-eyed lighted up, and the entire sky burst into a brightness that made it impossible to look directly at. People who watched this scene lost their vision in an instant, including those who had just stood up and climbed to the top of the building to watch the moody battlefield. When the silhouette finally appeared in the paleness in front of his eyes, he saw a magnificent scene that he would never forget in his life. A dark towering mountain is entrenched in the center of Berlin. This mountain is full of huge holes running through it like a stalactite cave with strange rocks. Drops of blood from the mountain drip from these scars. During the transformation process from an embryo to a fetus, a giant who was more like a mountain stood beside it. On Moda's retina, the dazzling light left a trace of that moment like a photo on a film. It was thunder, taken above the sky, covered by dark clouds covering dozens or even hundreds of kilometers. Countless thick thunder pillars shot and penetrated the high mountain almost simultaneously. Rolling violent lightning, the overlapping light spots of countless thunders even left an indelible circle in his eyes. Moody blinked his eyes and shook his head. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery of Berlin had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally thick clouds had been torn to pieces by the thunder, and there was not even a single cloud left. There was no cloud, but the sun in the sky looked extremely dim. Because there is more than one sun. After the clouds cleared, the stars hanging high in the sky finally revealed their true appearance. Moody couldn't describe the structure of these stars. As the center, a variety of wing-like structures extend out, some of which are surrounded by rings and constantly rotating metal star rails. Even from a long distance, it is enough to see the huge runes engraved on the star rails. Some eyeballs are surrounded by 8 equal length square wings, and the golden and blue intersecting grids reflect the sunlight that can only be seen at high altitudes, making people feel dazzled. The flames below are held up. Some even have only one eyeball, but they are held up by the complex alchemy system. Just one look at these eyeball-shaped devices made Moody feel dazzled, even though many years later he recalled what he saw and heard today, and said that, although the principle involved was time-consuming and troublesome, it was not difficult. The imagination that magic placed in the sky was always beyond his reach. He stared at the mountain that was bombarded by thunder. Its twisted upward and twisted appearance was very similar to a big snake that devoured an ancient tree in mythology, and the lightning bolts that remained on his retina were just like those in mythology. Odin punishes the enemy with the spear. Moody's heart was beating wildly, and he closed his eyes, but the magnificent scene, where the thunder gathered, was still lingering in front of his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Moody's body had completely lost its basic shape and turned into an invisible. The magic power wrapped in black slime spread over the area, enclosed by the wall. As the form is completely destroyed, the last sliver of rationality that was born under the influence of Berry has also completely disappeared. At this moment, it is the most primitive and true form of this magical life of Moran, pure evil thoughts, and the corresponding breeding. Huge magic. It expands its body chaotically, sometimes like a sea tide, sometimes like a veil, sometimes like a tree, sometimes like an ant colony. At this moment it is completely swallowed by instinct, only knows destruction and chaos, and attacks everything around it indiscriminately, even hurting its own structure in the crazy attack. It no longer simulates the sound as before, but this wordless solemnity is even more terrifying. Alexander's one-eyed light shone more urgently, and the stars in the sky were also staring at the monster under his feet. Its range is almost completely covered by light spots representing loopholes and weaknesses. In Alexander's eyes, it is completely a bright spot. It is almost a waste product made up of mistakes, with so many loopholes that Alexander doesn't know what to do, where to start. The castle-like armor on both sides of the shoulders was opened, and the brilliant silver light was released like a flood. Countless mayflies flew into the silent body, forming an orderly array, and there were destroyed mayflies at any time. Interconnected beams sweep the monster's body, if that area can be called a body at all. It was also cleaned up quickly as Alexander expected, but the growth of chaos was faster than the cleanup of order anyway, and it was replenished with magic power every moment, silently, but more like Alexander's appearance in battle. A damaged body, it was instantly repaired by the mayfly used in engineering. At this time, the light spots in Alexander's eyes were disappearing as fast as the tide receded. Moran seemed to have weaknesses all over his body, but he doubted whether he had a self now. For those magical powers that can continuously infect and reproduce, the eradication is pointless. At the end, the light spots in Alexander's eyes were completely extinguished, leaving only the brightest one floating erratically in his sight. It hasn't found where the light spot is yet. It points to a person. Berry. I sweated and had a headache yesterday when I played golf. Chapter 596 Destiny. Have you seen Fate? Wurtling by the brook, Nelson heard the sound of a gurgling stream. He opened his eyes and found that he was sitting on a high-backed chair made of twisted roots of an ancient tree. It had exactly the same shape as the pointer thrown on top of Alexander, but this green leaf surrounding sprouts and old roots. The coiled seat brings a completely different feeling. Compared with the sharpness of the hour hand and the sense of urgency brought by time, this green vitality presents an ancient and long-lasting feeling. Even Nelson, who was sitting on it, became calm and unhurried. This is where? Nelson had never been to or heard of such a place. Compared with a crazy battlefield not long ago, the tranquility and peace here were suffocating. With a slight effort in his back, Nelson wanted to stand up from the chair, but his body seemed to be stuck to these tree roots, making it difficult to move. He looked intently and saw that the tanned ropes intertwined with laurel and thorns were buckled around him. On his arm, even his chest was bound by a thick rope, and the sharp thorns of those thorns pierced deeply into his body as he struggled. but he did not feel the pain, but felt a rush of laurel. The fragrance was spreading from his heart to the depths of his consciousness. Where did the wand go? The black robe was also replaced with a windbreaker, which was the one he often wore during the Paris World Expo. Nelson still did not pay attention to the surrounding environment, leaving the question just now slowly in the distant forest. Drifting slowly, the clumsy accent combined with a gentle female voice is the combination that is most likely to gain favor. He lowered his head and stared at the ropes that bound his hands. There was a thread on each side, which were a section of thorns and a section of laurel. His peripheral vision swept across the sparkling stream beside him, and the wrist of his left hand twisted flexibly. Grab the protruding thorns and snap it off. Relatively hardwood is more suitable for magic than soft rattan. Nelson raised his head abruptly, and his gaze was firmly fixed on the figure standing against a tree in the shadow of the forest ahead. In the reflection of the stream, he saw the shadow there. In the next second, a red beam of light shot straight at the man in the direction where he was standing. The vines that restrained him were also cut off by invisible sharp blades. He narrowed his eyes, crossed his hands, and moved his muscles and bones, looking at the position hit by the curse. The light of the stunning charm illuminated a dark corner under the shade of a tree, and a woman dressed in simple linen was looking at him with a smile. Her eyes were like sculptures, just a piece of pure white with a soft light. At the laurel's hand waist simply outlines the body line, which seems to be pure, but does not completely fit its standard. The cumbersome long sleeves and layers of cloth are discarded, and there is no decoration on the whole body, except for that a belt made of laurel. There was a big hole in his chest, where Nelson's spell had just hit. The edge of the crack was mottled and rough like marble, but Nelson couldn't see her internal organs through the big hole, and no drop of blood flowed out. On the contrary, there is a cloud of misty smoke rolling in it, quickly filling the edge of the hole. Nelson frowned. He recognized this woman, the ancient Greek priestess Pythia, and the irony was that the face on her was the version of the sculpture downstairs in the Nuremberg library. Boring trick. Nelson waved the thorn in his hand, and the ancient tree beside him slowly grew arms under the influence of the transfiguration technique. A slender handle extended from its palm and wrapped around the scattered stone flakes. A primitive but sharp the stone axe was quickly polished into shape, and the trend took its heavy and slow steps, slashing in the forest. Towering old trees collapsed one by one, and the raised dust and sawdust obscured the sight of the two. Nelson only saw Pythia smiled and was swallowed by the flying leaves. He wrinkled his nose. The smell of wood was so real. Even the sawdust that flew onto his face exuded a strong smell. He picked up a twist of sawdust and rubbed it with his fingertips. The incomparably real touch was not like something made by magic environment. Under the merciless massacre of the tree men, this dense virgin forest was quickly razed to the ground. The broken tree stumps squatted silently on the ground, and the dense annual rings stared at Nelson like eyes. He hated with this feeling of being surrounded by sight. He simply took the initiative to walk towards the woman in the forest. Through the smoke and dust of sawdust and leaves, Nelson saw Pythia, who was still standing there. The hole in her chest had completely healed, and a few drops of sweat condensed on her smooth and plump skin. Seeing Nelson approaching, she stretched out shot, pointed the torch in the direction of his back with the torch in his hand. While kneeling by the brook, have you seen fate? Nelson smiled. The torch in this Pythia's hand is even the same as the sculpture downstairs in the Nuremberg library, except that the burning sun is missing. Looking closely, there are even some unnoticeable spots on her face, fine lines of marble. Sorry, I haven't seen it. Nelson didn't look in the direction of his finger. The magic power had already begun to condense on the tip of the thorn. He must hurry back to Berlin and return to reality. That is the place where nothing can be lost. Do these trees know their fate is to be felled? Without a moment's hesitation, Nelson held out the thorn in his hand, pointed at Pythia, and shot a powerful impediment spell at her. But Pythia just turned slightly sideways and avoided the fatal spell. The bombardment hit the water surface, setting off a tall splash. Of course they know. Pythia was still smiling. She seemed to be able to know Nelson's next move. Every time, she appeared a little far away from the spell, and even let Nelson's wand tip to him step by step. Behind him, the scene you thought was caused by your own hands is exactly the fate they cannot avoid. She had already circled Nelson half a circle. At this moment, Nelson's wand was pointing straight at his chest. Behind her was the seat where Nelson first woke up. Flowers had bloomed on the vines, and in the not far behind the seat, a wooden horse as tall as a building is sealing the last piece of wood its mane. The corners of Nelson's eyes twitched. He didn't even notice where the felled logs went. In his sight, a group of warriors wearing Mycenaean-style armor suddenly appeared, holding the felled logs in line. Go in the direction of the wooden horse. They passed by Nelson squarely, without squinting, as if Nelson beside him didn't exist at all. They chanted the old chant, and another group of craftsmen were sitting around the distant stream, cutting smaller pieces of wood, making arrows and throwing spears. They were talking and laughing, but their eyes were full of tension and solemnity. A group of people dressed as priests were surrounding the place where Pythia had just stood, praying to an empty tree stump. Nelson was a little puzzled by the behavior of these people, but soon, the wandering tree came back, walked between him and Pythia, stopped upright on top of the empty tree stump, and sat silently. It fell down, and became the only tree still standing in this forest. Do you know where this is? Pythia asked softly, like a teacher answering children's questions. If she was really the priestess, speaking of her age, she would not be able to speak to Nelson like this. No exaggeration. Of course you know, you who love history. Why don't you know the clever plan that this wizard who followed the army after 9 years of siege came up with? Nelson didn't speak. He stared at the group of priests surrounding the big tree. They all held a black thorn in their hands. The thorn pierced their palms, and blood dripped into the ground. The magic power nourished the ancient tree driven by them. The thorns were the medium of spellcasting favored by wizards in that era. They were strong and sharp, suitable for manipulation and destruction. You made the right choice. Pythia turned sideways and folded a section on the right side of the seat. Laurel. At this time, the wood that shows protection and peace can only be carried on the poet's head. Nelson had a feeling of being led by his nose, which made him feel a little uncomfortable, but he didn't attack immediately, but worked harder to find loopholes in his surroundings. He remembered the last time he saw a similar scene, on the train back to school in the first grade. Nelson flipped through a wizard's Iliad, in which there was a passage in which ancient Greek wizards used transfiguration to transform ancient trees into the story of the treeman felling trees, preparing warriors' weapons for the attack on Troy, and making Trojan horses. He saw through the essence of this so-called Pythia. She fabricated the actual phantom from her own memory, and used her memory to complete the self-consistent story. Bitten off the ancient tree, Pythia will also package it into a story about Nidhogg eating the world tree. Interesting. Nelson didn't find her boring anymore. He continued to attack Pythia with spells, and her dodge landed on the right position every time, and he felt more and more familiar with this dodge, which he used. After analyzing the prophecy, Alexander's combat method with computing power is unique in the world, but it was easily reproduced by Pythia in front of him, and even reached the optimal solution of the prophet's battle in his imagination. It seems that she can not only use her own memory, but also use her non-existent imagination. Thinking of this, Nelson closed his eyes and chanted the spell undisguisedly. Every thorn of the thorns on his fingertips burst out with a glow of magic power. Thunderbolt explosion. Even he himself doesn't know where the spell cast in this way will fly. Will Pythia know? After the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, he opened his eyes and looked at Pythia, whose body was half blown into mist, with a smile. She brushed the laurel that had just been broken off her shoulder, and her body began to recover slowly. Obviously, she did not escape the random bombing covered by this firepower. A poor imitation. Nelson shook his head. He raised his wand, ready to completely destroy this place. Before he started, he asked teasingly, "Is the fate of this place being razed to the ground by me? Why do you have such hostility towards me?" Wilton in by the stream, Pythia asked softly, "Because I'm a prophet bound by fate, but you are a man who does not believe in fate. Are you a prophet? Are you angry with me because of your resistance to fate, and are you not even willing to talk to me calmly? You know, fate can often reveal deeper secrets. You love history so much, and you are so obsessed with the truth. This kind of time, to be able to talk to fate, but shrink back. Are you destiny?" Nelson asked back, a little more. "Goddess of destiny is fine too. Of course I'm not. Pythia shook her head sadly. If I were, I wouldn't be bound by fate to such a situation. Have you mastered your destiny? Do you have the right to speak about it? Of course I don't. No matter how far a prophet can see, he will inevitably be unable to distinguish between phantoms and reality. Then why do you teach me? Nelson smiled. Your last prophecy was turned into a joke by me. What position do you have to say these pretentious words to me? People who can be manipulated by their own delusions. I just think you are a mental patient, just as ridiculous as that despicable Hayerbo. This is the saddest fate. Whirling by the stream, Pythia's face showed deep sadness, but this expression was not her own, but came from many people Nelson had met. The sadness and the memory is condensed on the same face, which makes people feel worried. It is impossible to overthrow the prophecy. I'm very busy. If it's normal, I might take the time to chat with you. No matter who you are, or what you are, if you just want to prove that the bullshit prophecy about Auschwitz is unshakable, then you have it successful. Go to that empty city to find the number of lives that meet the standard. Nelson was a little annoyed. He felt that he had wasted half a day just to prove that he imagined a fool, which made him even more annoyed at the caster. I'm not interested in your beliefs. I don't believe it. You don't have to force me to believe it. I really don't want to portray the hero who fights Hayerbo in my heart as a man who sucks the gas seeping from the underground of the Temple of Apollo and then says hello. Crazy nonsense. I'm really busy now, and when the Berlin thing is over, we can have a good and in-depth exchange of these ghostly things. I've said the same thing to you, but you don't know. Weltoning by the stream, Pythia didn't seem to be offended by Nelson's unkind words, and continued to say flatly, as you said, my prophecy comes from the gas seeing out of the cracks in the rock formations under the Temple of Apollo. You should know what that is. Nelson raised his arm, and waved his wand. That's right, that's the lost fog. That crack connects the world of the dead. Pythia closed her eyes, letting the strong light swallow her, just like when I left it to you. Next, let's go see Destiny. Chapter 597 The Somme. Come with me. Before Nelson could express his opinion, Pythia waved his sleeves. The unique material of flax undulated a stream-like ripple in the air. The stream rose rapidly like a sea tide and submerged Nelson's ankle in the blink of an eye. The surrounding soldiers and the figure of the priest dissipated in the water, as if they were phantoms of the water waves. The stream got deeper and deeper, and Nelson only had time to hold the thorn in his hand. After a few breaths, the rising stream swallowed his figure. He tried hard to open his eyes in the water, but the rushing stream rushed his eyes up, and he even felt the pain of being scratched by the sharp glass. Under the sparkling water waves, he saw the radiance like a mirror world. Nelson's feet were empty, and the feeling of falling out of control swallowed him. Cool. I don't know how long it took before the tide finally ushered in the water. Nelson's mouth and nose finally protruded. He breathed in the air, and the underwater waves reflected shadows with different expressions. Nelson seemed to see countless himself. He tried to resist, but this Pythia is more like him than him. She has mastered all the magic that Nelson knows, understands all his habits, and can even do magic that is still under development. In front of her, Nelson seemed to be facing a stronger self. His whole body seemed to be restrained, unable to perform at the slightest level. It's useless to be anxious. It seems that he won't be able to return to Berlin for a while, and it is easier to fall into the rhythm of Pythia if he is anxious, but he doesn't know how the situation is going there. He is concerned about those who are fighting hard. Muggles care about the out-of-control berry, care about everyone who should care. After his shriveled lungs became full again, Nelson ignored the burning pain in his throat and opened his eyes. The stream dripped from his eyelashes. After blinking vigorously, his vision gradually faded away. He regained his clarity and his body was clean, as if he hadn't soaked in the water at all just now. He looked around his surroundings. On the sentry tower in the distance, bright spotlights were scanning the field covered with barbed wire. The modern battlefield, just looking at the furnishings, is earlier than the era that Nelson lived in. The bomb craters all over the battlefield are not as shocking and destructive as modern weapons, and the neighing of horses can even be heard in the distance. The flag of France was inserted obliquely on the top of the sentry tower. The flag was covered with burn scars, and even the basic color and structure were hard to see. It might be the flag of other countries. Its two corners were roughly tied together. on a bent gun shaft, struggling stubbornly in the evening wind. There are several iron nails nailed to the post of the sentry tower, and an ancient carbine is hung on one of the iron nails. A dagger wrapped in gauze. There is still a meandering stream flowing at Nelson's feet, but this stream is no longer as clear as it used to be. It has become dark, exuding the smell of gunpowder smoke, and broken pieces of cloth and wood drift by from time to time, every piece of rubbish left the vicissitudes and dilapidation brought about by the war. Is this still Troy? Nelson had a strange joke. How could it be? There are streams everywhere in the world, and we are just drifting along the streams. Wildening by the stream, isn't this your family motto? Pythia's response came from the darkness. The stream is a tributary of the Somme, and its main stem is much murkier than what we see now. You seem to be very familiar with these things. Nelson observed the surrounding environment, and then he realized that during the struggle of choking on water, the thorns in his hand had pierced deeply through the skin and penetrated into his palm. Is it necessary for the prophets of ancient Greece to predict such a distant era? Their strategic vision is really far-reaching. Pythia smiled and said nothing, as if Nelson should know the answer to this question. Nelson didn't ask further. Not far from the sentry tower, a lighted barracks was singing in the night. The folk song, in a minor key unique to France, seemed to praise grapes. Nelson didn't pay attention to the specific content of the lyrics. Just a little amazed, looking at the surrounding environment. It seems that this place has experienced tragic tremors for a long time, and they can also sing such a song in a battle with heavy casualties like the Somme. So what do you want to prove to me here? Nelson looked in the direction of Pythia's voice. The spotlight of the sentry tower shone at this time. The clean figure of the priestess seemed out of place in the chaotic battlefield. The distant place passed by. The light did not include him, and he quickly captured other places. What are you going to do here? Pythia asked back. The light just now seemed to stay on her body. The priestess glowed even in the dark night, like a striking light bulb. Her milky white, there was nothing in her eyes, but Nelson knew that there was his reflection. Like, since fate is hard to defy, I choose not to do anything, Nelson said, spreading his hands and shrugging. I have fulfilled your wish. Are you happy? There's nothing to be happy about. It's your choice and fate's choice. Pythia looked at the thorn in Nelson's hand. It was inserted so deep that it seemed to grow together with Nelson's hand. Nelson noticed her gaze, looked at the wand in his hand, lost in thought. Searchlight didn't notice Pythia. She doesn't exist in this time and space, but it doesn't shine on him, which doesn't prove that he doesn't exist either. And with a tree man in the Trojan War, Nelson has a consideration in his mind. Could it be? Have you really traveled through time? In order to test his conjecture, he picked up a piece of wood on the ground. Under the effect of magic, it quickly turned into a World War II rifle. Nelson raised the gun, walked to the side mound, and closed his eyes. With only one eye, I noticed that there was also a light on in the distance in the direction of the guard tower, which seemed to be the enemy's camp. He glanced back at Pythia. She still had that expression of nothing to do with him. He curled his lips, aimed at the light in the distance, and mocked. No matter what I do, is this the choice of fate? Close your eyes, aim, hold your breath, and pull the trigger. In the sound of a loud gunshot, the flames of the gunpowder explosion illuminated the night sky, and the lights of the nearby watchtower immediately turned around. The shouts of the sentinels were drowned out by the gunshots and Pythia's words that sounded at the same time. No, fate can't control you. Your choice forms part of fate. It's just that it has happened, but the ending is doomed. Pythia closed her eyes, and the spotlight from the sentry tower hit Nelson almost at the same time. His shadow was as clear as the stars in the night sky. Nelson looked in the direction of the spotlight, staring directly at the dazzling light. The sentry was stretching out his hand. He went to reach for the gun hanging on the pillar, but his movements, terrified expression, and even the saliva that was spraying from his mouth were all frozen at this moment, and the gunfire triggered by Nelson also stopped in the air. When Nelson looked at Pythia again, her eyes opened, and the mist in her eyes seemed to freeze, and she stopped moving. She turned around expressionlessly, and walked in the direction of Nelson's shooting. Nelson shrugged his shoulders, and threw the rifle aside. The transformation technique performed by thorns is not long lasting. After 2 hours, the rifle and the bullets will return to their original plank. He took a step, and looked at Pete. Yazbak followed. The pace of the two was not fast, but they quickly found the bullet fired by Nelson. The gunfire caused by its advanced structure was extremely dazzling. The remaining gunpowder at the end of the bullet was still burning, and the rotating bullet distorted the surrounding air, making the fire look as dazzling as a shooting star. Pythia blinked her eyes. The mist in her pupils began to continue its slow emergence, and the bullet began to move steadily towards the previous target at her pace, and the two walked on both sides of the bullet one after the other. Behind the whistle of the sentry tower came, but after the crosstalk, that should have been hurried, and anxious was infinitely stretched, it sounded like a distant and drowsy ancient ballad. After an unknown amount of time, when Pythia walked to the center of the battlefield, her tense expression suddenly relaxed. Immediately afterwards, Nelson heard the sound of bullets leaving in the air, and he turned his head. On the hill next to the sentry tower of the French army position, a vague figure and the gunfire that had just spread could still be seen. The next second, the lights in the German camp in front suddenly went out, and Nelson was silent for a moment in the darkness. The loud gunshots and the crisp sound of glass shattering came to his ears almost simultaneously. Not long after, in less than a few minutes, the tents of both sides were lit up one after another at the same time. The lights were brightly lit, turning the twilight into a bright day. The mist in Pythia's eyes began to arise crazily. In the blink of an eye, soldiers from both sides had already arrived at the front of the formation like a fast-moving movie. Their faces were tired, but their spirits were highly excited. The dense gunfire began to resound over the plain. Nelson, who was in the center of the battlefield, watched the lightning-like bullets pass by his side and even his body. Under the dense barrage, soldiers fell one by one like wheat, and could only sporadic in the gunfire. I saw the last faces they left in this world, young or old faces. The bullet that didn't belong to this era caught the attention of the commander in the opposing camp. He believed that France had developed an epoch-making weapon. He couldn't let the gun that could hit that far take the initiative in this war. For that a rifle he had never seen before. In order to win the war, he deviated from the plan and launched a general attack on the French army. Pythia stood in the middle of the fast-moving battlefield, and the charging soldiers and the two overlapped and rushed past and fell. One position after another had just been occupied and quickly lost. The bullets became more and more sparse. The moon behind the clouds sprinted towards the mountain at a speed of meters, and the Somme plain in the night was raised by a layer, she said softly. Under the reckless and crazy attack, driven by hatred, and under the influence of the battlefield atmosphere, the two sides started a death fight in the dark of night. Nelson stared into Pythia's eyes expressionlessly, and squeezed the thorny palm tightly. Transfiguration will expire after 2 hours, but what does it matter? Pythia said in a storytelling tone. It takes less than 2 hours for this kind of war from start to finish. The gunshots became more and more shrill and sparse, and the raging fire burned in the camps of both sides, and the flames expanded rapidly. Even the land and even the creek just now were engulfed by the flames. The Battle of the Somme is known as one of the most tragic battles of the Muggles in the First World War. The battlefield here is just the tip of the iceberg in the endless massacres, and of course, it is also a clear reflection of it. Pythia continued. The commander over there saw the bullet, but the sentry just now picked up the gun on the ground. His beloved shotgun is a Bethia carbine. It is too old, and has jammed due to improper maintenance, but this not young soldier, but he was an excellent hunter. For the sake of his 2 daughters and his wife who died in the German bombing, he picked up this rifle that did not belong to this era. Every shot of the gun takes away an enemy enough. Nelson stretched out his hand to hold the thorn, and the crimson blood dripped from the wound, seeped into the patched ground, and flowed into the dry stream. You don't have to blame yourself for this. Even if you don't show up here, the German army will launch a surprise attack at o'clock tomorrow night as planned. Pythia said, this is just an inconspicuous microcosm of the World War, standing on your side from the point of view of this time. The encounter where both sides lacked preparation is actually the most acceptable ending. The one named, I said. Enough. Nelson's expression became incomparably stern. Huge magic power gushed out from the thorns, tearing off the sharp thorns one by one. The slender thorns with the thorns removed looked like ugly knotted thorns. A stick that looks like an elderberry. The extremely compressed flame rushed out of Nelson's palm, engulfing everything around him, and the accelerated time returned to normal, but there were not a few gunshots left on the battlefield. For you now, the past is immutable. You may think that Harry Potter used your invention to save his friends from Dementors as his bravery against fate, but have you noticed that as early as when the Dementor appeared, he had already seen the stag leaping from the forest? Pythia's voice became fragmented, making it difficult to hear clearly. The sound of shattering mirrors came from all directions. The battlefield collapsed piece by piece like a dismantled movie set. The stream rose up. Only the distant sky had no time to shatter. And in the last chill of the bleak twilight, the sun was setting, the sun was rising, and the sky was getting brighter. There were only 2 people standing on this small plain in the Somme River basin. It was exactly 2 hours since the first gunshot. Chapter 598 Black Box. Boom. As if in a small space, the sound of gunfire echoed around for a long time, making it difficult to tell whether this shot was the end of the broken world or the last sigh of the world before it was broken. Crystal mirror fragments fell to the ground like raindrops, and Nelson, who was in the center of the battlefield, also saw countless faces of himself in these countless fragments, which reminded him of the last time he entered the hidden place to touch the skin. The inexplicable experience of the statue of Shire. The broken mirror turned into wisps of thin mist and dissipated as it fell, and Nelson's vision quickly recovered. He looked around the surrounding environment. Whether it was the ceiling, walls or floors, all showed in wood. The space is not large, it can even be called small, and the head can be seen at a glance. It is a square room with a square shape, just like being in a suitcase. This place is more like a warehouse. Large and small black boxes are stacked together. Some are open, some are locked, some are suitcases, and some are even just a wooden box painted black. It had already disappeared, as if it had been shattered into pieces following the Battle of the Somme just now. Nelson walked to a locked box around him. After a lot of effort, he still couldn't open the lock. I have found another one. An empty box with nothing inside. These boxes are very similar to the suitcase that Dumbledore left him. Thinking that Pythia almost copied his own or even better fighting style, he had a guess in his mind. So, you're me from the future, aren't you? The question echoed in the box, and there was no response until it was dissipated. Nelson took a breath and was about to ask again, but just before he opened his mouth, a strange sound came from not far away. Crack. It was the sound of a lock being unlocked. Nelson's pupils froze, and he took a step towards the corner, where a large number of boxes were piled up, and the direction where the sound came from. Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. On the roof of the block not far away, Jacunda was half kneeling on the ground to bandage Andre, and a man in black leather shoes stood beside him, listening to him. I know what his most powerful and unique magic is, Andre said while clutching his chest. Panting heavily, it's a spell extended from the Patronus charm and based on that, endowing objects with magical powers of deformation. Oh, you also know this? Based on Nelson's habit, he will definitely choose the most restrained spell to fight against the enemy as usual. The opponent is silent, and he will definitely choose the Patronus charm. Andre's ribs seemed to be broken, but he didn't care about his injuries. The scarred old wizard had suffered countless times more serious injuries. He tightly grasped Jacunda's arm, almost pinching the girl's blue skin, but his eyes were fixed on the black leather shoes beside him. He looked up hard and said intermittently, that Memoran is Barry Nelson's friend. The magic power of negative emotions is born and restrained by the patron saint. You know so much. What else do you know? That Moran, it's Barry, but it's not Barry anymore. I can't control it with Lord Grindelwald's magic. It's too huge. Andre's mouth twitched. It won't show mercy. Nelson would be affected by magic power the first time he was attacked by it, the same as encountering a Dementor, and he couldn't recall any happy memories, let alone rely on them to call the Patronus. Andre coughed heavily, and dark red blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing that his condition was already very bad, Jacunda made a decisive decision, knocked the old wizard unconscious, and continued the treatment. She looked up at the man standing by the balcony railing in front of her. Tom Riddle, the guy who caught herself in Paris and eventually cornered the winged demon, in a smart suit that looked like I just finished an interview or a blind date, but the corners of the suit are rumpled and clean, and it seems like I have been wandering outside for a long time after the blind date. He rested one hand on his waist and rubbed his chin with the other hand. Right in front of him, Alexander, who was covered in red, was wrestling with the indescribable silence and the constant tearing and recovery. The two giants had already emerged from the wall. The center hid near the crack, destroying all the buildings that could be affected in the block. There were not even bricks and tiles left on the ground, and it was covered with a thick layer of fine dust. The melted masonry powder was slowly solidifying, keeping Alexander's footprints and the traces he dragged silently, like an abstract splash ink painting. The silent magic power spreads uncontrollably. Fortunately, there are almost no living things left in the center of Berlin. The original residents have already moved away, and only the raging black wizards, and those who just sneaked in not long ago, stayed here. Muggles preparing to take back their homeland. Some mayflies wandering in the city recognized the missionary's message and built a crumbling barrier to protect the block where Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church is located. Under their guard, this not so new building almost became it has become the tallest landmark in Berlin. Although there are no living people in the city, the streets are full of people, and those monsters that are called out by silent roars may be undead, maybe the condensed magic power, maybe the obsessions left by people. Such abstract things. Jacunda didn't know what those things were, but this didn't stop her from being terrified. Those ghosts became more real and creepy because they swallowed the silently dripping slime. Jacunda remembered that, when she was young, she read in a certain book the custom of Eastern wizards leading the souls of the dead to cross the border on special festivals every year. In her mind, it was probably the scene in front of her eyes, but compared to those living in her memory, relatives and friends, these monsters driven by depressive power are many times more terrifying. Even though the sky has long since been shattered by thunder, she still feels chilly, as if she is in a deep cave. The spirits of the dead wandered around the city together with the children, born from silent mucus, approaching the neighborhood, where muggles and wizards fought. Jacunda was full of self-blame. She shouldn't have brought them here, but today it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why did this happen? More and more wizards are appearing on the fringes of Berlin. The city that was originally closely monitored is now shrouded in an iron curtain. They only have time to see which street the black wizards gather because of the news of the resurrection stone. Immediately afterwards, everything was darkened. All magical or non-magical monitoring was cut off, and the city was completely sealed and became impenetrable. Now that they were on the scene, they only dared to stand in the distance and watch the towering black wall. The aftermath of magic spreading outside made them flinch. Although this place was supposed to be used as a cemetery, they couldn't accept that the execution started and ended in a way they couldn't control. The wizards from the International Federation of Wizards have already started to investigate the wall, and there are several well-trained the Aura team has set off, but so far, no one has come out. There seems to be a dead area covered by a death curse. They are looking forward to a tragic sacrifice. Compared to no news, this is already the best news they can think of up. The strange thing is that Nurmengard is the closest to here, but they didn't see the saints around. The group of guys who ran around carrying projectors and magazines all day showed up, and they didn't look at them either to a saint. Tina Scamander stood on the balcony of the high-rise building occupied by the International Federation of Wizards, looking nervously at the distant wall. She had seen silence before, but the scene now was quite different from the one in her memory. Even at such a distance, she was affected by the magic and became depressed, and even began to empathize with what kind of childhood this silent person experienced to become so terrible. She didn't receive an order, so she could only stand by where she was, her eyes wandering aimlessly around. Suddenly, she noticed the intertwined eyes passing by a corner of a building in the distance. A forehead, covered with tattoos, was exposed under the hood. Atol, the figure in the determined eyes, are the saint and the most wanted criminal of the Magic Congress of America, Zweig. Zweig obviously saw her too. After the two missed their eyes, he was already hiding behind the building. Without hesitation, Tina grabbed the broom leaning against the railing and soared into the air, rushing forward like a bolt of lightning. Fly in the direction of Wig. But he is no longer there. There are two wizards lying on the roof of that building, a man and a woman. The witch's robe has the logo of the gangsters. Pocket watches seem to be placed on their chests. The faces of both of them were very bad. Tina also saw some leaves and powder scattered around them. She recognized these things. When she was studying in Alvermorny, the wizard at Goblin Academy, they are best at treating the wounded in this way. It seems that Zweig was treating them just now, but was interrupted by her and left in a hurry. Tina's expression gradually became serious. Why are there wounded here, or two wizards? What was the most recent possible injury? She quickly had the answer in her mind. The battle inside the wall. The two unconscious wounded may have been affected by the battle in the black box, or even they may have participated in that battle but escaped. No matter what the situation, they must have witnessed what happened. Without hesitation, Tina stood up and shouted in the direction of her colleague, "Come on, there are wounded here. Did you know? Ma has often told me that in a story with ups and downs, the supporting character who holds the key clues will often die or faint 2 seconds before the key information is spoken." Tom just glanced at Joaquin, but his eyes seemed to be looking at a stranger, which made the already nervous Jacunda even more afraid to move. She didn't know why Tom suddenly appeared in Berlin, and why he found him in a secret place so easily. The injured Andre and her. He told me that this is usually created by the author and screenwriter to disgust the audience. Fortunately, this old man is not a very disgusting person. At least he finished his words. Jacunda couldn't see Tom's face, but she could see the ghosts wandering in the street. After he arrived, they chose to walk around a block to approach the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church. She didn't understand what it was like people, or what kind of magic can make this kind of horrible thing feel scared. Tom is like a pillar inserted in the turbulent flow, abruptly splitting the water flow that would collapse the embankment due to the impact. Her heart relaxed a little, but instead she felt colder. What puzzled her most was that, in such an environment, Tom not only didn't tremble, but looked as if he was at home, safe and happy. Riddle. She wanted to make a roll of bandages quietly and pretend that she didn't exist, but she called Tom's name out of nowhere. "Sorry, I misunderstood you." Tom shook his shoulders and laughed. "Miss, I wasn't talking to you just now." Now Jacunda couldn't be quiet and Tom had strangled the chatter. "Hey, look here." Tom raised his chin and said to Momo, who was far away, in a frivolous tone. Jacunda thought he meant it, but who would have thought that the next second, Momo, who was fighting with Alexander, suddenly turned his head. He stared fixedly in Tom's direction. What a terrifying face. Countless human faces are stacked together to form a face like an ancient priest's mask. They are the young Barry at different times and the ones belonging to Armando Dion Pate's face. Barry was crying, but the depressed mood was different, while Dip had always had his proud and rigid expression. The combination of two completely different faces outlines the yin and yang sides, making Moran's flat face look three-dimensional and vivid. Its eyes are still two groups of white with blurred borders. The difference is that Barry's past stories are in the pupils. It was staged quickly and was quickly crushed by the jagged eye sockets, silently eating away at its host, supplementing its strength with Barry's past. Tom even got a view of Barry being strapped in the cabin and an immature boy approaching him slowly, holding a wand in his hand. The picture flashed quickly and soon froze on the face of Armando Dupert, sternly yelling, and suddenly got stuck. This was a memory that Barry wanted to forget, but it was so profound that it was born because of it. The silence is hard to shake. Just at the moment when Moran was stunned, Alexander punched him in the face, and the faces that made up his face were distorted and deformed, and they fell one by one. The beams of light that burst out from around him cut through the silent body, as if they were looking for something. Tom narrowed his eyes. He knew what Alexander was doing, which coincided with his thoughts. Chapter 599. Barry Dupert. Tom squinted his eyes to observe the silently flying magic power, glanced over Alexander's head, and saw Nelson sitting upright at a glance. He didn't know why Alexander dangled like that, but Nelson seemed to be sitting on flat ground. People can't help but wonder if he glued himself to the seat. "You have to hide it for me." The silent state was extremely miserable, almost cut into pieces by Alexander, but those fragments of different shapes could not be completely broken no matter what. "I feel a little sick." It seemed to have given up the idea of fighting with Alexander's equivalent entity. Tom was surprised to find that Moran's consumption in the battle could not drag a big iron lump. It's a bit ugly, the consumption of silent magic power is real. Although Alexander's structure is being eroded by silently every moment, the mayflies that fill the vacancy seem to be endless. Its silent instinct makes it choose a better solution. It simply gave up the advantage of size and used its own shapeless characteristics to climb up Alexander's body like a puddle of wriggling mud, just as Alexander found it. Barry's weakness is average, and it also senses that Barry's friend who was attacked by him not long ago is probably the core of the big guy in front of him. Fiery steam spewed out from Alexander's leg armor, mixed with the temperature of the lost mist and fiend fire, and scorched the slime on the armor. In the blink of an eye, the slime turned into a dead hard shell, blown away by the steam. When it is shattered and scattered, it can't even stay on the red steel plate for a long time, and it will fall off by itself. But there are always some gaps in the structure that don't have such a high temperature, and the mucus quickly climbs to the gaps in the bolts, the cracks between the plate armor, and even just sprayed it. The steam vents drilled into the giant's body. The two castles on Alexander's shoulders are not just for aesthetic decoration, but they are actually used as barracks. People who have seen them feel that the body of such a huge giant should be driven by powerful magic, and its body should be it is full of free magic power, seal cutting formations, all kinds of ancient crafts, or full of house elves peddling on the pedals. No one would have thought that its interior, which has never been set foot by outsiders, is a scene very different from the wizard's imagination. The castle on the shoulder and the revolving tower from the furnace to the top of the head are just the tip of the iceberg. Enter from the passage at the foot of Alexander. Look up. What can be seen is a layer upon layer, made of steel, belongs to magic and machinery, and can be called a god-level city. This city is not smaller than Berlin at the foot of Alexander, but it is stacked in the body of a giant, like a future skyscraper in a science fiction novel. A straight steel tower is its leg bone, and the tower is covered with dense runes. Some inks are dim, some are rich, some are immature, and some are scribbled. They do not belong to the same period of work. During the period, there are some golden characters embedded in the tower, marking different times and categories. These are the works left by Nelson. It is conceivable that on countless nights and holidays, he sat on the scaffolding in the Hogwarts Chamber of Secrets and carved the rune. From the initial imitation to the later flamboyance, the rune is often used as a certain the core of some advanced magic. No one has ever used it like using serious words. In the long-term magical study, I have almost dug out the grammar of this magical language. The tower of this tower is covered with the spells I created. It's just that these spells are not for human use, and only a man of steel like Alexander can bear it. The city in Alexander's calf was built on the basis of this high tower, surrounded by branch-like steel frames, so that the power of the furnace can be transmitted from the top to the bottom through gears, and every 3 meters, there will be a layer of grid-like iron. The boards are built around the high tower to separate layers of different functional areas. The mass-manufactured machinery is neatly arranged on these floors, providing the giant with more and more capabilities. The dense pipe network is attached to the iron wall. There are different contents flowing, some are cold and some are hot. It's a pity that no one has been able to witness such a majestic scene until now. A pipe at the exit on the 3rd floor is used for heat dissipation. The mucus, just when it stopped working, a mass of mucus was pulled in by the suction at the mouth of the pipe, gliding in the pipe as tall as a person for dozens of seconds, and finally squeezed out from the blades of a fan. The slime from the tube trip looked dilapidated. It was the size of a car, but after its round of crimes, it looked like a human being. The slime squirmed quickly towards the tower, without noticing that behind it a bolt fixing the fan was quietly deforming. It had just moved forward a few meters when it was divided into 2 halves by a red light beam. The slime instinctively stopped, and in the next second, a fishing net-like magic net covered his head, instantly cutting the pool of slime into unusable pieces. They are still alive, but the magic power contained in each monomer is too rare. They can't even go to each other to regroup. The original bolt has turned into a unique silver mayfly. It flew steadily to the side of the scattered slime. The light from the one-eyed shrouded them. The levitation spell was activated, and these struggling fragments were held together by it. Get up. Throw away all the waste and the shredder. The momentary encounter between the two fired the first shot in Alexander's body. There was no warning, no assembly, and the seemingly useless spare parts were deformed one after another. Mayflies of various shapes appeared in the space inside Alexander's right leg. Gentle cleaners usually clean up these intruders. Some larger pieces have stronger magic power. Mayflies on the same layer are combined to form a frame of slender and unique silver armor. More complex magic spells follow. The combination of mayflies was released without making any sound. The sound of gear rotation and mechanical knocking still echoed in Alexander's right leg, but the battle had ended silently. Such encounters are happening all over Alexander's body. The mayflies in his body have formed a well-structured army, and silver figures of different shapes are stationed at every key node, blocking the uninvited guests who invaded the city. The sound of steel colliding with the sharp wind from the exhaust port played a passionate symphony. No one knew that an unusual war was fighting here. From the perspective of division and combination, Mayfly and Moran seem to be the same. It's just that they are all fighting for the mission at the bottom and the order that drives them. Without Nelson's knowledge, the first war belonging to magic machines started silently, and Nelson didn't even have time to get them. Something like cruiser or scavenger. The magic power of Moran is too huge, and no matter how efficient the cleaning is, it can't compare to its intrusion regardless of the cost. What's more terrible is that the split slime is not willing to fight, and even the useless work of destroying the giant's body will not be done. They have only one purpose: to reach the top and find Nelson, who is protected by Alexander, even if only one drop reaches it. Groups of black slime are torn apart, but there are always difficult opponents and miscellaneous fish that are missed. They will only go up firmly and keep going up. More and more fish that slip through the net take advantage of other slime being attacked. The gap reached the upper floor, and in the process of finding the same kind, they also condensed together like mayflies assembled together. Finally, the floor at the knee of the giant ushered in his first guest, and the squirming slime flowed along the grid. The steel plate climbed up, and under the strafing of the spell, a dilapidated black figure slowly stood up from the slime. Looking at this scene in the distance, Tom gradually frowned. He knew that the interior of Alexander was not very spacious, and Nelson's gateway to the Auschwitz underground base had not yet been built. But I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand such a flood of intrusions. It has to be said that this irrational monster really has terrifying instincts, and it has found the most suitable strategy for the current situation. Alexander's response was not messed up either. Its one-eyed eye scanned the city over and over again. As long as he found Berry, before he silently reached Nelson, he could win the final victory. The battle quickly evolved from the anxiety of two giants to a race against time. You still have to let a professional come. Tom turned his head, and Jacunda was still bandaging Andre's wound. Andre was no longer bleeding, and his complexion was much better. Seeing this, Tom drew out his wand. "Give me a hand, miss." Tom frowned as he waited patiently for Jacunda to tie the last knot on Andre's bandage. He remembered a time at Hogwarts where limped for a few days after challenging a hippogriff. The veterinarian in Diagon Alley did the same thing. Jacunda raised her head in confusion and was about to ask Tom what she was going to do, but Tom didn't wait for her consent or opinion. He waved his wand lightly, and Jacunda suddenly felt as if the world had turned upside down and lost its balance. Her eyes were dark, even though the appearance around her was blocked. When she opened her eyes again, she had reached the sky, and the platform above Alexander's head was under her feet, and the student she didn't want to face was sitting on the platform above the giant's head. Sleeping on the throne. Was Riddle making himself responsible for protecting Nelson? Jacunda's heart was pounding, and she felt a sense of falling. She gritted her teeth, closed her eyes again, and pulled out her wand. But the imagined fall did not happen. She landed smoothly, and when she opened her eyes, a cloud of black smoke was slowly drifting away. What should I do? She raised her wand, and before her eyes flashed like a revolving lantern the bits and pieces of her not-so-long campus life related to Professor Mells. She had never regretted that she didn't study hard at the beginning. Just when she was about to make up her mind to fight, the slippery feeling in her arms made her jump up in horror, and a small green snake was thrown from her neckline by her, stretched out the letter, and licked her chin, drilled into the entrance of the platform like a green lightning bolt. Soon, she stood stiffly in the same place, Her limbs were hit by the cold touch at the same time. Her expression became numb, and she let snake shadows crawl out of her neckline, cuffs, and trousers from nowhere. A ball of slime raised during the battle fell to the edge of the platform. Before Alexander's spell could be removed, one of them rushed over like lightning, with his mouth wide opened in his head, and swallowed the ball of mucus in one gulp. The magic power was swallowed. Jacunda blinked, and the snake seemed longer and bigger. On the roof in the distance, after Tom saw that the postman he had chosen landed safely, he jumped from the roof, and his figure disappeared before landing. In an alley 2 blocks away, a ghost figure that was eating the fragments of silence stopped his movement, slowly turned his head 180 degrees, to look at the other end of the dark alley. A pair of scalded eyes were staring at it with interest. The next second, the spell from Tom had already penetrated the ghost, and nailed it to the wall. Tom ignored the ghost, and walked straight to the food that had fallen on the ground. It was the shadow of a lonely boy crouching in the corner with his knees hugged. Buried a bit? Tom tilted his head and asked softly. The boy's shadow seemed to have sensed the name. His neck trembled, and the moment he raised his head Tom's hand was already on the top of his head, and the boy's shadow became more and more. His hair dimmed, and the ink color became thicker at Tom's fingertips. He held the ink color in his hand, and uttered a snake-like hissing tune from his mouth, seeking blood and tracing. It has been 6 years since I used this magic last time. Tom sighed, and a striking black line stretched out from his hand, pointing directly at M.O. Moran, who was fighting with Alexander. Lighting spell. At the other end of the black line, a thin filament, that is also black, but too faded to be seen, is pointing in the opposite direction. It trembles slightly, and looks like it will break when touched. Tom smiled, and a small snake sprang from the tip of the stick. As he reached the top of the ghost figure nailed to the wall by him, the little snake with the size of a thumb stretched itself little by little, and finally swallowed the ghost figure in one gulp. A few seconds later, the boa constrictor with a thick mouth took several small snakes with it. The snake twisted and crawled in the direction the filament pointed. His brain defense is too strong. Even if he is unconscious, he cannot break through. I know a magic that can see what a person sees in a short period of time. A group of people surrounded Moody, who was lying on the camp bed and breathing unsteadily, whispering like a flock of crows. It only takes him to contribute one of his eyes. Of course, could be 2 if he makes a mistake. What if this goes wrong too? Isn't there another one next to it? This is just a stopgap measure. Their sacrifices will be rewarded and praised. I think this young man will also be proud of it. His parents are auras, right? But I think he inherited some dedication. Do we really need to do this? Hasn't it been discussed just now? We must know what's going on inside. There are too many dark wizards there. We can't allow things to happen beyond the plan. We must give early warning, especially when they may know what we plan. Under the premise, is there any objection? Silence. I object. All eyes were attracted by the voice in the corner. This is Dumbledore's student. He will arrive in 15 minutes. Dumbledore will definitely not agree. Chapter 600 4:15. Dumbledore? The leading wizard is a grey-haired old man, with a well-trimmed mustache that curls up just right, wearing a plain white robe, without any tokens of identity. But when he speaks, everyone in the ward no more talking. He stood between the 2 beds, looking now at Moody, now at the girl. The ward was filled with a substantive depressive atmosphere. Everyone understood that this was something that had to be done right now. There was obviously a major brewing event in the center of Berlin that no one wanted to see. Knowing the situation and putting it out in time was the right thing to do. The most urgent task now, the old wizard was just helping them speak out. He was stunned, silent for a moment, and said, "This is an international event, and its status as the principal cannot influence the righteousness." But, is he the chairman of the International Federation of Wizards? The old wizard turned his head sideways, sharp eyes shot out of his cloudy eyes, and there was only silence and the unconscious gasps of the 2 patients in the small ward. He's just a director. Do you think a director's opinion is greater than ours? I didn't. The initial naysay about his head, hiding himself behind the others. Then let's start with this girl first. The old wizard's wandering eyes finally stopped on the face of the witch whose name was not even mentioned. His pale face could not arouse the slightest ripple of sympathy in his heart. For the sake of the world, Order requires someone to make a sacrifice. The old wizard stretched out his hand and pointed at the girl on the other bed with her yellowed nails. She won't be someone's student again, will she? It's Durmstrang, it's just her. The old wizard closed his eyes. Try to ask her from her body, so as to save a lot of trouble in the future. By the way, is her occlumency technique also very reliable? No. The wizard who proposed this method has a dark complexion, and his naked upper body is tattooed with unique voodoo tattoos. It belongs to the same genre as the body occupied by Zwegan Barry. He lives on a 5-foot-long walking stick decorated with bone fragments and bones. Ming Ming is not very old, but in order to hold it, he bent his waist deliberately like an old man, and the pale bone nails passed through the accumulated skin on the back, stringing layers of loose skin together. Speaking in English with a strong Haitian accent, he said quietly, "It's just that she was injured several more seriously. And her will is also very fragile. She looks like she has been depressed for a long time. I'm afraid I won't be able to read any complete memories, and even forcing legilimency can only turn her into a fool." Oh, the leader of the old wizard responded and said, "Look at the attire. She is a member of the drug gang. It is not a pity for such a person to die. If nothing can be seen in the eyes, let the legilimni give it a try, and make sure to see what's going on inside." The wizard from Haiti seemed to want to say something more, but seeing the determined eyes of the old wizard, he could only sigh and walked slowly towards the witch with old steps. The old wizard was still trusting him, and he was full of concern for the success rate between the lines. As for the lives of the two injured, he didn't even mention it. The gods pray for success on the first try. "Sir, do you need any preparations?" A young wizard floated out of the crowd, walked up to the voodoo wizard, and asked in a low voice, "Is there anything we need to cooperate with?" "Let them all go out." The hunched voodoo wizard wanted to straighten up with a cane, but he couldn't straighten up after bending for too long. He wanted to say that the voodoo technique of feeling the sight is not enough to achieve the effect they want, but Haitian wizards have been excluded because of their unique magic. It has been a habit that other people in this world have developed for hundreds of years. It is hard to get a foot in the establishment of the International Federation of Wizards. He can't lose the chain at this time no matter what. He can only say sorry to this girl with a clean soul in her heart. He can hear her weak heart. The robe on her body is unspeakable difficulties, but no one has any difficulties woolen cloth. He turned his head and said, "I need a quiet ceremony environment." "Okay, sir." The young man began to organize the surrounding staff to invite the onlookers out of the ward. The old wizard left here first, and the others followed his footsteps. There are endless meetings waiting for them. A few minutes later, only he and the voodoo wizard were left standing in the room. He walked to the window and closed the window tightly, drew the curtains, trotted to the door, and closed the door from the outside. The voodoo wizard's waist finally straightened a little bit, but the severe pain caused by the deformed lumbar spine still made him sink. He also imagined that just one name was enough to arouse the fear of these big men like that Dumbledore. He also wanted to be like those wizards from the east, but he couldn't do it. Newborns with magical talents in Haiti tended to choose the Agadao School of Magic to become a real wizard, and his biological son also having left him for the more mainstream wizarding world more than a decade ago. He didn't want voodoo to die in his hands. "Good luck, sir." Behind the young man, there were undisguised voices of talking, only separated by an unclosed door. Those people no longer concealed their disdain for him. "Are these magic sticks and witches really reliable? Don't end up with nothing in the end. Dumbledore will still have to trouble us." "He won't, but I agree with you. It's better to ask muggles to ask their god." Harsh comments reached his ears, and the young wizard quickened his movements, trying to close the door quickly, but the voodoo wizard turned his head and stopped him. "Please wait. Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?" The young man's tone was very respectful, but he still couldn't hear the respect. After a moment of silence, he pursed his lips and said, "What's her name?" "Huh." The young man was taken back and said, "Nina can't." "I see." The voodoo wizard raised his crutch and swung it towards the door. The heavy wooden door closed with a bang. "Thank you." The thick curtains did not let out any sunlight, and the wood was pitch black, except for a flickering candle on the bedside table. He stuck his crutches on the ground. Phosphorescence glowed on the skull of an unknown animal, and there were two green flames in the black hole like eye sockets. He slowly moved to the bedside table, took out a small knife with a bone handle, and put the blade on it. The fire was burning, and when the knife started to glow red, he blew out the candle in one gulp, and turned to Nina holding the knife. "Let me come." There was a weak breath coming from behind him, and when he turned his head, the reflection in Muda's eyes lit up for a moment, then quickly dimmed. He was stunned, and the boy behind him was silent again, as if it was just his hallucination. He stretched out. He touched Muda's neck with his hand. His heartbeat became weaker, and the struggling to wake up just now had consumed too much of his energy. "Did you hear the conversation just now?" His complexion made his expression completely melt into the darkness, and he pulled out the bone needle stuck in his back, and walked towards Nina firmly. "You are very happy. Be brave, boy, but I don't want to get in trouble." Laugh. Blood spattered the swinging clock. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. "We should organize the auras to surround this place first, and make sure that no one will escape." The banquet hall on the second floor was used as a meeting room, and Tina was guarding the outside as an aura, curiously asking the staff who came out of the ward to find out about the 2 wounded, but they kept it secret and did not communicate with Tina. The idea of chatting, only the occasional quarrel came from the conference room, and she was already starting to feel bored. "I agree, but which countries' auras should come? We didn't make any extra portkeys last time. The countries in mainland Europe are fine, but what about outside? Is it really too late for the auras to travel across the ocean to come here? I think we should draw them nearby. Germans, French, always enough." "Why?" Someone immediately objected. "What if there is some deadly poison in it? What if there are thousands of black wizards waiting in full force? Well, let our people die. Let the Germans die. They take the lead, and it's time to atone for Grindelwald's escape. Have you not redeemed your sins for so many years? Since that escape to now, our Ministry of Magic has been reorganized 3 times. What does it have to do with us if he escapes? It is already the biggest thing for us to let the land of Prussia be exiled for you. If you are still so aggressive, we can only withdraw from the International Federation of Wizards. You quit. Go back and explain to your Minister of Magic." "I know a way, but it's a bit difficult to implement," said a silent representative at the corner of the long table. "Do you know that Nurmengard has a way to transport goods and wizards around the world? The mainland of the country should have its coordinates and hubs. If we can contact Grindelwald." Joke. The International Federation of Wizards asked Nurmengard for assistance? Are you crazy? I think this is a good idea. No matter what, I won't let people from our country die. The representative of Germany immediately agreed. "If you don't agree with the plan of sending people, then we have to wait for them to come out on their own. But I'm afraid that by that time, it will not be as easy as it is now to gather them in one place for the second time. You guys remind me of the painful experience that the International Federation of Wizards held a meeting during the preparation period and talked about it all afternoon. I really should not come at all like those Eastern wizards. To put it bluntly, it's none of my business." The wizard who said this, he has already taken off his thick felt hat, and there is sweat on his forehead. Some people speak cautiously, while others speak casually. This atmosphere has existed since the birth of the International Federation of Wizards. He waved his hat and scolded said, "Fuck you guys. Okay, business matters." Someone stood up to smooth things over. "How should we contact Grindelwald? Send someone straight to Nurmengard? At least faster than sending an aura across the Atlantic on a broom." Dumbledore. A ball of flames lit up at the main entrance. Tina, who had already wandered into the foyer, saw the figure appearing in the flames, and quickly walked up to it. Dumbledore, who was wearing a poncho, looked solemnly, holding a card marked with this building in her hand. As for the card, he strode forward and waved his hand. The burning card in the flame behind him dissipated with a phoenix cry. "You're here," Tina said anxiously. "They've been arguing inside. I'm afraid there won't be any results until the end of the matter over there. Have you seen the black wall over there? Really, it looks a bit like Credence Barburn." Tina trotted along beside him, and while giving him a quick introduction to the current situation, the two quickly went up to the second floor. "I think they should elect you to be the chairman of the Federation, but the meeting room right here." Dumbledore didn't stay on the second floor. He stepped up the stairs and continued to climb up. Tina didn't know why, so she had to follow. Outside the hall, The young man who had closed the window in the ward noticed Dumbledore. Leto's figure hurriedly opened the door and ran in. There was a violent explosion in the center of Berlin, and the shaking of the stairs could be felt even in the distance. The debris of the city was scattered in all directions with the explosion, and one of the debris covering this block came from Dumbledore. The door flew in, smashing a crater on the floor, and soon, the rocks that shattered in the collision and became harder bounced along the door opened by the young wizard into the hall, and ruthlessly inserted into the long table. The dial of the wall clock behind the old wizard was stuck just below the minute hand, which stopped the time that was moving forward firmly. People pulled out their wands in panic and looked at the wall clock in unison. The time was 4:15. Tina followed Dumbledore up to the 3rd floor and then rushed up to the 4th floor without stopping. She had never seen Dumbledore show such an expression before. After reaching the corridor on the 4th floor, Dumbledore stopped, looking at her. "Where's Moody?" "Moody?" Tina didn't know the names of the 2 wounded she rescued. Dumbledore's movements didn't stop. "I have pushed open the nearest doors one by one." There was nothing behind the door. After a delay of 1 minute, he finally saw a heavy wooden door guarded outside the corner. Aura seeing the intruder, he looked suspiciously at Tina behind Dumbledore, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then raised his wand to meet him. "This is a required place. Prohibit." Before he finished speaking, Dumbledore had already circled behind him, his wand pressed against the door knob. The aura's attack on Dumbledore's magic was blocked by Tina, and the next second, the door that was not easy to close or open was blown into pieces. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.